Hello, everybody, and welcome to Frisco, Texas, home to Whataburger Friday Night Stars, live from the Star in Frisco in the Dallas Cowboys Headquarters. Texas high school football is back for week number 6 of the 2018 season. My goodness, can you believe it? Number 6 of the season. We're past the halfway point.
Oh,
it's
goodness.
a final stretch, district play, rivalry games, and then playoffs. And my goodness, we could not be more excited to be with you throughout another great Friday of high school football action. I'm Kyle Youmans.
Man, how are you?
Yeah, Eric Chiofalo's in the building.
Boys. Couldn't be better.
Zach Wolchuk
Howdy.
and the great Hekma Harrison.
Great. You're looking good today, Hekma.
Thank you.
Hekma's
Tonight.
always looking good.
You
He
like
is,
that? You like that
I
top?
like the button
like
all the way
that.
to the top.
Actually,
Wolchuk's
it's classy.
falling in line.
I'm doing it too. You've got me in on it, and I'm like, does it look good? Does it not? Let us know in the comments. YouTube, Vimeo. What should we do? Keep it buttoned, unbuttoned? What do you want?
Kyle and I are letting the hair
man.
flow out a little bit.
Yeah, I like it.
Think.
Yeah, it definitely.
I like
so
that.
I've got a fresh new cut. Zach's got a fresh new cut.
Hey,
Eric has not cut anything.
We don't talk hair on this show.
Hekma's
Okay?
got a fresh new cut too.
We don't talk hair on this
Hekma,
show.
you got
Okay?
a sexy beard.
Do you take a razor to that every week, or what do you do?
It's a secret.
Okay, that's all. That's all I need to know. I didn't know if you took a razor to it, if it was an intentional thing, or else what? I don't know what else it could be. Honestly,
It's
I'm not even going to go there. But we are glad to be with you. We are the Whataburger Friday Night Stars crew, of course, as always.
Old age.
Presented? No, it's not.
What?
As always, we're presented by Game On Sports, the great Game On Sports. Guys, no weather in the no rain in the forecast. No rain in the weather, I should say, throughout the entire area. It's a beautiful, beautiful night. Could not be more perfect outside for some football. It's not football weather yet. We're not into that cold streak yet. We're still in the high 70s throughout much of the Metroplex.
Is that not frustrating? It's October now. It's the best month of the year, and we're still in the 90s here in Texas. High 80s. I'm sick of the heat. Let's get the cold breeze up in here.
You want the cold breeze. You want to be wearing a
I want
jacket
some
at a game.
50s tonight, cool, brisk. You start to see the pads popping a little more. Things start to hurt just a little bit more. When
We
you get
probably
hit.
have about 3 more weeks for
3?
that.
You think come
around
November?
around Halloween time, that's when it
Okay.
happens.
That's a pretty good prediction. And talking about predictions, we're going to start things off with a little bit of predictions. Some of the best games
This
in the
is
area.
Hekma's favorite segment.
This
might
is
I
Hekma's.
add.
Of course it is.
He loves
To get to
this
flex
segment.
my muscles.
Yes. Well,
Definitely
you're
so.
probably in the leader in the clubhouse right
I'm
now.
sure I am.
my
Well,
friend.
Kyle definitely has
As of
that
right
talent
now.
for us, right?
Huh?
Oh no, you don't have it.
No,
yet.
I do actually.
Oh,
you got it out of the way.
look at that.
So right now, Hekma is on top, actually.
What?
He's on top by a game.
Okay.
A single game.
Oh, so you've gone through from week 1?
Yes.
Or whenever the
Oh,
first...
I went from the first week.
Okay,
Hekma
good for you,
is up
Hekma.
by a single game. Zach Wolchuk, you're just a hair behind.
Oh.
Eric, you're in last place.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, you're like
Because he
7 games back, I believe. I
7?
can't find the paper
Of
that I
course
had
you
it
can't.
on.
Of course you
but
can't.
you
That's
were
convenient.
7
That's
games
convenient.
back
Okay.
behind Hekma, and
Wink,
I was in
wink.
3rd, and I was 5 games
It's
back.
no,
So I'm just
it's
a little bit.
Nostra Hekma over here, though. I mean, he can.
He's
he can really
he's holding
see
it
the
down.
future.
So much drip.
Oh gosh, definitely so.
barter.
I don't even know. I'm not even going to go there.
It's
but,
okay.
But guys, let's go through some of these prediction games. 7:30 kickoffs only, as always, here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars. Starting things off, this is an intriguing one. Aledo at Midlothian. Is this an easy matchup to predict? And I'm going to predict these as well. Or is Midlothian going to make things interesting at home? And I think that's one of the biggest question marks heading into this game. Eric, we'll start with you.
I'll take Aledo. I mean, gentlemen, this is pretty easy for me. Aledo's a dominant team. We've seen Midlothian actually have a pretty solid year, but they haven't run into a team the likes of Aledo. Wolchuk, I would assume you'd agree with me here.
I do. I'm going to go with Aledo in this one as well. Chase McClellan, their outstanding running back. Both teams come in very high-powered offenses. I think Midlothian also averaging about 40 points a game, defensively holding teams. 215. I mean, you can see right there, high-scoring game, but can Midlothian slow down Chase McClellan and that Aledo Bearcat rushing attack? I don't see it happening. I think Aledo's got too much.
Yeah, I'm definitely not jumping out of the cake and taking Midlothian. I'm going to go Aledo on this one.
And it's going to be Aledo across the board. I mean, you just look at what they're able to do defensively, and also 52 points per game. It's not too shabby in terms of what they can do on the offensive side as well. I think they are destined for another state championship run. So Aledo across the board on that one. I was maybe hoping somebody would pick Midlothian, but nobody just deciding to take the chance here. How about Fort Worth Christian and Parish Episcopal? Parish Episcopal, I think the biggest story of this game, of course, is Preston Stone, quarterback for Parish. He is a top talent, and really it's going to be how can they slow them down. Look at the points per game and the points allowed. Parrish has been outstanding so far at the TAPS level, and they look like a state championship contender right now.
Yeah. No question. No question. Tons of offense in this game. Obviously, Preston Stone's the man. 480 yards a game for that Parrish offense. That's pretty ridiculous. I think it will definitely be a high-scoring game, but I don't see how Fort Worth Christian can keep up with Parrish.
Yeah, you've got one of the elite offenses in TAPS with Parrish Episcopal, and then Fort Worth Christian comes in ranked 11th with 316 yards per game. Well, Preston Stone gets all the accolades, but we heard last week there's a bunch of talent on that offense with Parrish. Fort Worth Christian comes in with quarterback Tyler Knoop, who's a dual threat athlete. He's accounted for 17 touchdowns in just 5 games, so he's definitely a struggle for defenses. I think this one's going to be fireworks all around, but I think Parrish has too much for this Fort Worth Christian team.
Hey, you guys have said it all. I'm just going to go with Episcopal on this one.
Okay.
All right, let's make it easy.
Getting it done. Yeah. I'm going to go Parrish here as well, but I think it's going to be a little bit closer than people think. I think Fort Worth Christian keeps it closer. On the road, I think they play well, start off fast. Maybe a little bit of adjustment period for Parrish, but overall, I think it's going to be Episcopal getting it done. Now, this is an intriguing one as well, and we're going to talk about this game in length later on, but Rockwall and Mesquite Horn, that's a winless Mesquite Horn team. And Hekma, I want to start with you on this prediction. Who do you got, Rockwall or Mesquite Horn? Remember, this game is being played at Mesquite.
Guys, this is tough for me, all right? Because last year, Horn beat Rockwall in Rockwall. Look, guys, if guys at the Mesquite Horn football team, none of you guys should be history buffs. Well, maybe you should. Maybe you guys should just burn your history books. Don't do that. But what I'm saying is don't read your clippings, guys. You got to throw it all out. I know you guys were awesome last year, first ranked defense and passing yards allowed last year. But this year is a completely different season for you guys. 0-5. You have to get off the snide. This is a game that you have to win.
But.
Oh, come on. Give it to us.
I'm taking Rockwall.
Woo! What? Wow, you had that whole lead up.
Oh, my goodness. All right, so here we go. I'm going to peel back the curtains here real quick. We're pre-show. We're talking about it. Hekma and I are having our usual great conversation, and he tells me, I'm doing it. I'm picking Mesquite Horn tonight. And
it was something in your eyes. It was something in your eyes that said, Hekma, don't do it.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Flashbacks of that Allen game.
You don't do it, I'm going to do it.
To come back to me. Uh-oh.
Go ahead.
Mesquite Horn gets the win tonight. Rockwall has a tendency to drop these district games. They play down to competition
if they
when
win,
they shouldn't.
I am going to hate myself.
It's the Jermaine Givens coming out party. They narrowly defeat the Rockwall Yellow Jackets tonight. Horn, desperate for a win. They pull out all the stops, and they get one tonight. If they do it, you're going to feel bad.
I am.
I like it, Wolchuk. I'm not going to be that bold. I'm on the comeback trail right now. Obviously down 7 games or whatever it is.
Got to figure it out.
I can't afford a loss here. We're not going to get the Mesquite Horn upset. 19 points a game versus 50. Jacob Clark and company are going to put up a lot of points, and I don't see Mesquite Horn stopping them.
Well, I do. I think Mesquite Horn's going to win this game. I'm with you, Wolchuk. We're going to split this straight in half. I think Mesquite Horn finally gets off the schneid, and I think they get their first win of the season after an 0-5 start.
I'm going to hate myself.
Rockwall's not the best team that Mesquite Horn has played this year.
No.
They're not scared by anybody at this point. And I know they lost to Mesquite last week, but I think they're angry after that loss. That might have been the first loss in a game where they were favored. And so I think they turn things around, and I think they put one on Rockwall tonight. And I expect Rockwall, kind of like you, Zach, to have a down game in this ball game. 2 more we got to get to really quickly before our first break. Weatherford at Haltom. Zach, we'll start with you.
Well, Haltom, one of the best stories of the year coming into this one, undefeated, absolutely phenomenal football team. I mean, Haltom is a team to watch out for right now in the 6A ranks. Now, coming into this one against a Weatherford team, I think they're far superior on the football field. I think when you look at their dual threat quarterback, Michael Black, he's thrown for almost 900 yards, 13 touchdowns. What I love most, he's taken control and care of that football. Only 1 interception, although Weatherford might be one of the best mascots in the state. They're the Kangaroos. I love that, the Weatherford Kangaroos. But the Kangaroos ain't getting a win today. Haltom all the way.
Look at the Buffalo Bills logo, too, there.
Over Texas, too.
Yeah,
it's a little different.
I dig that, yeah. But listen, man, Haltom, 55 points a game, 600 yards a game. That's just way too much offense for Weatherford to handle.
Yeah, Mike Black is the man. Haltom all the way.
Yeah, I'm going to take Haltom here too, but it was kind of reluctant. I don't know why. I just had a gut feeling for Weatherford. I just couldn't go through and say I'm going to take Weatherford here, but I am going to take Haltom. Final game, Whitesboro at Pilot Point. I'm really intrigued by this football game. I'm going to start off the predictions on this final one, and then we'll go to Hekma. I'm going to take Pilot Point at home.
Wow.
Just because I don't know.
They're a battle-tested football team.
They are. They've had a great schedule at the start of the season, and I think they're going to pull things out.
Yeah, I'm going Pilot Point also.
Attaboy.
Yeah,
That's what I like to see.
I've got to take Whitesboro. This is a rivalry game. These schools are separated by about 15 miles.
That's what makes it so fun to watch.
My boy Kevin Sparkman, I brought him up last week as a coworker of mine over at 105.3 The Fan. He's a Whitesboro alum. He'll be in attendance on the sideline of this game today, and he would absolutely lose my number, never talk to me again if I were to pick against his Whitesboro Bearcats. I got to go Whitesboro.
Yeah, Scout Sanders. Wow, what a quarterback. And
what a name, too, right?
Oh, yes. Incredible name. Yeah, we've had a long-running history of incredible names on this show. Scout Sanders is certainly one of them. And Whitesboro, 60 points last week. I think that offense is too much for Pilot Point.
Yeah, okay, so there you go. I took almost all home teams in this matchup. Did y'all have the same kind of...
I did that last week, and it failed me.
Yeah, it did fail you a little bit. You're still within striking distance, though. I think you had a lead up until last week, and then Hekma took a little bit of an advantage. But we've got a lot.
Martin.
Yeah, Arlington Martin let you down, man. They let you down. We've got a lot coming up here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars, Week 6 edition. We're going to talk about players to watch. We'll update you on games, give some analysis on those games as well. But we'll also talk to basically reporters throughout the entire area. Let's go through some of those reporters as we look at Guy Frazier. He was at Duncanville and Skyline. That's an outstanding matchup. Then we've got Adrian Jagish at Denton Guyer, Southlake Carroll. Jackson Donovan is at Fort Worth Christian and Parish Episcopal. We'll talk to him later. Ashley Pickle, our hardest working woman in sports, she is at Coppell and Hebron, which is also a game of the week there as well. Irving Nimitz and Flower Mound Marcus is being hit up by Derek Finch. So we've got reporters all over the area. We'll talk about those games. We'll preview some other games, and we've got highlights out the wazoo right now, coming in, flying in from all of these games. Here's the first one. We've got Southlake and T.J. McDaniel already putting the Dragons on the board. We'll let this go into the break here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars, but T.J. McDaniel gets things started for Southlake against Denton Guyer, and that's a Southlake Carroll team that is very, very intriguing and could be a state championship
I got
contender.
some fun nuggets on that one coming up here in this next segment when we talk about previewing that one, Southlake Carroll and Denton Guyer. T.J. McDaniel and Kadrick Cobbs, what an outstanding running back matchup there.
So let's go ahead and take that first break. We'll take a look at this T.J. McDaniel touchdown run from Southlake Carroll. Whataburger Friday Night Stars. We will continue here in just a moment.
That your father drank and your grandfather drank.
When I was your age, we worked for...
And your grandmother, she drank it too before she met him.
That was quite the catch, you know.
We know. This is the Pepsi that your Uncle Ted drank when rock sounded like this. And the one he drinks now that rock sounds like this. This is the Pepsi for American pastimes. Whether you're tailgating at a speedway or courtside watching your favorite player make a breakaway...
And he scored!
It even goes well with away games. This is the Pepsi that was made for your mom's famous 5-alarm chili. You know, the one she refuses to give the recipe to?
Never gonna happen.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. This is the Pepsi that makes you say, hee, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba, and baby. This is the Pepsi for those who are forever fun. This is the Pepsi for every generation.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. We make sure that our customers get their order hot and fresh.
I ordered the original Whataburger.
I got the number 2 Whataburger double, and I got bacon on it because everyone loves bacon.
We don't make it until you order it.
Their ingredients are so fresh, and you can taste it. Tomato, lettuce, and the onions all the time is fresh.
We cut our vegetables 3 times a day.
They gave me a hot and fresh burger the way I like it, so I'm happy.
Your hometown Whataburger, serving it hot and fresh all day, every day.
Tour the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco. VIP guided tours give Cowboys fans an inside look at the place where the Dallas Cowboys train and work. Fans have the opportunity to see the Cowboys' state-of-the-art war room, grand atrium, a display of all 5 Super Bowl trophies and rings, and more. Connect with the Cowboys in ways you never imagined. VIP guided tours are available daily. Get your tour tickets now at thestarinfrisco.com. That's thestarinfrisco.com.
It's true. Everything's better when the Cowboys win, especially Papa John's Pizza. New this season, every time the Cowboys win, you get 50% off regular menu price pizzas the next day at papajohns.com. That's half-price pizzas with promo code CowboysWin. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Dallas Cowboys. Limited time offer, not valid with any other coupons or discounts. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
Dr. Pepper is the one you crave. But how do you explain that craving?
Imagine a surging river of ice-cold Dr. Pepper, roaring with carbonated mists of desire. You're dangling above it, upside down, like a fishing lure in the wind. 23 flavors tickle your nose, but the river is too far away to taste. Dr. Pepper calls to you. You.
Now that is a Dr. Pepper craving. Dr. Pepper, the one you crave.
Located at Dallas Cowboys Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, Cowboys Fit offers a comprehensive gym experience with over 60,000 square feet of workout space, personal training, group fitness classes, a heated rooftop pool, and luxury amenities, including the same state-of-the-art equipment used in the Dallas Cowboys team facility. A dedicated recovery lounge featuring hydro massage and cryotherapy, a health and nutrition bar, and so much more. For more information or to join, visit cowboysfit.com.
You know those little pins you push in a map? The ones that show you all the places you've traveled to? Well, thanks to American Airlines, you're about to run out of pins. With the most destinations of any airline in the world, American brings you closer to your next trip, wherever it is on the map. So, get ready to explore some new points of interest. The most destinations of any airline in the world. That's American Airlines. Pins not included.
Hats, backpack shorts and sneakers, helmets, shoulder pads, knee pads, and cleats, Adidas and JanSport, Under Armour and Nike, hoodies, jerseys, leggings, and shoes.
Start your back-to-school season for less with our head-to-toe selection of sports essentials for under $30 and top brands and footwear under $60. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Ever wonder what it's like to play for the Dallas Cowboys?
We scratch, we claw, we fight.
To sit in the same locker room as your favorite Cowboys players. To run into the end zone.
Touchdown, Cowboys!
You could do all that and more when you tour AT&T Stadium. Play on the field. See the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders' locker room. And gain access to areas where fans are never allowed on game day. It's all possible with AT&T Stadium Tours. Presented by SeatGeek. Tours are available daily. Visit attstadium.com for details.
Hype as you can get for Euless Trinity. My goodness. That was a pep rally from this morning.
They do it right.
They do it right in
Oh,
Trinity.
my. If that doesn't get you excited for high school
I don't know
football,
what does.
then I don't know what does.
Now, what was
no
that?
idea.
What brass was that instrument?
That was the sousaphone in the middle.
sousaphone.
Yes.
I like the
sousaphone. It's
sousaphone.
basically a tuba is what a lot of people would call it, but it's technically called the sousaphone.
See, people have gotten this mixed because the Battle of the Bands has kind of become my bit, which
It
I
is.
totally love and appreciate.
Yeah.
But if you want to know anything about bands, Kyle Youmans is your guy. I don't know a darn
Sousaphone.
thing.
Yep. That's true.
Instrumentals,
You're getting all these
You
direct
enjoy the
messages
band
about
side
the
of
bands.
football more than
I
you
don't know
like
answers.
football, though. So,
Well, guys, I can tell you one thing.
dump
As
it
far
stuff
as,
on.
as far as pep rallies are concerned, Euless Trinity is winning the pep rallies.
Oh.
I'm telling you. And the last one, I
Could
think there
not
was
be more
one
right.
that went viral last week that
Yeah,
they had
last
was
week's.
completely awesome.
Yeah, it's definitely been a spectacle just to look at those pep rallies.
Definitely.
But let's look through some of these games here for week number 6. Some of the best games throughout the entire state are hosted right here in the DFW area. Guys, let's start things off with Birdville and Grapevine. Grapevine back at home, but not really back at home as they are at Coppell, Buddy Eccles Field. And this is a Grapevine team, or these are two undefeated teams, 4-0, Grapevine and Birdville. And looking at the stats just straight off of the graphic, is there any – there's not even really any kind of separation between these two teams statistically.
Yeah.
I don't think you could get as identical as you possibly could, even with like typing in the actual graphics. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, no, these are two of the most high-powered offenses in the area. 47 points for Grapevine, 45 for Birdville. Birdville looking to go 5-0 for their first time since 2012. So this is a massive game all around. Two undefeated teams. This is going to be a very, very high-scoring game. Grapevine's quarterback, man, Cade Rhodes. This dude ranks 3rd among 5A area quarterbacks in passing yards, over 1,000 already. 13 touchdown passes, 65% completion percentage. This dude slings it all over the place. And he gets a lot of people involved. 8 different players have scored touchdowns for this offense. Their main guy, David Clayton, already has 7 touchdowns. So he's an absolute baller. But then you look at Birdville on their offense, man. Their running back, Ladarius Mixon, 600 yards, 8 touchdowns already. Now, half of those yards and half of those touchdowns came in a game a few weeks ago against Weatherford. 300 yards rushing, 4 touchdowns in one game. What a baller. But that dude's a stud. And then at quarterback, Stone Earl. This dude's already over 600 yards passing.
Another awesome name.
11, Stone Earl. Well, he tosses the stone like a boss. 11 touchdowns already. And this is another game where turnovers are going to be key. Both of these teams are doing great in terms of that right now. Birdville's +7 on the season in turnovers. Grapevine +8. These teams have already forced over 10 turnovers in the first few games of the season. So, man, it's going to be wild. We remember seeing Grapevine against Northwest a few weeks ago. Their linebacker, Drisdale, had 3 touchdowns returned in that game for interceptions, things like that. So, but good defenses, too. Even though the offenses are what really make the headlines in this game, the defenses are good, too. You can see neither team allows more than 20 points in a game. I mean, these guys are a balanced team on both sides of the ball. I do think Grapevine wins this game, and that's just really because Cade Rhodes in that offense, it's too prolific. There's too many things to stop. Too many guys can score, and that dude's a stud.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an outstanding game, top to bottom, and you would expect some of these maybe some of the stats to kind of stick out a little bit, but like you said, it's as even as possible. Mallory Hartley is at this game, so we'll check in with her a little bit later, but a great game to look at.
One more thing on Birdville, though. They are undefeated, but the teams they've beaten have a combined record of 3-13. So it's not like they've had an overly tough schedule at this point. This is certainly going to be their toughest game. This will be Grapevine's toughest game as well, but Grapevine's had a couple of games. Yep. They've had a couple of, a little bit here and there, a little bit of competition, but man, this is due for a big
I think Mixon makes the difference in this game. I think he's very underrated in the city. No one's really talking about him. But this guy is a grinder. And that's the same for Grapevine. Like you said, Cade Rhodes, obviously everybody knows about him. Ball just fires off to this kid's hands. But the Birdville offensive line, guys, these guys are maulers, and I believe that's going to make the difference in this game. Ball control, and they have a pretty stout defense as well.
I think you'll see Grapevine make that mistake. You talked about, I thought that was a brilliant point, both teams really controlling the football and not turning the ball over. I think Birdville is just on a magical kind of season this year. Yeah. They will find a way to make one of those plays, and that'll win them the game.
Yeah, that could be really the deciding factor, as evenly as these two teams are matched up. We'll stick with the same district, Division I, 4-5A. Carrollton, Newman Smith, and Denton Ryan. Denton Ryan's coming off of 2 straight blowout wins. Last week against Denton, the week before against West Mesquite. Zach, do you see any kind of chance here for Newman Smith to pull off the upset on the road?
No, I think that this is a big one for Ryan, and this is their last home game. They're about to go play 4 straight on the road, which is pretty daunting task there for the Ryan Raiders, but I think they'll hold serve at home tonight against this Newman Smith team. Newman Smith has been outscored 128-14 in their last 3 games. They're averaging just 131 yards of total offense. They had just 108 last week against Colleyville Heritage. And I know Heritage has an okay defense, but their defense isn't as elite as the Denton Ryan Raiders are this year. It looks like Seth Hennigan is going to get the start tonight at quarterback in place of the injured Ian Hennigan. And Ryan's coming off. That was the thing we talked about the first few weeks. How would their offense do? Their offense struggled. It was the defense carrying the way. Well, Seth had a pretty good game last week, a couple of touchdown passes. They got the run game going on the road with Amani Bailey. And for Coach Hennigan, I think he knows they are just a better football team than Newman Smith. He's been preaching all week. We just need to practice well. We need to get better every day. Don't take anything for granted, because that's when bad things will happen. So they don't want to overlook this Newman Smith football team, but they should be able to take care of business at home tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to say definitely with that, Denton Ryan has been in some pretty tough games. This won't be one of them for them. They should definitely roll.
Guys, they're going for their 35th straight regular season victory.
Wow.
Jeez.
35 in a row. I mean, they've been absolutely dominant in the regular season, and they look to continue that streak.
They got the offense rolling last week, so let's hopefully they keep that going.
This is one of those games you really want to open up that offensive playbook if you're Denton Ryan. Really try to figure things out, get yourself going, because this is going to be a dominant victory.
Yeah, it definitely could be. And really with Denton Ryan and the way that quarterback situation has played out, it's very surprising. Both Hennigans seeing time there. Has that kind of settled down a little bit, Zach, on your end? Have you seen it, or is it still kind of a mix and match there?
I think that Ian's the guy, unless that Seth just goes ahead and balls out today and grabs that job by the horns, right? I think that Ian, they're saying that he's out with a shoulder, and that's the reason Seth's getting the start. So they've had a reason to kind of go with Seth for the time being. The question is, when Ian's back healthy, if this offense is rolling, do they go back to him, because he was really struggling?
But hey, but if they do get in trouble, you know what they will do.
Oh, we already know what's going to happen.
They will go to Mr. Everything. They will put Drew Sanders in the ball game, and they'll shut it down.
And come playoff time, I'm telling you that will be the case.
That's what I was going to ask. And when it comes to playoff time, don't we think that's the plan for them? I think
it definitely could be. And I would not be surprised to see Drew Sanders in that game.
The hesitancy is when you're playing a team like a Highland Park, right, who's got a really good offense, or whether it's Colleyville Heritage coming up here in a week or two in district play. You need Drew Sanders out there on the field for his linebacking ability. If you're playing him at quarterback, that's probably going to take away from his snaps on defense. And does that then have a ripple effect on that defense?
Coppell and Hebron, another great game going on. Hebron holding this one down from their home stadium. Coppell, on the other hand, coming off of a big win last week. You look at the records there, very close together. Again, another good game. This is one of our games of the week, and we've got Ashley Pickle out at the stadium, at Hawk Stadium. Pickle, this is a great game to look forward to. I know we're just as excited as you are about this one. Oh, maybe we don't have her. We'll have to go back to her here in just a little bit, and we'll talk to her.
Hey, guys, I'm going to tell you, this is a game that I am totally excited about. I mean,
Totally?
Totes excited about. These two teams haven't matched up in 2 years. In the time that they, in that 2 years, Hebron is kind of reloaded in a sense. Coppell has definitely owned the schedule, but Hebron has a team that comes into this matchup ready to go.
Yeah.
Carson Harris, quarterback for Hebron, has a complete weapon to throw to. Everybody knows his name. He's Mr. Everything. Oklahoma commit, Trajan Bridges. Man, this guy is a dog, okay? Can run every route on the field. But again, we know if the game is close, Caden Davis will kick it from 70 yards, right?
Oh, of course.
As his legend grows, right?
Star of the year.
Man.
Was it 70?
I thought it was like 107 now.
Yeah,
he kicked it from the parking lot.
It was the parking lot, yeah.
But either way, guys, this is one of those games where everybody in the city pretty much was saying that Coppell was going to win this game. Not so much, man, because I'm telling you, with some of the weapons that these guys in Hebron have, it's going to be a lot closer than you think. But let's get to it, man. When I say Ryan Hurt for the Cowboys, they're a guy who can grind out games as well. But the thing is, for Coppell, when they get down in games, they neglect the run and they start slinging it all over the place. If they do that, they may be in trouble if they try and get in a scoring match with Hebron.
I think that's the point right there. Coppell, if they get down multiple scores, will be in trouble. Their gel and reason for success is that big offensive line, running the football, and they should be able to handle that defensive front for Hebron. But with Hebron's explosiveness on the offensive side of the ball, if they can jump on them, and at home, very tough place to play. They've got a great home crowd.
And Chuck, the other thing, Chuck, is that Drew Coniglia has been up and down this season. I mean, even though he has a ton of yards, but the touchdown interception ratio is just not there for him.
Let's go ahead and try and reconnect here with Ashley Pickle. And
I love when we reconnect with Pickle.
It's great. Yeah. Ashley, first off, we've kind of talked about this game, but it's still one of the more exciting matchups, and I know we're definitely pumped about it.
Guys, you couldn't be more right. Huge district matchup here in Carrollton, Texas at Hawk Stadium between the Coppell Cowboys and the Hebron Hawks. Now, both of these teams have had an unbelievable season coming into this game 3-1 and 1-0 after last week's first round of district play. Now, taking a look at Hebron, two players that you definitely want to keep a look out for is junior quarterback Carson Harris, who will be looking downfield all night to team up with senior wide receiver Trajan Bridges. He had 104 yards receiving last week and 2 different touchdowns in a dominating 40-21 victory over Nimitz. Now, on the other side of that, Coppell coming in with one of the best defenses here in the state of Texas. That is led by senior free safety Jonathan McGill, who has just completely torn up the backfield and really has some good secondary guys around him, along with a very good defensive line. So should be a fantastic matchup tonight. Fans are starting to pile into the stands. I'm very excited for this matchup. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, we're right there with you, Pickle, as it is an exciting matchup overall and definitely a big one in District 6, 6A. Let's move on. A couple quick ones to run through. Denison at Lake Dallas, and this is another game of one high-powered offense in terms of Lake Dallas, and then Denison, who defensively has been stout this year, but really just trying to figure out exactly who these teams are. We haven't really put a whole lot of spotlight on either one of these teams, but they're still very good in their respective records so far.
Yeah, absolutely. 3-1, 3-2. Head coach Michael Young for Lake Dallas returned 15 of 22 starters. So he came into the season knowing, hey, I got an experienced bunch, and that's led by quarterback right there, Ryan Depperschmidt. Over 1,000 yards already, 9 touchdowns, only 1 interception, and 70% completion percentage. This Lake Dallas offense is for real. And Denison only gives up 188 yards per game, as you can see right there. So that's going to be a fun matchup to look at. But I think Depperschmidt and that Lake Dallas offense is going to bust this thing wide open. Denison offensively, I mean, they want to run the ball. Kyrion Rosser, 400 yards, 4 touchdowns, averaging almost 8 yards a carry right now. So, Lake Dallas defensively is going to have to deal with that a little bit, but I think the offense is too much, and I don't think Denison can throw the ball to keep up with them.
I told you, man, that for Lake Dallas, their defense is really good as well. Two brothers playing for them. I mentioned them as players of the week, Daryl and Kobe Minor. One's a linebacker, free safety. These guys bring the wood. I'm going with Lake Dallas in this. I think they're going to run it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. Denison needs to run the football if they want to have a chance, and I don't think they're going to be able to have too much success.
Yeah, looking on the other side in another big matchup, and we'll stick with 6A here, Denton Guyer and South Lake Carroll. Zach, what's going on with South Lake? Or actually, we'll start with Denton Guyer. What's going on with Denton Guyer? 2-2, is it still injuries kind of affecting the right now?
No. Den Guyer is finally back healthy. Last week they got Kadrick Cobbs, their #1 offensive player, to complement their sophomore quarterback, Eli Stowers. Now, what this allows is John Walsh to go back to his option read style of offense that he won state championships with Gerard Hurd and went on deep runs with Sean Robinson at quarterback. This is quite the rivalry now. Since 2010, this is when the team started to play. Guyer went to Dragon Stadium and knocked off the Dragons in that 2010 season. They snapped a long home winning streak for Carroll that was going on at the time. They're looking to become the first program in Texas State history to beat Carroll twice in Dragon Stadium if they can do so today. The question then becomes, can they stop TJ McDaniel? And that's the thing. Both these teams want to come out. They want to run the ball. You got Bowers and McDaniel. You got Stowers and Cobbs. That's the question. Finally, Guyer's starting to find that front seven. They're back healthy. They're playing better. But at home, I don't see South Lake Carroll losing this football game. It really all comes down to that Guyer front seven. If they can limit South Lake Carroll in the 3 wins that they've had out of the 5 against the Dragons, they've limited Carroll to 20 carries, just 58 yards. In the losses, 40 carries, 225 yards. So it's all about, if Carroll runs the football on Guyer, this one's a wrap. But if the Guyer Wildcats can come out and limit that run control, they've got a shot. Another big game in 6A, and this one features a team that is from out of the DFW area, but because of the realignment in the districts, it's Euless Trinity and San Angelo Central. Now, San Angelo Central has been a perennial playoff power. They've narrowly lost to teams like Allen in the postseason in recent years, but we've talked about Trinity being able to travel despite the long bus ride. Brandon Theus and that offensive rushing attack, it's 2 different styles. San Angelo Central wants to spread it out. They want to throw the football. They want to put up points. But Trinity's defense has been really, really good.
Bludgeon.
I think they're going to come in and impose their will on San Angelo Central.
And San Angelo's without their star quarterback, Maverick Mac LaVour.
Yes, absolutely.
Tore his ACL, so that's going to be huge for that offense who wants to throw it around.
Yeah, that's a matchup that I know we tried to send a reporter all the way out to San Angelo. Now that's a tough trek
It's tough,
to go all the way
tough
out
to
there.
find people willing to make that drive.
And you gotta look at Trinity, and maybe that affects them a little bit. I don't expect it to, especially as hype as they were in that pep rally that we looked at a little bit earlier. Now, here's a really intriguing matchup across the hall at the Ford Center. And before we take a live look at the Ford Center, I want to ask you guys a question. When you look at the matchup between Frisco Wakeland and Frisco Lone Star, what's the first thing that pops in your head?
Jerseys.
Well, they've got some great jerseys.
Defense, Lone Star's defense.
Boom. That's what I was looking for. Defense. Both defenses. Really.
Sure.
And if we, as we do take a live look into the Ford Center, 5:13 left in the second quarter, and well, that defense is holding up just as well as we thought.
These defenses are great, but I think both offenses are just allergic to the end zone right now. Lone Star can't find a way to move the football. They're not executing routine plays like just check downs out of the backfield to their running backs. And Wakeland, we know offensively they're going to struggle, but man, I'd like to see some points, Hekma.
I mean, I'm telling you, Wakeland has gotten off to a good start. I don't think that they're anemic when it comes down to scoring touchdowns at all. 34 points per game for these guys. The only problem is they've run into a complete buzzsaw with Lone Star. This is a defense that's not giving up nothing, and they will punish you. I mean, but the on the flip side of it, once they hand the ball over, their offense isn't able to capitalize on any of that. But the truth of the matter is, we know defenses win championships, and it'll happen tonight.
A lot of D1 talent on that field tonight.
Yes,
absolutely.
Absolutely.
It's a big game.
So. Yeah, and it's also the battle for the Whataburger. Cross town. Who's going to get to celebrate?
This is probably the most important game of the night.
If you needed extra motivation, that's going to give it to you right there.
But I tell you what, I'm looking for a junior quarterback, Quinn Larry, to get these guys started. He's had his moments where he's made some big plays, but relying on their running game is going to be where it's going to be. Quinn Mallory is a guy that can score the football, but he just hadn't done it. So we need him to.
Execution's been the issue.
Yes.
They just haven't executed.
Yeah, they definitely have. And if they're going to win the Wada Bowl, is what I've been told is the official term for this game.
I like
Wada
it.
Bowl.
The Wada Bowl.
And they've got some outstanding jerseys overall. Moving on, Irving Nimitz and a surprising Irving Nimitz team, 3-1 with some impressive wins. Well, they've got a tough test today against another 3-1 team, Flower Mound Marcus. Guys, what's going on with Marcus? They had that loss early in the season. They've kind of rebounded since then, though, right?
Yeah, absolutely. 2 3-1 teams. This is going to be a fun matchup. Irving Nimitz, as you said, I think everybody was thinking they'd probably be last in the district coming into the season. Now they're sitting here at 3-1 with a fun matchup tonight against Marcus. I do think Marcus is the better team. I think this is kind of a good test for both teams in that decent to good range. I don't think either one of them are great, but this is a good test for both teams that kind of look in the mirror and say, hey, I think we're just about roughly as good as this team right here, but I think Marcus is the better team. You look at their running back, Justin Dinka, 350 yards, 5 yards a carry, 6 touchdowns already. But the matchup to watch is Irving Nimitz's running back, Christian Elms. He's only a junior. 896 yards, 8 touchdowns already this year, 10 yards a carry. But the matchup is with Flower Mound's linebackers. Marcus, we've already talked about Marcus's linebackers, specifically Marcel Brooks. He was my player to watch a few weeks ago. The dude's a stud, going to be playing at LSU. He's an SEC kid. They even put him at receiver from time to time, but he's a stud at linebacker, 6'3", 210, 4.4 speed, but he's got a partner at that linebacker spot, Ethan Barr. My sources tell me no relation to Anthony Barr, linebacker of the Vikings, but he does.
Distant cousin.
But he is just as much of a stud there, 6'2", 210, not quite as fast as Brooks, but these are 2 stud linebackers that I think are going to control the game and that rushing offense for Irving Nimitz, what they depend so much on. And Christian Elms, he's a heck of a player, only a junior, but I think these linebackers are going to stuff that tonight.
I'm telling you, this kid, Marcel Brooks, I've seen him physically. This guy looks like he's chiseled out of granite.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, Marcus's defense is the real deal. They also have John Brand, who's a really good defensive lineman. So I think they should be able to slow down that rushing attack, and that would be the key to success for them. But this Irving Nimitz team, people don't want to take them legitimately, like they're for real. Dude, they're playing some good football this year. Don't sleep on Nimitz. This is a big-time game in terms of how the seeding will come in district playoffs.
All right, rapid fire on these last 10 games we've got to get to. Keller Timber Creek, who you got on that one? As that's a big one at Keller ISD Complex today.
Yeah, Keller's looking to rebound. I mean, they lost the game to Southlake. Definitely a good team. You look at Enoch Njobo. Is that my guy? That's your guy. That's your guy. I want to make sure I gave physical kid, grinding out good yardage. I mean, even though Keller has had, Timber Creek, has had some tough games, but it does get tougher for them tonight. I mean, Keller is just a strong team. I think Keller will run it.
What about Louisville and Irving MacArthur? That's another one that's we'll talk to. I believe it's Lane Lewis later that we're going to talk to, Zach, about this one.
Nick's out, so Lane's
Nick is
out.
Wow.
Nick has a prior engagement. Yeah, so we got Lane Lewis on the call there.
Nice, that's exciting.
We'll talk to him a little bit later. But this is another intriguing matchup and another district matchup between two teams that really need a district win.
Yeah, I think this is kind of a coin flip game, both 2-2, and Irving MacArthur gave Coppell everything they had last week. The problem was Coppell just ran all over them. Now, fortunately, Louisville is not going to be as much of a daunting task rushing the ball, but they do still want to run the ball. So Irving MacArthur is going to have to come out, stop the run. I think they do at home. I'll take Irving MacArthur.
Zach, let's shine a little bit of light on the smaller schools.
Let's do it. 4A football.
4A football. How about Paris and Anna?
Yeah, Paris 3-1, Anna 4-1. Anna's riding a 4-game win streak after they lost week one to those Whitesboro Bearcats that I picked to win tonight.
Me too.
But Paris is coming off a win over Melissa, and they've been awarded several votes in the 4A AP poll. So this is a game that's going to go a long way into deciding who is the elite and the creme de la creme in the 4A rankings. I think it's two evenly matched teams. It's a coin flip kind of game. Might favor Anna a little bit. I think they've won their last 3 games by 10 points or less. So if the game is close, I think Anna can fall back on knowing, hey, we've been here before. We've won games like this. They'll be able to pull it out. But huge district implications in this one.
Yeah, definitely. So looking on out in McKinney North welcoming in Texarkana, Texas High. This might be one of my favorite matchups of the night, and it's mostly because McKinney North puts up some points, but you also look at the lack of defense for Texas High. If McKinney can maybe have some pretty good output here, then they should have their way with the Tigers tonight, right, Hekma?
Hey, Kyle, like you said, Cam Constantine for McKinney North. This guy is Mr. Everything for him. 536 yards passing, 396 yards on the ground. Running back Hunter Che and Manny Fincher. These guys combined for about 300-400 yards for McKinney North. I told you before the show, I had to go on YouTube to find a little bit of information on this Texarkana team. They have a great quarterback, Colton Clark. This kid's 6'3", 220 pounds, big kid. Yeah. Great uniforms, by the way.
They do.
But the thing about the Texans, man, they give up too many yards on defense.
Yeah, they really do, and that's the biggest thing that North is going to have to take advantage of. We previewed this game and predicted this game earlier. Aledo at Midlothian. Is there any chance for Midlothian in this game, guys?
No, they're not. In fact, I think we should just move right on over to the Samples Bowl with Duncanville and Skyline.
Let's do it.
Well, let's go ahead and go to that one. This is another great game that we're going to talk to Guy Frazier about later on. But how is there anybody that can stop Duncanville? Are they one of the best teams, not only in the state, but are the best team to try and knock off Allen later in the year?
I tell you what, man, my guy, Jaquindon Jackson from Duncanville is Mr. Everything as well. This guy reminds me a lot of Cam Newton. Just body style, running ability, the way that he throws the ball. I mean, he has a lot of spin on that ball. The thing about the Duncanville Panthers is just their defense. Yeah. These guys are guys, if you want to see a treat, just put on the film and watch the Duncanville Panthers. These guys are all over the place. You talk, not one guy is loafing to the ball. The complete defense gets to the ball every snap from first quarter all the way to fourth quarter, and you just don't see this in high school teams anymore. They remind me a lot of the Carter Cowboy defense.
Snap.
Hey, that's high praise, right?
Big time.
That's high praise. But I'm telling you, you took my thunder right there, Kyle, because I think I have found the answer to the problem on 75 North.
Tell me about it.
This Panther defense, when they see Allen, that is the one. Because my guy, Beeson, the Illinois commit, he is going to be a difference maker. He may be the only kid in the whole city that can stop Weiss.
Wow.
I love that.
And they run for 300 yards a game.
Hello.
And I know you love that. Defensive running the football,
quarterbacks. These quarterbacks are two dual threat guys. They're going to go out there and set the world on fire. I'll have more on Velton Garner coming up later, but Jaquindon Jackson for Duncanville, two quarterbacks that are going to go ahead and make some plays. Exciting football game.
Well, if you're going to slow down a team that is like Allen, and I'm going to give all this credit to Hekma in this because now I've got the wheels turning a little bit. If you're going to slow down a team like Allen that puts up points in a hurry, get up to the line quick, and run that high-powered offense, you got to run the ball and you got to play defense. And I think that matches up very well for Duncanville against Allen. I hope, man, that would be an unbelievable matchup.
We got to pray for that matchup.
Hopefully that matchup comes in playoffs. But that's going to do it for our preview of all of these games. We'll give score updates throughout the night. We've got a couple more hours here left on Whataburger Friday Night Stars. When we come back, we're going to talk about last night's final scores. The Thursday finals are about 5 great games and a little bit more that we've got to get to here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars. We're going to be back from the Star in Frisco here in just a little bit after the break.
Father drank.
When I was your age, we worked for
And your grandmother, she drank it too before she met him.
That was quite the catch, you know.
We know. This is the Pepsi that your Uncle Ted drank when rock sounded like this. And the one he drinks now that rock sounds like this. This is the Pepsi for American pastimes. Whether you're tailgating at a speedway or courtside watching your favorite player make a breakaway.
and he scores!
It even goes well with away games. This is the Pepsi that was made for your mom's famous 5-alarm chili. You know, the one she refuses to give the recipe to?
Never gonna happen.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. This is the Pepsi that makes you say, hee, ba 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 ba, and baby. This is the Pepsi for those who are forever fun. This is the Pepsi for every generation.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. We make sure that our customers get their order hot and fresh.
I ordered the original Whataburger.
I got the #2 Whataburger double, and I got bacon on it because everyone loves bacon.
We don't make it until you order it.
Their ingredients are so fresh, and you can taste it. Tomato, lettuce, and the onions all the time is fresh.
We cut our vegetables 3 times a day.
They gave me a hot and fresh burger the way I like it, so I'm happy.
Your hometown Whataburger. Serving it hot and fresh all day, every day.
Tour the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco. VIP guided tours give Cowboys fans an inside look at the place where the Dallas Cowboys train and work. Fans have the opportunity to see the Cowboys' state-of-the-art war room, grand atrium, a display of all 5 Super Bowl trophies and rings, and more. Connect with the Cowboys in ways you never imagined. VIP guided tours are available daily. Get your tour tickets now at thestarinfrisco.com. That's thestarinfrisco.com.
It's true. Everything's better when the Cowboys win, especially Papa John's Pizza. New this season, every time the Cowboys win, you get 50% off regular menu price pizzas the next day at papajohns.com. That's half-price pizzas with promo code CowboysWin. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Dallas Cowboys. Limited time offer, not valid with any other coupons or discounts. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
Dr. Pepper is the one you crave. But how do you explain that craving?
Imagine a surging river of ice-cold Dr. Pepper, roaring with carbonated mists of desire. You're dangling above it, upside down, like a fishing lure in the wind. 23 flavors tickle your nose, but the river is too far away to taste. Dr. Pepper calls to you. You.
Now that is a Dr. Pepper craving. Dr. Pepper, the one you crave.
Located at Dallas Cowboys Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, Cowboys Fit offers a comprehensive gym experience with over 60,000 square feet of workout space, personal training, group fitness classes, a heated rooftop pool, and luxury amenities, including the same state-of-the-art equipment used in the Dallas Cowboys team facility. A dedicated recovery lounge featuring hydro massage and cryotherapy, a health and nutrition bar, and so much more. For more information or to join, visit cowboysfit.com.
You know those little pins you push in a map? The ones that show you all the places you've traveled to? Well, thanks to American Airlines, you're about to run out of pins. With the most destinations of any airline in the world, American brings you closer to your next trip, wherever it is on the map. So, get ready to explore some new points of interest. The most destinations of any airline in the world. That's American Airlines. Pins not included.
Hats, backpack shorts and sneakers. Helmets, shoulder pads, knee pads, and cleats. Adidas and JanSport, Under Armour and Nike. Hoodies, jerseys, leggings, and shoes.
Start your back-to-school season for less with our head-to-toe selection of sports essentials for under $30 and top brands and footwear under $60. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Ever wonder what it's like to play for the Dallas Cowboys?
We scratch, we claw, we fight.
To sit in the same locker room as your favorite Cowboys players. To run into the end zone.
Touchdown, Cowboys!
You could do all that and more when you tour AT&T Stadium. Play on the field, see the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders' locker room, and gain access to areas where fans are never allowed on game day. It's all possible with AT&T Stadium Tours, presented by SeatGeek. Tours are available daily. Visit attstadium.com for details.
Whataburger Friday Night Stars back here from the Star in Frisco, Texas, presented by Game On Sports. Kyle Youmans alongside Hekma Harrison, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiofalo. So we run through some of the Thursday scores in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Let's start things off with the game that was here at the Ford Center last night. Frisco Reedy, a team that's really kind of bursted onto the scene, with a lack of a better term, and they did so again, and they showed why last night against one of our show favorite Frisco Memorial Warriors. The Warriors getting their first win of their program's history last week. Safe to say that didn't happen here in Week 6.
I mean, they were just playing against one of the state's best,
yes,
right? And that's what's going to happen. We were really hoping for Memorial. Great moment last week.
Yes.
Feel-good story.
Definitely so.
Unbelievable moment on the show, but talent-wise, they're just not quite there. This is a Reedy bunch.
30 yards rushing.
Yeah, Reedy's
How
just
does that even happen?
really good, man.
Shut down.
They're really good.
Yeah, definitely so. 42-6, the final score there. Keller, Fossil Ridge, and Northwest Eaton. And guys, this was a football game from the very get-go. Back and forth it went, and Eaton pulls it out, all thanks to the Eaton kicker. Am I right?
You are correct, sir. Mr. Dakota Lamb, he had 3 field goals in the game, but with 2 minutes and 45 seconds left in it, he hit the 38-yarder that ended up being the game winner. So great win for Eaton, especially after a loss to Timber Creek last week. We were kind of like shaking our heads a little bit. They couldn't get anything going on offensively. Well, they did a little bit last night. Running back Dawson Pell, 2 touchdowns, 165 yards for Eaton. And it was really just a story of turnovers and sloppy play, especially on special teams for Fossil Ridge. They had a muffed punt, a muffed kickoff return. They had a punt get blocked, and they threw 2 interceptions. That's a tough way to win.
Yeah.
They still kept it close, but you can't play that poorly and win the game. So credit to Eaton for capitalizing on all those Fossil Ridge mistakes.
Yeah, and that's huge, especially in district play. You've got to take advantage of the turnovers, and Eaton barely squeaked one out in a good football game last night. Richardson, Pierce, and Richardson, and I thought Richardson had a shot in this game. Well, I was mistaken.
Yeah, you thought wrong on that one. Because, look, let me tell you guys, only one thing you need to know about this game is Daquan Landon. The kid had 148 yards, 3 touchdowns in the first half. They had to get his kid an IV at halftime and just give him the rest of the night off. It was over. J.J. Pierce was all over, man. Just not even a game. 63-24 final in that one.
Ran all over him. My gosh.
Yeah, they did. And, Richardson wanted to try and throw the football and just turn the ball over too much. Rivalry game, J.J. Pierce, just the better team.
Yeah, this time they definitely were. How about Mesquite Poteet this season? We've talked a lot about really the Poteet Pirates in a surprising season. Maybe for some, maybe not for us, because we really thought Seth McGowan was going to be one of those top players in the state. And he showed again why yesterday, putting up some big-time numbers, 91 yards and 2 touchdowns for McGowan, and another big win here for Poteet.
Yeah, 127 total yards for Seth McGowan. It was the district opener for Poteet, so they came into district play. They took care of business, 4-1 on the season, and it really is just all about Seth McGowan. I mean, he is the bell cow. Poteet led throughout the game, and Sherman came out, Nice drive, got in field goal range, then Poteet blocks the field goal, returns it 73 yards for the touchdown by Ethan Davila, and that's really all she wrote for Poteet the rest of the way. Dalton Dale, very steady, pedestrian-like numbers, didn't turn the football over, did what he had to do. For Sherman, I think the best thing they did was control Cam Lampkin, the outstanding athlete, that all-around do-it-all player for that Poteet offense. He was very limited, just 28 total yards, but Sherman just unable to really get it going after the blocked field goal, and Poteet ran away with it.
Yeah, last night we had Guy Frazier on the scene, and Guy had a chance to catch up with one of the best players on that Poteet defense, Brashard Gillespie, the outside linebacker, had 13 tackles last night. Let's hear from Gillespie himself.
Frazier with Friday Night Stars here with senior linebacker from Mesquite Poteet, Brashard Gillespie. Brashard, y'all went up 13 points tonight, 7 points for most of the game except the cheap touchdown there at the end. Talk about your defensive units, performance tonight as a whole.
Well, all we practice on, keeping that big quarterback contained. They got a pretty good offense. They came off a big win last week. And, last week we had a bye week, so we have to keep coming with the energy we had 2 weeks ago.
So you're coming off a bye week, first district game. Were y'all excited for it? What was the team's, mental place, atmosphere before the game?
We was all focused. We had a lot of energy because we haven't played in a week. Everybody came out with a lot of intensity. We picked it up second half.
For the better part of the last decade, Mesquite Poteet has really been a powerhouse here at the 5A level. Talk a little bit about what it's like to be a Poteet Pirate and to be a part of this football program.
It's great. The coaches are great. Everybody has a good bond with each other. It's just fun to be around everybody at Poteet.
Brashard, you picked Tulsa as of now to be your next home for the next 4 years. Why did you pick the Golden Hurricanes, and what are you looking forward to as you go up to Oklahoma next year?
Because of education. They have a great education. They're a private school. Not many people go there. And the coaches, we have a great bond with each other.
Brashard, awesome. Brashard, congratulations on the win, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
A little bit of insight to Brashard Gillespie after a great game last night against Sherman, and definitely getting the job done, and of course going to Tulsa for his...
believe it or not, guys, I used to have my hair just like that.
I don't believe you.
You are kidding.
Don't even believe you.
I can see
believe it or not,
Never.
guys, I used to have the little Gumby. We used to got a Gumby back in my day.
It's the second time.
No,
we've
he's
talked
looking
about
good,
this.
and he's very excited. That is a Poteet defense. I mean, they've got a history of playing good D and a history of good linebackers. Malik Jefferson, recent graduate of that school. So
That's a good point.
Poteet, they're getting hot at the right time.
Definitely. So South Garland not getting hot last night as Rowlett gets the job done 42-20 in our final Thursday highlighted game. Another good win for an undefeated Rowlett team last night. Look at the stats there again. 222 yards passing compared to 23 for South Garland. What's going on with South Garland right now?
Yeah, South Garland is a team that's definitely underwhelming people this season. Not the team that they used to be in history's past, but also, I mean, we always think back to that Rowlett Rockwall game that wasn't. I think
That's
a
true.
lot would have been
know.
decided in
Definitely.
that game, and you would have saw how serious the Rowlett Eagles are.
Especially with those quarterbacks. We've talked a lot about Jacob Clark, but Chase Tupal on this one for Rowlett. 5 touchdown passes, an unbelievable game through the air to really cruise Rowlett past South Garland in this one.
Yeah, another big win for Rowlett, and the Eagles continue to roll. Well, we're going to continue to roll into hour number 2 here from the Star in Frisco. Whataburger Friday Night Stars presented by Game On Sports. When we come back, we'll give our players to watch here for Week 6, and we'll give you the 6A scoring update along with 5A and 4A to follow. We'll also look into a little bit of a statue unveiling that we had in week number 5 of the college football season that may have included one of our very own here in the studio. But Whataburger Friday Night Stars, we will continue after the break.
You know those little pins you push in a map? The ones that show you all the places you've traveled to? Well, thanks to American Airlines, you're about to run out of pins. With the most destinations of any airline in the world, American brings you closer to your next trip, wherever it is on the map. So, get ready to explore some new points of interest. The most destinations of any airline in the world. That's American Airlines. Pins not included.
Hats, backpack shorts and sneakers. Helmets, shoulder pads, knee pads, and cleats. Adidas and JanSport, Under Armour and Nike, hoodies, jerseys, leggings, and shoes.
Start your back-to-school season for less with our head-to-toe selection of sports essentials for under $30 and top brands and footwear under $60. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Ever wonder what it's like to play for the Dallas Cowboys?
We scratch, we claw, we fight.
To sit in the same locker room as your favorite Cowboys players. To run into the end zone.
Touchdown, Cowboys!
You can do all that and more when you tour AT&T Stadium. Play on the field, see the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders' locker room, and gain access to areas where fans are never allowed on game day. It's all possible with AT&T Stadium Tours, presented by SeatGeek. Tours are available daily. Visit attstadium.com for details.
It's true. Everything's better when the Cowboys win, especially Papa John's Pizza. New this season, every time the Cowboys win, you get 50% off regular menu price pizzas the next day at papajohns.com. That's half-price pizzas with promo code CowboysWin. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Dallas Cowboys. Limited time offer, not valid with any other coupons or discounts. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
This is the Pepsi that your father drank and your grandfather drank.
When I was your age, we worked for.
And your grandmother, she drank it too before she met him.
That was quite the catch, you know.
We know. This is the Pepsi that your Uncle Ted drank when rock sounded like this. And the one he drinks now that rock sounds like this. This is the Pepsi for American pastimes. Whether you're tailgating at a speedway or courtside watching your favorite player make a breakaway.
And he scores!
It even goes well with away games. This is the Pepsi that was made for your mom's famous 5-alarm chili. You know, the one she refuses to give the recipe to?
Never gonna happen.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. This is the Pepsi that makes you say, hee, ba, 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 and baby. This is the Pepsi for those who are forever fun. This is the Pepsi for every generation.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. We make sure that our customers get their order hot and fresh.
I ordered the original Whataburger.
I got the #2 Whataburger double, and I got bacon on it because everyone loves bacon.
We don't make it until you order it.
Their ingredients are so fresh, and you can taste it. Tomato, lettuce, and the onions all the time is fresh.
We cut our vegetables 3 times a day.
They gave me a hot and fresh burger the way I like it, so I'm happy.
Your hometown Whataburger. Serving it hot and fresh all day, every day.
Dr. Pepper is the one you crave. But how do you explain that craving?
Imagine a surging river of ice-cold Dr. Pepper, roaring with carbonated mists of desire. You're dangling above it, upside down, like a fishing lure in the wind. 23 flavors tickle your nose, but the river is too far away to taste. Dr. Pepper calls to you. You.
Now that is a Dr. Pepper craving. Dr. Pepper, the one you crave.
Tour the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco. VIP guided tours give Cowboys fans an inside look at the place where the Dallas Cowboys train and work. Fans have the opportunity to see the Cowboys' state-of-the-art war room, grand atrium, a display of all 5 Super Bowl trophies and rings, and more. Connect with the Cowboys in ways you never imagined. VIP guided tours are available daily. Get your tour tickets now at thestarinfrisco.com. That's thestarinfrisco.com.
Located at Dallas Cowboys Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, Cowboys Fit offers a comprehensive gym experience with over 60,000 square feet of workout space, personal training, group fitness classes, a heated rooftop pool, and luxury amenities, including the same state-of-the-art equipment used in the Dallas Cowboys team facility. A dedicated recovery lounge featuring hydro massage and cryotherapy, a health and nutrition bar, and so much more. For more information or to join, visit cowboysfit.com.
Back here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars. Live from the Star as we take on week number 6 and hour number 2. Here from the beautiful Dallas Cowboys Headquarters. We're Game On Sports and Whataburger Friday Night Stars, bringing you the best Texas high school football coverage in the entire Dallas-Fort Worth area. Guys, let's get to some of these scores because we're starting to get some of those 7 o'clock games in the halftime. Those 7:30 kickoffs are getting into their second quarters, and we've got a lot to get to. We'll start things off with the big boys at the 6A level. And, Zach, I know you're usually the one that goes through the 6A level. Let's look at some of these scores that are going on right now.
All right, so we're just going to go scores, and then we can get more in-depth a little bit later on. But Coppell is up at halftime, 13-7 on Hebron. Denton Geyer and South Lake Carroll in a dogfight, 13-all with Geyer and Carroll. That one is going to come down to the wire. Can't wait to see some more from that football game. Flower Mound up 35-0 with 4:22 left to go in the second quarter up on Irving. Irving Nimitz, 14-7. They do lead right now the Marauders as that one's getting close. But we look ahead, we got Keller, Timber Creek, and Keller 21-14 in the second quarter. Keller with the lead. Saxey's all over Garland, 42-0. I mean, that one at halftime, they might as well just go ahead and forfeit that second half. North Crowley and Arlington Martin. Arlington Martin finally come out, and they're playing some football, 12-0. They're up on North Crowley. Haltom, 21-0. I thought Haltom would come out and beat up on Weatherford. They're doing that. And look at that, Hekma. Mesquite, Horn, and Mesquite.
It looks like they burned their history books.
Horns up 14-7 in that one. Duncanville and Skyline. That's another one with Duncanville up in this one, 14-6. So that's a quick little rundown on 6A, but we got some really, really good games going right now.
Yeah, definitely so. And can we just talk a little bit about the Mesquite Skeeters score right now? Mesquite 4, Rockwall Heath 0.
Yeah.
Two
safeties to start the football
game. I don't know that we can. I've never seen that before.
I've never seen a
4-0 start to a game because of back-to-back
That
safeties.
is unbelievable.
I've never seen it.
I don't know if I've ever seen the score for whoever's doing the little pyramid or whatever it is, the cube sport or Super Bowl. What is that called? The Super Bowl squares where you pick the score and they have four there. Nobody had 4 and 0 for Rockwall Heath to start the second quarter. But my goodness, that's pretty impressive. Mesquite over Rockwall Heath. -7 yards right now for the Hawks of Rockwall Heath. I mean, that's usually how you get to safeties.
There you go.
You go backwards. So, yeah, we can talk about some of those games as well. Let's go to 5A and the scoring update there really, really quickly. Eric, just kind of run through some of those 5A scores for us.
Denton Ryan is putting it on Carrollton Newman Smith, 49-0. Lake Dallas up 21-14 on Denison. Denison hanging in there. Denton and Carrollton R.L. Turner. Denton's up 27-0. Frisco's up 27-13 on Princeton. Frisco Wakeland and Frisco Lone Star right here at the Ford Center. It's at half right now. Lone Star's up 7-0. Defense as we expected. Frisco Centennial and Little Elm. Centennial's up 17-3. Texarkana, Texas, and McKinney North is a 19-17 game. McKinney North with the lead there. The Colony's up 28-7 on Frisco Liberty. South Oak Cliff and Adamson. South Oak Cliff's up 14-0 right now. So I know we're a bunch of sock guys over here. Wolchuk and Hekma, correct?
Yep.
So that's good stuff going. And then Corsicana is up 14-0 on Terrell and Birdville Grapevine. That is a 10-7 game right now. Really early in the second quarter. So we figured that was going to be kind of a barn burner. 10-7 Birdville with a 3-point lead. That's fun stuff. And then Red Oak and Thomas Jefferson. Red Oak's up 17-0.
Wow.
So, one score that we overlooked in 6A. Euless Trinity on the road at San Angelo Central.
Give it to us.
35-14 in the second quarter. Trinity
putting up 35 points.
The word I used was bludgeon.
And I think you're 100% right on the bludgeoning. San Angelo, the poor Bobcats are taking it right now. They're getting bludgeoned.
Hey, man, San Angelo, what they do is they come out with that 11 personnel. They try and spread it out. But against a team like Euless Trinity, you can't do it.
And without your starting quarterback, not going to happen.
Yeah, that definitely hurts.
Yeah, that doesn't really help out at all. Before we get into some of the 4A and other scoring updates from around the area, let's go to players to watch. We love this segment every single week. We pick out a guy who either is under the radar or is already on the radar in terms of colleges. And we go through and look at these. It's our Whataburger Friday Night Stars players to watch. And Wolchuk, we're going to give you the honor of starting things off this week.
All right.
Well, you get to go first.
I've got my guy. It is a Skyline player, part of this great game against Duncanville. Velton Gardner.
Say his name.
Already established. He's got one of the best names in the DFW area, Velton Gardner, and mine.
No kin of Fred, right?
Don't think so.
Okay.
But Fred, we might need to double check on
Well,
that. Get a
it's
DNA test done.
Gardner, and Fred is
It's just Garner.
Garner.
That's
Okay,
true.
my
There's
bad,
no
Fred.
Fred, you're off the hook there, brother.
There
No
goes.
need to worry. No need to worry. But this guy, look, for Skyline, if they're going to have any hope against Duncanville, Velton is going to have to come to play in this one. And Hekma, another reason you're going to like this kid, guess where he's going to play his college football.
KSU.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Kansas State.
It's kind of creepy. Kind of freaks me out a little
Debbie
bit.
Downer, Kyle, you're no longer part of this conversation.
Okay.
This
That's
kid,
fair.
the first thing I had written down for him while watching him on tape, sweet feet.
Yeah.
He is just an absolute menace with the football in his hands. Now, he needs to improve as a passer, no doubt about that, and he really doesn't throw a ton. I mean, what they do is a lot of moving pockets, and he's looking if his first read's not there, maybe if his second read's not there, but usually if the first read's not there, I'm taking off, I'm making something happen with my legs. That's what Velton does. So as a passer, I think he's improving, but what makes him so special is his running ability, and he's kind of got a sixth sense being able to feel pressure coming, not only just in the pocket, but in the open field. He does a great job of feeling, I've got a guy coming from my backside, I'm going to set him up, being able to avoid tacklers and contact. He's beautiful in the open field. When I was watching him play, he reminds me a little bit of Tommy Armstrong Jr. from Cibolo Steel.
Yeah.
Went on to play at Nebraska, broke some records there at Nebraska.
Tommy Armstrong.
He's not nearly as polished a passer as Tommy Armstrong was. If you watch Tommy Armstrong with Cibolo Steel when they were winning state championships, you looked at him and said, this guy's a quarterback. I don't know about Velton Gardner. I think if he puts in the work, he could be. And at K-State, they like to run a lot with their quarterbacks, but he's a guy, you know he's going to be a special teams player, kicking punt returns, but where does he play position-wise? Do they move him to receiver with that 4.5 speed that can burn, or does he maybe even move to defensive back at the next level?
Yeah, Velton Gardner, I love him as well. You say sweet feet. I call him cat quick.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy is in and out of breaks, and that pressure you're talking about that he's feeling, as soon as the play breaks down, he gone. I mean, he's not taking any time. He's not waiting. He's not trying to read anything. But he's fantastic as an athlete. And I thought the same thing. Maybe this kid would get to the next level and happen to be transitioning to a wide receiver or running back or something like that. I believe with this new read option, offense is perfect for him. And once he understands it, and again, all he's going to be throwing is bubble screens, intermediate routes, short routes, stuff like that. And I think that's his forte. I think he'll be able to, that'll be a part of his arsenal.
I'm all in on him being a starting quarterback in college and also being their return guy.
Yes.
How awesome would that be?
Yeah, we haven't
never
seen it.
That would be incredible. I mean, I feel like if anybody could do it right now, Kyler Murray at Oklahoma. I know Wolchuk loves that guy. He would be an awesome option to do that. But Velton Gardner, can you imagine Kansas State rolls out their starting quarterback and then they also put him out at punt return kick?
Not gonna
That would
happen.
be pretty awesome.
No, obviously it's not gonna happen, but it'd be incredible.
That would be pretty awesome. And Chiofalo, while we're on the topic there, I have a feeling you're going to want to brag about your player.
Oh, I like that. Ooh. Yes, Branson Bragg. What another?
Boom. You see what I did there?
Studly name.
Studly name. We get it, Kyle. We get it.
Good.
Great joke, Kyle.
Brag about Branson Bragg.
This dude. He's worth bragging
pick
about.
The lineman, man.
I did. It's our first offensive lineman player to watch. I feel like
that's actually awesome.
Yeah, I figured if anybody was going to love it, it'd be Hekma. Honestly, I'm surprised none of us have done this yet. Get one of the big uglies up front. This dude, though he's not ugly, he's actually a strapping young man. 6'4", 310 pounds. He's every bit the part. He's a 4-star guy out of Crandall High School, and he's going to Stanford. You know what that means. He's smart, and that is a power-running team. Your center's going to be an absolute bulldozer, and that's what this guy is. He is exactly what you want from the center position. He's big, as I said, 6'4", 310, strong as an ox, can really anchor down the center position of your offensive line. Obviously a cerebral player, and and that's what you need. At the center position, what do they always talk about? You got to be the smartest guy on the offensive line. You're making the calls, you're making the checks. He's obviously smart enough to do that. And even as a sophomore, you watch this guy play from even his sophomore year, and he was absolutely dominating, bullying these varsity defensive linemen, and it's only gotten better for him as he's gotten bigger and stronger. But the dude is strong as an ox. He's good in the pass protection, but it's really the run game. He gets on linebackers very, very well, and as soon as he gets his hands on you, you are done. I've seen him just take linebackers 15 yards downfield. You can tell he loves it. He's got that nasty energy, which is exactly what you want from a lineman. This dude's a player. This dude's a player. Yeah, nasty energy is the best energy for a center. So this dude, Branson Bragg, absolute stud, number 3 center in the country, top 20 player in the state. The dude's a player.
And I'll tell you what, there are 32 NFL teams probably waiting on him to graduate from college.
Absolutely.
Because that's what everybody wants.
They've just been funneling, right? Stanford, Iowa, they just produce offensive linemen and tight ends.
Yeah, definitely. So now, Hekma, I know you've been waiting. You've been itching.
I have.
To get your player of the week, player
Look,
to
guys,
watch out of there.
Let me tell you, I talked with Coach Jason Todd from South Oak Cliff for about an hour this week about his guy, Stephen Parker, 6'4", 220 pounds. Let me tell you guys.
Grayson Murphy.
That's okay. That's the wrong guy, but that's Stephen Parker. Stephen Parker is my guy, 6'4", 220 pounds. Kid that came in, and Coach Todd was telling me that he was a troubled kid. When he got to South Oak Cliff. Transferred from a guy that his family moved from Lubbock to Grand Prairie. Tried to play there, just kind of gave up on the kid because of an attitude problem. Got to South Oak Cliff. They built a community around this guy with the teachers, and he was more proud about the fact that this kid is a qualifier because we had problems in the classrooms, but really this kid, Parker, worked his tail off in his books, passed those STAR tests, those mandatory tests that these kids have to pass now to move to the next grade. But guys, when you talk about a kid, athletic ability, he is a complete beast on the field. Like you said, nasty energy. He wants to hit people. He's not trying to avoid contact.
As a linebacker, you
God.
have to have that want to.
Hey, man, when you watch the game against Red Oak, South Oak Cliff, Red Oak, this kid was completely just ripping kids up, making tackles on each end, each hash mark to hash mark. And this is your DN defensive lineman that's doing this. So he's putting his hand in the ground. He's standing up. He's Mr. Everything, a kid that is committed to Texas Tech. And at this point, I don't see him decommitting because he has made that commitment, and Texas Tech came in when there wasn't a lot of schools trying to recruit him. But now I'm telling you, man, this kid at the next level, watch out for him. Stephen Parker. Remember that name, guys, because he's going to put on some muscle, and he's going to be a grown man next year.
He hasn't put on muscle yet, and he's 6'4", 220 pounds.
Yeah, that's scary.
That is
he might end up being a defensive lineman
there
before it's all said and done, and he puts on some weight.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's got the Lubbock ties, as you mentioned, so that seems like a perfect
Going back
match.
home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that you got to look for is the fact that he hasn't even bulked up that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's scary. That's so crazy that he's going to be bigger and faster and stronger. NFL might be calling
that
his
Golden
names.
Bear defense is legit.
I
man.
mean, and I had to pick somebody to off of that defense, but Stephen Parker was the one guy that you watched the Golden Bears. He is it, guys.
And what a great story, too.
Stephen Parker.
Yeah, definitely. So
They're
South
pulling
Oak Cliff,
for you.
That's a pretty good
You're
team,
a Friday
too.
night star, sir.
Oh, there you go. Well, he's a player to watch. We'll see if he's a Friday night star by the end of the night.
He's a star.
He's a star in my book.
He's a star in everybody's book, probably. But as we go to break here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars, how about another player to watch that we've had in the past and we've already talked about tonight? Duncanville's Marquez Beeson. A 34-yard pass from Jaquindon Jackson for the score. Look at this one, on the money. Just ran away from the entire defense. Duncanville leads 13-7. We'll be back with Friday Night Stars here in a bit.
You know those little pins you push in a map? The ones that show you all the places you've traveled to? Well, thanks to American Airlines, you're about to run out of pins. With the most destinations of any airline in the world, American brings you closer to your next trip, wherever it is on the map. So, get ready to explore some new points of interest. The most destinations of any airline in the world. That's American Airlines. Pins not included.
Hats, backpack shorts and sneakers. Helmets, shoulder pads, knee pads, and cleats. Adidas and JanSport, Under Armour and Nike, hoodies, jerseys, leggings, and shoes.
Start your back-to-school season for less with our head-to-toe selection of sports essentials for under $30 and top brands and footwear under $60. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Ever wonder what it's like to play for the Dallas Cowboys?
We scratch, we claw, we fight.
To sit in the same locker room as your favorite Cowboys players. To run into the end zone.
Touchdown, Cowboys!
You can do all that and more when you tour AT&T Stadium. Play on the field, see the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders' locker room, and gain access to areas where fans are never allowed on game day. It's all possible with AT&T Stadium Tours, presented by SeatGeek. Tours are available daily. Visit attstadium.com for details.
It's true. Everything's better when the Cowboys win, especially Papa John's Pizza. New this season, every time the Cowboys win, you get 50% off regular menu price pizzas the next day at papajohns.com. That's half-price pizzas with promo code CowboysWin. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Dallas Cowboys. Limited time offer, not valid with any other coupons or discounts. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
This is the Pepsi that your father drank and your grandfather drank.
When I was your age, we worked for.
And your grandmother, she drank it too before she met him.
That was quite the catch, you know.
We know. This is the Pepsi that your Uncle Ted drank when rock sounded like this. And the one he drinks now that rock sounds like this. This is the Pepsi for American pastimes. Whether you're tailgating at a speedway or courtside watching your favorite player make a breakaway.
And he scored!
It even goes well with away games. This is the Pepsi that was made for your mom's famous 5-alarm chili. You know, the one she refuses to give the recipe to.
Never gonna happen.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. This is the Pepsi that makes you say, hee, ba, 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 and baby. This is the Pepsi for those who are forever fun. This is the Pepsi for every generation.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. We make sure that our customers get their order hot and fresh.
I ordered the original Whataburger.
I got the #2 Whataburger double, and I got bacon on it because everyone loves bacon.
We don't make it until you order it.
Their ingredients are so fresh, and you can taste it. Tomato, lettuce, and the onions all the time is fresh.
We cut our vegetables 3 times a day.
They gave me a hot and fresh burger the way I like it, so I'm happy.
Your hometown Whataburger, serving it hot and fresh all day, every day.
Dr. Pepper is the one you crave. But how do you explain that craving?
Imagine a surging river of ice-cold Dr. Pepper, roaring with carbonated mists of desire. You're dangling above it, upside down, like a fishing lure in the wind. 23 flavors tickle your nose, but the river is too far away to taste. Dr. Pepper calls to you. You.
Now that is a Dr. Pepper craving. Dr. Pepper, the one you crave.
Tour the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco. VIP guided tours give Cowboys fans an inside look at the place where the Dallas Cowboys train and work. Fans have the opportunity to see the Cowboys' state-of-the-art war room, grand atrium, a display of all 5 Super Bowl trophies and rings, and more. Connect with the Cowboys in ways you never imagined. VIP guided tours are available daily. Get your tour tickets now at thestarinfrisco.com. That's thestarinfrisco.com.
Located at Dallas Cowboys Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, Cowboys Fit offers a comprehensive gym experience with over 60,000 square feet of workout space, personal training, group fitness classes, a heated rooftop pool, and luxury amenities, including the same state-of-the-art equipment used in the Dallas Cowboys team facility. A dedicated recovery lounge featuring hydro massage and cryotherapy, a health and nutrition bar, and so much more. For more information or to join, visit cowboysfit.com.
Hey guys, it is officially halftime here at the South Lake Carroll Dragons versus the Denton Guyer Wildcats. And I gotta say, hands down, this is one of the best games I've ever been to. Both teams do not want to lose, and they're fighting tooth and nail trying to advance. Right now, it's only halftime, and they're tied 13-13. Some players to point out are the senior running back on the Carroll side, TJ McDaniels, and on the Guyer side, sophomore Eli Stowers. Another interesting fact about tonight's game is that it's Carroll's pink out game. That means 100% of tonight's proceeds go to the Susan G. Komen Foundation for breast cancer research. And what a great way to enjoy a Friday night and help some people too. Stick around because I got you guys all the latest updates.
Adrian Jagish on the scene at Dragon Stadium. Pink out, of course, and, man, they've got themselves a little bit of a ball game brewing in South Lake. 13-13, like he said, and talked about McDaniel, 54 yards, 2 scores, and then Eli Stowers on the other side, 101 yards and 2 scores as well. There's some powerful running backs in that matchup, Zach.
No, without a doubt. And you know what? This is kind of what Guyer was wanting. They've been building for this. They finally got what they need on the offense with Stowers running the football and Cobb's back there. but they're not slowing down TJ McDaniels. McDaniels and Bowers still putting up really good numbers here in the first half. So this one's going to go down to the wire. As soon as this district realignment happened, both these schools saw, all right, we're playing the next 2 years. Let's lace them up and let's get it.
And that's going to be an outstanding matchup to watch, not only this year, but next year. And hopefully, I would love to see this on a regular basis and see this kind of become a rivalry. Of course, those two towns not very far apart, about 15 minutes, 20 minutes down the road.
They've been in the playoffs a lot.
They have.
Their last meeting, 2015, in the playoffs. And the talent on the field that game, Sean Robinson for Geyer.
Wow.
Noah Kane, who's now number 2 ranked running back in the country, now transferred to IMG. He'll be a big-time player in college last year. And then you had little Jordan Humphrey for South Lake Carroll, who's balling out for Texas. So, I mean, that's just to name a few. There's a lot of talent from these two schools.
But we do know that the Dragons are definitely a second-half team.
That's a great point.
And they pour in the pudding.
Eric's been preaching that all year long.
Offensively in particular.
Yeah, especially. And Coach Dodge will have them ready to go. But guys got themselves a pretty good coach there, too.
They do.
I think
great chess match.
Yeah, definitely. So I was about to say, those two coaches, they know each other well, and they're prepared to head into that third quarter, even at a 13-13 tie. Let's look at some of those 4A scores. We kind of alluded to some of the top 4A games earlier, one of which was Paris and Anna. But overall, what's the 4A landscape look like, Hekma, and what's going on around the city?
I tell you a game we were looking at. We predicted earlier the Whitesboro and Pilot Point game. 14-10 Pilot Point is up. 2 minutes, 10 seconds left in the second quarter.
I believe in Scout Sanders.
Of course you do. You better. Wilmer Hutchins is running away with this game against Pinkston, 46-0. Alvarado, up 34-0 over North Dallas. Kennedale is up 42-0 over Fort Worth Western Hills. That is not even a game. Carrollton, I don't know why I do that. Carrollton Ranchview is up 34-7 over Hillcrest. Argyle is up 54-0 over Sanger. Salina is up 31-0 over Parish North Lamar. And in this game, Paris, Texas versus Anna. Paris up 6-0.
So overall, you look at all those different 4A matchups, and wait, what was that last score? One more time.
Paris and Anna.
Paris and Anna.
What was the score though?
6-0.
6-0 Paris, right?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, that's surprising. I thought Anna might have an advantage, even though Paris is coming off that win against Melissa, which Melissa was one of the top teams in the entire state at that level as well. But as we talk all about the current state of Texas high school football in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, we want to shed a little bit of light of what happened in the Dallas-Fort Worth area from a certain university nearby, the University of North Texas, but also shining a light on a Texas high school football great and one of the greatest to ever play the game. Mean Joe Green was honored at the North Texas game this past weekend, and we've got a little bit of a feature here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars. Let's take a look.
One of the greatest to ever play, Mean Joe Green was honored at the North Texas and Louisiana Tech game last weekend. In front of thousands of supporters, Joe Green was recognized for his Hall of Fame career and the contribution to football in Texas.
He gave me a helmet right here to put in field, and I was really, really surprised by that and so much flabbergasted. Been playing football for many, many years. No one has ever given me my helmet.
What he was talking about is the moment he received the throwback uniforms from his era at UNT. However, North Texas lost the game 29-27.
I wrote out a piece of sheet of paper that had the rendition of the trophy. Asking my permission to put it up. I looked at it and said,
But the entire weekend was a success. After toasting some Coca-Cola, he was forever enshrined in statue form on the front of Apogee Stadium.
As you see there, the statue unveiled outside of Apogee Stadium, and Hekma Harrison, of course, with family involved the entire way at Apogee Stadium. What a great weekend last Saturday, I should say. And Hekma, I know you're very close with Mean Joe, of course, a family member of Mean Joe's. How was that weekend for you, and what was that like for your family to be able to be there for that moment?
Absolutely humbling. to be a part of it, to also see such a great person. I mean, everyone else knows him as a football player. I know him just as an uncle and a great man. And I am so proud of the University of North Texas and just the rolling out the red carpet for our family and the way that we were so graciously hosted by the university. But I'm telling you, I think there are very few times in your life that you get a chance to see something like this. And I kept telling my son, like, this only happens for great people. You know, this only happens for great people. And in order to get something like this, you have to do things the right way. And just knowing that he always has been, you know, he's always done things the right way. I know his name is, people call him Mean Joe Green, and he's known for being mean and nasty on the field, but I don't know that. You know, I know him as just being, you know, my uncle and being someone who's always supported me in my ups and downs in my life, and especially, you know, playing football. So, but I just believe, guys, that it was for him, it was a very humbling moment, and just seeing all of the guys that came out. Guys, it was Franco Harris, Tony Dorsett, Charles Haley, I mean, Walt Garrison. There were so many legends in football that showed up to support him. I thought that was just the most fantastic thing when you get that by living your life as a great man and being a legacy that he is, a walking, breathing legacy. And I just appreciate what they did. And at the end, it was really kind of unique. The people at Coca-Cola, and I thought this was genius marketing. They passed out Coca-Cola bottles to everyone, and we did a Coca-Cola toast to my uncle. So I just really, I just thought all of that was completely awesome, man. But a great day.
Well, you not only toasted the Coke, but of course everybody that was there had the Coke held up, and they just took a little sip. Well, Mean Joe, much like the commercial,
he downed it.
He downed the whole bottle of Coke.
Thanks, Mean Joe.
Yeah, exactly.
Being that he's your uncle, do you have any idea, like, his fridge, is it always stocked with Coca-Cola, or what's the deal
here?
You
know, this thing, man, he's definitely, I mean, he's a Coca-Cola ambassador. So if you ever want a Coca-Cola, you go to Joe's house, right?
Absolutely.
So, I mean, if you can't
expect it any other way.
You know, Coca-Cola, that's where you go. Right?
That's awesome. That's absolutely awesome. It was a great weekend, of course, for you and your family, and then Mean Joe being honored. Unfortunately, North Texas lost that game. Kind of sad.
Love the throwback unis, though.
They looked
that was so awesome.
You could see them in the video there. Wow.
They should wear those. They should wear those again. And Applebee's Stadium, man, was rocking. Yeah. I mean, the first half, it was a really, and La Tech is a good team as well, but that was a really good game last week.
That was awesome. Yeah, and if you haven't caught on, big things happening in Denton.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's definitely something fun. Of course, biggest crowd in history of North Texas football.
That's beautiful.
Being able to honor a Texas high school football and really just football in general legend, one of the best to ever play, Mean Joe Green. We're going to take another quick break here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars, produced and given to you by Game On Sports. But we will be back from the Star in just a moment. We'll highlight and update you on some of the best games throughout the entire DFW area when we come back on the other side of the break.
You can do no wrong, bro.
You know those little pins you push in a map? The ones that show you all the places you've traveled to? Well, thanks to American Airlines, you're about to run out of pins. With the most destinations of any airline in the world, American brings you closer to your next trip, wherever it is on the map. So, get ready to explore some new points of interest. The most destinations of any airline in the world. That's American Airlines. Pins not included.
Hats, backpack shorts and sneakers. Helmets, shoulder pads, knee pads, and cleats. Adidas and JanSport, Under Armour and Nike, hoodies, jerseys, leggings, and shoes.
Start your back-to-school season for less with our head-to-toe selection of sports essentials for under $30 and top brands and footwear under $60. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Ever wonder what it's like to play for the Dallas Cowboys?
We scratch, we claw, we fight.
To sit in the same locker room as your favorite Cowboys players. To run into the end zone.
Touchdown, Cowboys!
You can do all that and more when you tour AT&T Stadium. Play on the field, see the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders' locker room, and gain access to areas where fans are never allowed on game day. It's all possible with AT&T Stadium Tours, presented by SeatGeek. Tours are available daily. Visit attstadium.com for details.
It's true. Everything's better when the Cowboys win, especially Papa John's Pizza. New this season, every time the Cowboys win, you get 50% off regular menu price pizzas the next day at papajohns.com. That's half-price pizzas with promo code CowboysWin. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Dallas Cowboys. Limited time offer, not valid with any other coupons or discounts. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
This is the Pepsi that your father drank and your grandfather drank.
When I was your age, we worked for.
And your grandmother, she drank it too before she met him.
That was quite the catch, you know.
We know. This is the Pepsi that your Uncle Ted drank when rock sounded like this. And the one he drinks now that rock sounds like this. This is the Pepsi for American pastimes. Whether you're tailgating at a speedway or courtside watching your favorite player make a breakaway.
And he scored!
It even goes well with away games. This is the Pepsi that was made for your mom's famous 5-alarm chili. You know, the one she refuses to give the recipe to?
Never gonna happen.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. This is the Pepsi that makes you say, hee, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba, and baby. This is the Pepsi for those who are forever fun. This is the Pepsi for every generation.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. We make sure that our customers get their order hot and fresh.
I ordered the original Whataburger.
I got the number 2 Whataburger double, and I got bacon on it because everyone loves bacon.
We don't make it until you order it.
Their ingredients are so fresh, and you can taste it. Tomato, lettuce, and the onions all the time is fresh.
We cut our vegetables 3 times a day.
They gave me a hot and fresh burger the way I like it, so I'm happy.
Your hometown Whataburger. Serving it hot and fresh all day, every day.
Dr. Pepper is the one you crave. But how do you explain that craving?
Imagine a surging river of ice-cold Dr. Pepper, roaring with carbonated mists of desire. You're dangling above it, upside down, like a fishing lure in the wind. 23 flavors tickle your nose, but the river is too far away to taste. Dr. Pepper calls to you. You.
Now that is a Dr. Pepper craving. Dr. Pepper, the one you crave.
Tour the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco. VIP guided tours give Cowboys fans an inside look at the place where the Dallas Cowboys train and work. Fans have the opportunity to see the Cowboys' state-of-the-art war room, grand atrium, a display of all 5 Super Bowl trophies and rings, and more. Connect with the Cowboys in ways you never imagined. VIP guided tours are available daily. Get your tour tickets now at thestarinfrisco.com. That's thestarinfrisco.com.
Located at Dallas Cowboys Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, Cowboys Fit offers a comprehensive gym experience with over 60,000 square feet of workout space, personal training, group fitness classes, a heated rooftop pool, and luxury amenities, including the same state-of-the-art equipment used in the Dallas Cowboys team facility. A dedicated recovery lounge featuring hydro massage and cryotherapy, a health and nutrition bar, and so much more. For more information or to join, visit cowboysfit.com.
This is the Pepsi that your father drank and your grand.
Well, guys, at the end of the first quarter, it was all Hebron. They were up 7-0 over the Coppell Cowboys. But let me tell you, into our second quarter, the tides definitely shifted as Coppell now leads Hebron 13-7. Only 5 minutes into our second quarter, number 8, Rashid Noel, a senior wide receiver from Coppell, scored a 14-yard touchdown to tie the game 7-7. Then just 4 minutes later, with 3:39 left in the quarter, number 39 for Coppell ran it in for a 58-yard touchdown run, putting Coppell up 13-7. Coppell then tried to kick the extra point, which was blocked by Hebron. So, guys, in this game so far, we've had a blocked field goal from Coppell and now a block extra point from Hebron. So, wild day out here for the kickers, but hopefully they can get back on track. Again, it is Coppell 13, Hebron 7.
Ashley Pickle again, hardest working woman in sports, and there's her halftime report from Hebron and Coppell, one of the best games of the entire week throughout the Dallas-Fort Worth area. But that's not the only one that we're going to talk about, boys. Let's run through some of the current scores throughout the area. And really the first one I want to talk about is Birdville and Grapevine. Overall, you look at these two teams coming into the game, they were both extremely evenly matched. And right now, Birdville, not by much at halftime.
Yeah, 17-14. Birdville currently up on Grapevine, and it was all about Cade Rhodes, right? That was the discussion coming into this one. 6 of 12, 50 yards, 115 yards, and 2 touchdowns. So a couple of scoring through the air there for Grapevine, but for Birdville, they're hanging around in this thing, and they're just showing the balance. They've run the ball effectively. They're passing the ball well. But this one, it's pretty much a pick-em game. You toss a coin. Well, we showed that graphic at the beginning. Those teams just extremely evenly matched, and you can see how the rushing totals for Birdville are prevailing, the passing totals for Grapevine.
That's what we talked about from the beginning. My guy Mixon and his ability for Ladarius Mixon and his ability to churn out yards and milk the clock is happening. And so although some of his yards came, like you mentioned, Eric, in kind of a runoff victory last week, still, this guy's a tough runner. And also the Birdville offensive line. These guys are bruisers up front.
You said it, man, and they're already over 100 yards rushing in the first half. That seems to be sort of where the deciding factor is in this game right now. That's where the only advantage really lies because, I mean, Birdville's only going 3 for 8 on passing right now, but they're averaging 21 yards, almost 22 yards per attempt. So they're getting big plays through the air, but not a ton. It's that rushing attack for Birdville that is really giving them the lead in this game, and the second half should be fireworks is my guess.
Yeah, definitely so, and we're continuing to look through some of these games, but real quickly, I do want to go to the Ford Center. We're kind of going to throw a wrench into things. Let's look at the Ford Center right now. Lone Star and Wakeland, one of the best games in the area. You see some celebration there, right? Yeah, a little bit of entertaining action. Of course, Lone Star leading 13-0. Hopefully we'll get a replay pretty quickly because this was an unbelievable score. Heckman's kind of freaking out over in the corner a little bit.
Man, Heckman's so upset he can't just sit and watch this.
And I'm telling you, it is one of those games that every time I peek over and look at the television, you see something awesome happen.
Look at this. Play action pass over the top. Look at that. Right into the breadbasket. Nice touchdown pass for Lone Star. Getting a little bit of separation. Lone Star with that defense. You don't need a ton of separation in order to try and make some things happen against really any opponent because that Lone Star defense is so good. Still putting a goose egg up on the board as we're almost through with the third quarter there. And you see the excitement on the faces.
Like I said, man, Julian Larry, if their quarterback from Lone Star can get it going, get these guys a lead at 14 points, it's over, guys. Because Lone Star, 14 points, it's over. They're not going to let them score.
Yeah, definitely. So, guys, let's look at this Denton Ryan and Carrollton Newman Smith game. Oh,
it's ugly.
Oh, Denton Ryan. Denton Ryan's looking like the team we thought they would be going into the season, safe to say. Zach, I know you've had a close eye on this game. What are the Raiders doing right now?
Well, I mean, they can do no wrong, really. They're up 49-0 at halftime of this bad boy. My goodness, Seth Hennigan's got three touchdowns in this first half. Amani Bailey's going on fire. Your guy Drew Sanders has caught himself a touchdown. So 49 points in the first half. They're doing it offensively. Amani Bailey on the ground. Really, all of a sudden, the offensive concerns we were worried about for the Ryan Raiders, they've fallen by the wayside. You pair that with that elite defense. Well, Ryan's looking every bit like the state championship contender we thought they'd be.
They've given up 37 total yards so far in the game. That is absolutely stellar there from the Ryan defense, which we come to expect.
Can't really get much better, can you?
I mean, they are who we think who we thought they were, right?
They are who we thought they were.
We're not going to let them off the hook.
You said it, Coach Green.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible right now. 49-0 at halftime. Whew. That's a tough one to get up for in that third quarter. Hebron and Coppell, we talked about this one with Pickle a little bit earlier, but since that halftime report that she sent in, Coppell kind of separating themselves on the road a little bit, guys.
Yeah. I mean, this is a game we'd been waiting on all year, and everyone had this one circled. But again, it's not over with by a long shot. Hebron is definitely fighting back. I look forward to this being a great game.
Yeah,
great second half.
16-7 is the score with 6:03 left in that third quarter. Moving on from Coppell and Hebron, how about Lake Dallas and Denison? Lake Dallas, of course, we talked about them really kind of having a little bit of an advantage in this ball game, and right now they're up 21-14. 4 turnovers already for Lake Dallas, but that doesn't matter. They're still up by a score in this one.
Credit to Denison for hanging into the game. Obviously, those 4 turnovers are a huge reason why that Lake Dallas offense has been incredible. They put up 21 points. You got to think they'd put up quite a bit more if they wouldn't have had 4 turnovers. Depperschmidt obviously is the quarterback to watch in this game. And, man, credit to Denison. Their defense obviously playing well. That's a Lake Dallas offense right now that is hitting on all cylinders, and that's an experienced team. Like I said, 15 starters returning from last year offensively and defensively. So, man, Denison hanging in there.
And we got a big play alert.
Uh-oh.
Is that the noise it makes?
For Denison.
Denison
big play. 60-yard punt return for a touchdown by Christian McNeely. This baby's all tied up at 21.
Wow. Even live updates. I love it. 21-21. Denison, you said 68 yards.
60, just the big 6-0.
Oh, my
6-0.
gosh. 60 yards. Wow. Good. Well, Denison fighting back. And like we talked about, we thought that was a game where Lake Dallas had the pure advantage going into it, and Denison's definitely hanging around on the road. How about Denton Guyer and Southlake? We've talked about this game really all night long, and for good reason, because they're 2 good teams. They were 13-13. We heard earlier in the game, or at halftime, from Adrian Jagish, and nothing has changed since then. Still knotted up at 13. Pretty good football game right there in Southlake Carroll.
Just 2 big dogs in a heavyweight fight, standing in the center of the ring or the octagon, whatever you want to call it, throwing haymakers. You got McDaniel coming out with a touchdown run. Guyer says, "We got you back." Eli Stowers runs one in. Then they run one in again. They get a stop on defense. Guyer's got the lead. Then here comes Southlake Carroll. TJ McDaniel from 23 yards out. And we're all tied up at 13. This one is one for the ages.
This is one.
That was the best run-through of a
chills.
game I think I've ever heard
I
in
got
my
you. I
life.
don't know. What do we say after that? We just go to the next game.
Yeah,
we got to keep it moving.
We're going to continue to do that. San Angelo Central and Euless Trinity. Euless Trinity was up early in this ball game. Guys, has that changed at all? Because they were up big at halftime. I don't have the score up on my page, but what do you have on yours?
Swami says, no, nothing's changed. Euless Trinity is running away with this one, so let's just know.
56-14.
Oh.
Trinity is up at halftime.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my Lord. We might – look, Trinity is one of those teams where we knew they'd be good, but did we really think that they'd win state this year? I think that we absolutely have to look at Euless Trinity and put them up there with Allen, with Duncanville, with maybe even Southlake Carroll.
Wait a minute. You might be jumping out of the cake on that
so?
one, Wolchuk.
I don't know, man.
Why is he jumping out of the cake?
I think that there's still a lot of football to be played, and I think
is.
there's a kind of a twinge of inconsistency sometimes to Trinity in that program. So let's see. I mean, they have a running game and a defense this year that's out of this world. And one thing we do know, they do win the pep rally, right?
Oh, that's how it is.
That
And
one's
it is
easy.
the pep rally. But I think that, people here probably don't appreciate how tough it is to go to San Angelo Central. That Bobcat program, they've won a lot of games. It's a tough place to play. It's a long drive, and Trinity is taking it to them. And you talked about defense, running the football. That's what Trinity lays their hat on. They've got one of those teams that's doing it maybe better than anybody else right now.
Yeah, I think that's a team that you and I, or really the entire show, has looked at this year and said, "Oh, watch out! That's a team that could win a state championship," and they continue to look that way. Irving Nimitz and Flower Mound Marcus. This is a game that we have Derek Finch at, and overall, you look at the score, 14-14. Are you surprised at any point that this Irving Nimitz team continues to keep track? Both teams come in 3-1. Marcus had very high expectations early in the season, but Nimitz kind of keeping track so far.
Yeah, Nimitz hanging right there with him, 14-14. And like we said at the beginning of the show, this was a team that coming into the year, most people probably picked to be last in that District 6A district. And now, again, they're 3-1 going up against another 3-1 Marcus team. I think we all, coming into this game, had Marcus winning the game due to the talent that they have on both sides of the ball. But, man, tie game. 2 good teams. Again, this is 2 teams that are in that decent to good range, not great teams, but you're fighting for spots in that district right now, trying to get the end of that playoff. So, man, this is turning out to be a fun one. The running games are obviously huge, and right now the advantage, well, it's pretty much even, 88 yards and 85 yards. Excuse me. So, both defenses doing well, containing pretty prolific rushing attacks.
Yeah, looking at another game, this one a rivalry game, Keller and Keller Timber Creek. Well, Keller's up on top right now. Hekma, what's going on in that ball game?
I'm telling you guys, this kid Sloan Henry. All right,
he can sling it.
Sloan Henry is a guy that is not balling on a budget. Okay, this kid is amazing. I mean, in this game, 206 yards passing. They are all over the Falcons right now. 29-14. Again, the name Sloan Henry. That's a guy to remember. But my guy Enoch Njobo.
I love that name.
Njobo
is.
Dude, he took over. Like, he is literally taking this football game over because it was Keller. They jumped out quick on him. Then here comes Timber Creek. We're going to go ahead and tie this one up at 14. Then your boy Njobo says, enough of this mess.
Stop it.
I'm going to rack off a 66-yard touchdown, catch a 17-yard touchdown pass, then run another 11-yard touchdown in, and now it's 36-14 since they just added another one. So, dude, good call with Njobo.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, and it's one of the best names that I've ever heard in a football standpoint. Going on from that one, Louisville and Irving MacArthur. This is, there's Birdville and Grapevine, another 17-14 score. But Louisville and Irving MacArthur, this is a game we'll talk to Lane Lewis about later on in the night. But overall, Eric, I know this is a game that you've kept an eye on as well. What's going on with these two?
Yeah, this was sort of a coin flip game for me in that District 6A, and right now Irving MacArthur's got that field goal lead right now, so it's a little bit back and forth. They're in the middle of that third quarter, and it's turnovers right now for Louisville that's hurting them. Already 2 in the first half, but still very close game. Only down by 3. Certainly not a barn burner. Not one that's gonna put up a bunch of highlight plays or anything like that. But this one's probably gonna come down to the wire. Irving MacArthur got the 3-point lead.
Wow. Yeah, you look at the stats on both sides.
Such a close loss last week for Louisville in that Flower Mound game. Like, how would they rebound for that? And they're in another dogfight now on the road against an Irving Mac team that usually plays pretty decent defense.
Yeah, both of these teams need a win. So, like you said, this is probably going to be a hard-fought game in district play.
Yeah, and really you look at the defenses, and that's really been the story so far. Both teams just barely over 100 yards in terms of total offense, and then you look at the score as well, 7-10, not your real barn burner of a football game offensively. Looking at Paris and Anna at the 4A level, these two teams were tightly contested heading into halftime. It was 6-0 Paris. Well, now Paris has jumped ahead. They're now up 20-0. They've put up 14 points in that third quarter, and you see the rushing attack, all of those yards almost coming exclusively from their junior running back, Williams, with a touchdown, 145 yards rushing. That one individual running back has more yards rushing than the entire offense of Anna so far, and they continue to dominate that football game.
Yeah, Dorian Williams is killing it. He's averaging just under 10 yards a carry. But how about Kobe Savage, the quarterback at Paris? He's 2 for 2 for 100 yards and a touchdown.
Wow.
How nice would that be as a quarterback?
Be okay with
I don't
that.
have to do much, but my stats are looking awesome. 2 for 2, 100 yards and a touchdown. One of those went to Bubba Gray, another great name, Bubba Gray.
Kobe Savage is a heck of a name.
Yeah, Kobe Savage. It is.
That's
a great call.
Name.
Kobe Savage and Bubba Gray. Man, Paris, you're on the all-name team, no doubt about that. But for Anna, yeah, they've got a lot of work to do to climb back into this one.
How about McKinney North right now and Texarkana, Texas High? This is a game that I had highlighted earlier as one of my favorites to look out for. Hekma, what's going on in this
Tough game. Tough game. Right now, I mean, the McKinney North Bulldogs are up 19-17.
Despite the rushing yards?
Despite the rushing yards. The thing is, for Texarkana High School, Colton Clark, this kid is playing lights out tonight. He has 185 yards already, throwing in 2 touchdowns. So, listen, Texas High still staying in this ball game.
Yeah, they're sticking around. I don't know how you can have 17 points up on the board. There has to be a defensive touchdown in there somewhere, you'd think. No, because there's no turnovers for McKinney North.
No.
Just an awkward stat line so far in that football game, and I'm sure that's going to be a fun one to keep an eye on for the rest of the night as well. How about Aledo and Midlothian? We talked about this one earlier. Was there any chance Midlothian could somehow knock off Aledo? How's that one looking?
I don't think it's looking very good.
Oh, no.
I think Aledo is
tie ball game right now, gentlemen.
No way.
It's tie ball game.
21-21.
You're lying to me.
No, it's 21-21.
Dude, Midlothian came to play in this one. We're all saying
juked us
like
all out, Zach.
Aledo. Here's Midlothian.
Right.
What's going on? They're hanging in.
Midlothians ran the ball for 160 yards in the first half.
That'll make sense.
That will do it for you right there.
Well,
and it's not that Aledo's not doing well, running the ball, 76 yards. They have 76 yards rushing and 76-yard passing. So it's a tie game. It's not that Midlothian's running away with it, but you can see that this is actually going to be a much tighter game than we originally anticipated.
And I think a pedestrian game from Chase McClellan. Right now, he's only had 66 yards rushing. By now, Chase is easily over 200 yards versus most teams.
He's got a couple of touchdowns. They're doing a good job, though, of keeping him in check. But for Aledo, another team, we talk about second-half teams. Aledo is one that usually comes out and puts a pounding on.
Well, I don't even think you can say second-half team in general. Just a full four-quarter team.
No, they are.
Because look at the scores for Aledo. 40-0 over Geyer. 51-14 over Bentonville, Arkansas. 63-16 over Burleson Centennial. 52-6 over Everman. And now Midlothian hanging in there, outscoring them in terms of statistics, rushing-wise. Almost there passing-wise, but total yards, it's definitely in favor of Midlothian, but the score is still tied up. We'll keep an eye on that one for sure as we head into the third quarter there. And then one more game we want to look at before we'll take a break. One of the favorites of the night, Duncanville and
the answer. I'm telling you guys, the answer. Duncanville Panthers. All right. Let's make sure I told you. 35-6 over Skyline right now. So they're running away in a game that started off pretty close. I think our guys, from Skyline put up a pretty good fight, but that's it.
Hey, Velton Gardner through the air, 11 of 17, not bad, 133 yards a touchdown. He's doing okay throwing the football, but he is not having any success running the football.
They're not going to have it.
Duncanville front
seven.
That's
not going to
There will be none of that.
Well, and the Duncanville offense, who averages 300 rushing yards a game, already has 250.
Scary.
So they're
just another day at the office.
Quindon Jackson already 120 yards rushing and a pair of touchdowns. It's like he steps on the field, he's got 100 yards rushing.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's tough to look at. Any of these scores, guys, as we head into the break, any of these scores kind of surprise you a little bit?
Mesquite Horn.
What's that one?
28-31. Rockwall is on their way.
They're down 3.
Wait. 31-28. Where's that at in that football game?
Yeah, they're just ending the second quarter right now.
They're
31.
nearing halftime. Yeah, that was a 7:30 kick, so 31-28. It's also a slow-moving football game because Rockwall, you have that high-tempo offense. It's going to take a little bit of a while. But, yeah, Mesquite Horn, the Jags, desperation mode. They've hung in this one throughout. This one's going to come down to the wire.
The Aledo score is obviously a surprise.
Yes.
And then even the Birdville Grapevine game, with it being 17-14 at half, you almost thought it might be more of like a 28-28 half as opposed to a 17-14 with these, prolific offenses. But again, as we talked about coming into this game, the headlines were about the offenses, but under the radar, both of these defenses play really, really well, and they're obviously showing that in the first half right now.
Well, we're going to run through not only the highlighted games, but we'll run through the rest of 6A, 5A, 4A scores in hour number 3 of Whataburger Friday Night Stars. We are live from the Star in Frisco, presented by Game On Sports, week number 6 of the Texas high school football season. Whataburger Friday Night Stars, we will continue here in just a moment.
Pepsi that your father drank and your grandfather drank.
When I was your age, we worked for.
And your grandmother, she drank it too before she met him.
That was quite the catch,
We know. This is the Pepsi that your Uncle Ted drank when rock sounded like this. And the one he drinks now that rock sounds like this. This is the Pepsi for American pastimes. Whether you're tailgating at a speedway or courtside watching your favorite player make a breakaway.
And he scored!
It even goes well with away games. This is the Pepsi that was made for your mom's famous 5-alarm chili. You know, the one she refuses to give the recipe to.
Never gonna happen.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. This is the Pepsi that makes you say, hee, ba 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 ba, and baby. This is the Pepsi for those who are forever fun. This is the Pepsi for every generation.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. We make sure that our customers get their order hot and fresh.
I ordered the original Whataburger.
I got the #2 Whataburger double, and I got bacon on it because everyone loves bacon.
We don't make it until you order it.
Their ingredients are so fresh, and you can taste it. Tomato, lettuce, and the onions all the time is fresh.
We cut our vegetables 3 times a day.
They gave me a hot and fresh burger the way I like it, so I'm happy.
Your hometown Whataburger. Serving it hot and fresh all day, every day.
Tour the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco. VIP guided tours give Cowboys fans an inside look at the place where the Dallas Cowboys train and work. Fans have the opportunity to see the Cowboys' state-of-the-art war room, grand atrium, a display of all 5 Super Bowl trophies and rings, and more. Connect with the Cowboys in ways you never imagined. VIP guided tours are available daily. Get your tour tickets now at thestarinfrisco.com. That's thestarinfrisco.com.
It's true. Everything's better when the Cowboys win, especially Papa John's Pizza. New this season, every time the Cowboys win, you get 50% off regular menu price pizzas the next day at papajohns.com. That's half-price pizzas with promo code CowboysWin. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Dallas Cowboys. Limited time offer, not valid with any other coupons or discounts. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
Dr. Pepper is the one you crave. But how do you explain that craving?
Imagine a surging river of ice-cold Dr. Pepper, roaring with carbonated mists of desire. You're dangling above it, upside down, like a fishing lure in the wind. 23 flavors tickle your nose, but the river is too far away to taste. Dr. Pepper calls to you. You.
Now that is a Dr. Pepper craving. Dr. Pepper, the one you crave.
Located at Dallas Cowboys Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, Cowboys Fit offers a comprehensive gym experience with over 60,000 square feet of workout space, personal training, group fitness classes, a heated rooftop pool, and luxury amenities, including the same state-of-the-art equipment used in the Dallas Cowboys team facility. A dedicated recovery lounge featuring hydro massage and cryotherapy, a health and nutrition bar, and so much more. For more information or to join, visit cowboysfit.com.
You know those little pins you push in a map? The ones that show you all the places you've traveled to? Well, thanks to American Airlines, you're about to run out of pins. With the most destinations of any airline in the world, American brings you closer to your next trip, wherever it is on the map. So, get ready to explore some new points of interest. The most destinations of any airline in the world. That's American Airlines. Pins not included.
Hats, backpack shorts and sneakers. Helmets, shoulder pads, knee pads, and cleats. Adidas and JanSport, Under Armour and Nike. Hoodies, jerseys, leggings, and shoes.
Start your back-to-school season for less with our head-to-toe selection of sports essentials for under $30 and top brands and footwear under $60. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Ever wonder what it's like to play for the Dallas Cowboys?
We scratch, we claw, we fight.
To sit in the same locker room as your favorite Cowboys players. To run into the end zone.
Touchdown, Cowboys!
You could do all that and more when you tour AT&T Stadium. Play on the field. See the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders' locker room and gain access to areas where fans are never allowed on game day. It's all possible with AT&T Stadium Tours. Presented by SeatGeek. Tours are available daily. Visit attstadium.com for details.
Whataburger Friday Night Stars, week 6 of the Texas high school football season, and we're in hour number 3. One more hour until overtime, and we go through all of the scores around the area. But guys, as we start hour number 3, Kyle Youmans here. I'm your host, alongside Mr. Hekma Harrison, one of the greats, former Texas high school football legend. Zach Wolchuk, also in his house with the best beard in all of broadcasting.
Trying to hold it down.
He's probably the best.
Hold it down, son.
What are you laughing at?
He takes a lot of care of that beard, man.
And
with
then
the oils and
Eric
whatnot.
Chiofalo with the best man bun in all of.
Thank you.
Yeah. All of broadcasting and all of Texas high school football.
Well,
We're the
that's only
Whataburger
because
Friday Night Stars.
Wolchuk cut his hair. Otherwise, Wolchuk had the best man bun and the best
Did you
beard
have a man bun?
up
Wolchuk?
until just a few weeks ago.
Can't
yeah.
confirm or deny. I mean, Eric usually does make my life choices for me.
Yeah. Well, that makes a lot of sense now. That explains
That's
a
why he's
lot
broke.
of things.
That's also true.
Hekma's just over here giggling.
These guys are amazing.
Oh,
Thank you, Hekma.
you're so sweet.
Love you, Hekma.
Hey, Pilot Point is up 21-10 over Whitesboro.
No.
That's right.
Someone get Scout Sanders on the line. I need to give him a little
We
pep.
need Scout. I need Sparkman to get his magic juice out
That's
there
true,
and just
man.
sprinkle it all over the field. We need this guy. Come on, Whitesboro. Let's go, Bearcats.
Pilot Point with the lead. 20. What you said? 21-10 on that.
21-10.
21-10. We've got Flower Mound Marcus.
I think they're in
and-
trouble.
It's not good.
What do you? I don't even know what's going on anymore. Irving Nimitz and Flower Mound Marcus. This is a game we kind of highlighted earlier. How about let's go to, for the first time tonight, the official Fan Tag Cam. Of course, Fan Tag is one of the premier sponsors for Friday Night Stars, and we're glad to be partnered with Fan Tag. A lot of our reporters going through it. But this is a touchdown from Flower Mound Marcus. Look at this. Rolling out to the right, looking in the end zone. Look at this catch. Sliding in the front corner of the end zone pylon. Touchdown stands. You see the celebration there from Flower Mound Marcus. Good crowd on hand on that home sideline. Look at that.
Beautiful.
Great look from Derek Finch in our Fan Tag Cam. Special thanks to Fan Tag. But guys, along with Flower Mound Marcus and Irving Nimitz, what's the score in that game? What's kind of going on in that ball game? Because that was a close one earlier.
Well, Nimitz is up. Nimitz just scored. They're up 23-17 right now on Flower Mound Marcus. It was a 35-yard field goal from Edgar Sanchez that went ahead and put them up by 6. Previously, Jalen Jernigan caught a 75-yard touchdown pass, and then the PAT try failed. So that's kind of been an issue, and that's usually an issue within Texas high school football is finding consistent kickers, which is why Caden Davis is so stinking valuable.
Yes, he is.
We can't mention, and that guy last night for Eaton.
Oh, yeah, Dakota Lamb.
Dakota.
Speaking of Caden, though.
Yeah.
He had a 47-yard field goal today.
And the legend
Already.
grows.
Oh, for Coppell?
That was just a chip shot for
Jeez,
Coppell.
he might as well
That's
kick that one
47
over
yards.
the moon.
I heard he did it blindfolded. I haven't confirmed, but that's just what I heard.
Maybe we need to ask Pickle. Was Caden blindfolded?
We'll talk to her later on the phone.
But this Nimitz in Marcus game is going crazy, and Dinka, Justin Dinka just needs to take control. That's what it is. I know Coach Atkinson from his days at Denton, if he's got a back, he had Xavier Scott there, averaged like 30 carries a game. He will go ahead and pound it. Justin Dinka is their guy. I expect him to get a heavy workload.
I think the surprise of this game is just Irving Nimitz through the air has done most of their damage with 207 yards passing. Obviously, that 75-yard touchdown playing a huge key in that. But this was two teams that are going to come in and try to run the ball, and both over 100 yards right now. But they're for the most part keeping the rushing attacks in check. Yeah. And Nimitz with that big pass play is what's put him over the top right now.
Yeah, Irving Nimitz, Aiden Ponce. My man, he is throwing that ball all over the place.
Say that name again.
Ponce.
Ponce.
Yeah, Ponce. That's the way you say it. Or people say Ponce.
French, I assume.
It's got to be French. Oh, it's Spanish.
Spanish.
Okay. That's all right, guys.
Well, then maybe it's pronounced a different way if it's Spanish.
Ponce.
Ponce.
That sounds good.
Ponce.
I'll go with it. I believe you.
That's okay.
Hekma Harrison, local legend. Of course.
Okay.
He
Ponce.
knows. He's never wrong.
I am not. Thank you.
Yeah, I got you.
Except for that whole Mesquite Horn Allen thing. Oh, let's not go there. Let's not go there. Let's not
See?
go there. Guys.
Oh, boy.
Hekma, let's not go there. It's not worth it.
Hekma, why'd you bring it up?
Goodness gracious.
Why'd you bring it up, Hekma?
You always get his back, man. You know?
I got to.
Yeah.
Someone has to.
All right, before things get out of hand a little bit more, let's go
It
to
will
some
happen.
of the 6A scores. Zach, what's going on in 6A around the Dallas-Fort Worth area?
Well, we've got Coppell and Hebron. I think that's without a doubt locally in the DFW. That and Geyer Carroll.
Yes.
That's probably the game that everybody wants to know about. Everybody's, hey, what's going on with Hebron and Coppell? Well, I'm going to tell you.
Don't forget about Birdville and Grapevine.
You're
That's a
right.
game, too.
I don't want to sleep on
another
Birdville
one.
and Grapevine. You're
Don't
100%
sleep on
right.
them. All right, go ahead.
16-9. Coppell is currently up. Hebron is driving. They're at the Coppell 18-yard line. So potential red zone alert there. Ashley Pickle will be coming to you shortly. Geyer and South Lake Carroll.
Well, before you move on, we talked about
stop
Caden
me while
Davis.
you're ahead.
Yeah, talked about Caden Davis. Let's go to the Fan Tag Cam because we've got Fan Tag back on board with us here.
Holy, is he blindfolded?
Caden Davis, I can confirm now, not blindfolded, but it still is a 45-yard field goal. and barely got it over the top. But this one, it could have been good from maybe about 70.
My goodness.
Look at that.
It's nothing, man. It's a chip shot.
Might as well. I think he's their best player.
You couldn't see Caden in that picture because he was actually in the parking lot when he kicked that.
He just wanted to do it in the picture.
Just because why not?
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love how the legend grows. Anyways, continue, Wolchuk.
Oh, now I'm allowed to speak again?
Yes, sorry.
That's how that goes. Well, South Lake Carroll just
Caden
scored.
Davis waits for nobody.
That's fine. That's fair. And I'm a big Caden fan. So him and I, dear friends, much like Hekma and I. And
a lot of respect there.
Eric and I, Kyle on certain days.
That's okay.
20-13, South Lake Carroll is up on Denton Geyer. And guess who just scored to put the Dragons back up on top?
Could it potentially be TJ McDaniel?
That's your final answer?
Ding, ding, ding.
You, sir, are correct. You have received the Friday Night Stars fun package that will be shipped your way with after another TJ McDaniel score. He might run that one over from South Lake at Dragon Stadium right here.
What is
to
that?
The Star in Frisco.
8 touchdowns in 2 weeks right now and counting for Mr. TJ.
You know what? By the counting numbers, I'm not so sure.
That's a good point. With the
we've got to look at this.
I'm not too good at that math.
We've got to look at this on the fan tag cam as well.
We've got this on the fan. Gosh, this is why we love Friday Night Stars.
Yeah, Adrian Jagish has worked his magic and looks at this right in front of him. Takes a snap. Right up the middle. Oh, coach got in the way a little bit, but nobody gets in the way of TJ McDaniel. Stiff arm at the end, and he goes all the way. Easy stuff for TJ McDaniel, and fan tag cam works again.
Eli Stowers, guys, having a big game as well.
Yeah, well, it's really just been those are the only 2 guys that have scored.
It's amazing how you get that running back there with you. All of a sudden, as a quarterback, you're feeling a lot more confident. And at the beginning of this year, I mean, we were all like, oh, is something wrong with Geyer? Something wrong with Geyer? It's the first game Stowers had played in Texas high school football. He was a transfer, starting as a true sophomore. You give him a couple of games under his belt. This is a different Denton Geyer football team, but South Lake Carroll and TJ McDaniel, that is a tough man to stop. That SMU commit. The Mustangs are getting themselves quite the player.
Yeah, they really are.
We keep it moving. We go to Taps. Bishop Lynch is up 31-10 on Fort Worth. Nolan, Frisco, Lone Star. You think we can maybe go over to the Ford cam right now here at the Ford Center and go ahead and look at this?
That's sportsmanship right there, boys and girls. Oh, wait.
This game's over. This is done. It is a 14-0 Lone Star victory.
Wow.
You're seeing some highlights. Julian Larry doing his thing. It was a defensive struggle again. Wakeland's defense held their own, but Julian Larry and this offense, you see here the touchdown, boop, that was the one that sealed the game right over the top, hit the post route. That's all she wrote. That Lone Star D, another shutout. Hekma couldn't be happier. He is the leader in that clubhouse.
I tell you, I'm the leader in the fan club.
Yes.
For Lone Star.
That's what I meant to say.
That's
English,
okay.
not my first language.
I know what you were saying, but I'm telling you, I said it before we brought the broadcast or on the broadcast that Julian Larry was the key to the victory for them. I mean, Lone Star hadn't been scoring a ton of points. They don't have to. They can score 3 points and still win a game. But definitely Larry has to, exact himself and put himself in this game and make sure that he scores points for this team.
The total runtime of that football game had to have been under 90 minutes.
Oh, it was really fast.
It was a breeze.
It's 9-11 right now.
It's beautiful.
That game started at 7:30.
That game started at 7.
Oh, it was 7?
It started at 7, but you keep in mind there's at least a 30-minute halftime.
At least.
It felt like 45.
So, and it might have been because those bands take a while. So that was a very quickly played football game. I guess when you have two offenses that don't score a ton and you have two defenses that are as talented, especially Lone Stars.
They are such a pleasure to watch. I mean, that's one of the first times we've gotten to watch them just through and through, and they held them under 100 yards. That's incredible.
Well, they held them under 100 yards, and Frisco Lone Star didn't get over 100 yards passing regardless. So even whenever they were moving the ball, both teams, it was mostly on the ground throughout the majority of that football game. So overall, just an outstanding, really just another showcase of how good this Lone Star defense is. They even shut down Highland Park. Highland Park only, even in a loss, Lone Star gave up 10 points to Highland Park, one of the most high-powered offenses in the entire state earlier in the year. So if you're looking at Lone Star, sometimes, or at least in the past couple of years, you're looking at that offense. That's not the case this year. That defense is as good as anybody in the state.
And a very young team. All of these guys are sophomores and juniors. They have sprinkled in a few seniors. So I'm telling you, Lone Star is going to be a problem in this district this year and next year.
No doubt. We actually have an update in Coppell.
Let's go to it.
And Hebron. Hebron got a safety. They get the ball back. They go down the field. Carson Harrison, 18-yard touchdown run. The PAT was blocked, which would have tied the football game. So now
It could be big.
It could be big. 16-15. Coppell holding on by that point.
Oh, wow.
But Hebron, the momentum's building. Hawk Stadium.
As advertised, man.
Ooh, Ashley Pickles had another good one. I can't wait to get some more updates there. Flower Mound is destroying Irving, 59-7. Maybe Flower Mound's found something here. They got that hard-fought win against Louisville last week, and here they come out, and they are just beaten down on Irving. A really close game with Irving Nimitz and Flower Mound. We've talked about that 24-23. Keller just scored again, Hekma.
Yeah.
So Keller is up 43-22 on Keller Timber Creek. Louisville. We just a moment ago, I think it was 7-3 at halftime.
Or 7-10.
7-10, excuse me. Well, Louisville scored a touchdown. They are up 14-10 on Irving MacArthur now, but Irving MacArthur with the football, and they are driving. It's a final in Garland. Saxey with the shutout victory, 49-0. They were up 42-0 at half. They went on cruise control in that second half and put a pounding on Garland. Wiley right now up on Garland, Lakeview Centennial, 21-16. Then we got another one of those East Texas versus a DFW school. Abilene is up currently 21-7 on LD Bell. And then we go back to the Samples Bowl. I guess that's just my name for it.
That's
otherwise
okay.
known as the Hekma Bowl. This one very close. Duncanville is
very close.
Very close.
Very close.
How close is
I might
it?
be lying again. 35-6. Duncanville is up big on Skyline. Belton Gardner is getting bottled up, and that Panther defense is flexing their muscle right now. Is that a surprise?
No.
Not at all?
And the Panther rushing attack, which is also not a surprise.
No, you're not. They're just going about it. Hey, you know that Mesquite and Rockwall Heath game that was safety?
How's that one going?
That hasn't changed. It's still 4-0. It's like,
Jeez.
I know we're in baseball
No way.
playoff time, but that is a baseball score if I've ever seen one.
You know, on a week-to-week basis, there's certain games and matchups on Friday night you just wish you were at. I think that's clearly one that we all just wish we could be at, right?
Yes.
Man,
Yeah, definitely so.
Guys, if anyone out there has a connection, they know someone at Mesquite and Rockwall Heath, tweet us at Friday_stars. Let us know. We'd love to hear from them because that is a tight contest right now.
Highlights galore.
Yeah.
Arlington Martin has decided this is the week they want to play football. They're up 26-16 on North Crowley at halftime. So a week too late on my prediction of Arlington Martin. Still halftime with Rockwall and Mesquite Horn. Rockwall up 31-28. I feel like that game has just taken a world of its own ever since our prediction segment. That has really added to it. It was a great game beforehand with Jermaine Givens and company of Mesquite Horn being very desperate against the high-powered Rockwall Yellow Jackets, but we'll see. We'll see how that comes down to the wire. W.T. White up on Molina 28-7, and Holtham, another prediction game we had, 21-7 on Weatherford. And if I may, Kyle, before I turn back over the reins, a couple of scores that we left off from Thursday. Hekma, Mrs. Hekma is very happy. 17-0. Garland Naaman Forest is off the schneid.
There it is.
They are no longer winless. Congratulations to the Rangers and Mrs. Hekma. 17-0. Garland Naaman Forest in the win column, and a big night for Arlington football. Eric, Hekma, Kyle, I think we're all big fans of Jahari Rogers, are we not?
Yes, we are.
We love ourselves some Jahari Rogers. Well, last night, count them, another 4 touchdowns for Jahari Rogers. 35-0. They absolutely whip up on Fort Worth Pascal. Arlington Lamar, another undefeated team. I mean, this district with these 3 Arlington schools are looking really good. When you got Arlington High, Lamar a 56-0 win on Fort Worth Trimble Tech, these poor Fort Worth schools. And then Arlington Bowie knocking off Arlington Sam Houston 34-8. Bowie was one of my sleeper teams with Malcolm Mays, 3 touchdowns last night. So good wins for those 3 Arlington schools.
Yeah, definitely. So now before we go to the 5A level, which we will do coming back after the break, I've got one more fan tag cam.
Just one? I'd like 6.
Well, I can give you a couple more if you want, but this one's a big one.
Don't even ask, just do.
Things are getting wild in Southlake. Southlake scores, takes the lead, 20-13, correct? TJ McDaniel. How about this? Geyer answers back. Look at this, up the middle.
Tell me.
Barreling his way through, almost identical to the TJ McDaniel touchdown they had. Geyer ties it back up.
Look at that monster, man. That is
Kedrick
not somebody
Cobbs,
I want to tackle,
Kedrick Cobbs
man.
is a freaking beast, I'm telling you.
We're tied up at 20-20, 8:03 remaining in the fourth quarter. Denton
And
Geyer
these teams
not
need to play
going
every
away.
week. This is awesome.
Yeah.
This is what Texas high school football is all about. And I bet the student sections are going crazy.
Yep. And we'll talk to Adrian Jagish about that later on when he calls in. But this is a fun game to be at. Lots of good games going around all around the area, I should say. When we come back, we'll look at the 5A and 4A scores along with everything else underneath the 6A level throughout the DFW area. This is Whataburger Friday Night Stars presented by Game On Sports.
You know those little pins you push in a map? The ones that show you all the places you've traveled to? Well, thanks to American Airlines, you're about to run out of pins. With the most destinations of any airline in the world, American brings you closer to your next trip, wherever it is on the map. So, get ready to explore some new points of interest. The most destinations of any airline in the world. That's American Airlines. Pins not included.
Hats, backpack shorts and sneakers. Helmets, shoulder pads, knee pads, and cleats. Adidas and JanSport, Under Armour and Nike. Hoodies, jerseys, leggings, and shoes.
Start your back-to-school season for less with our head-to-toe selection of sports essentials for under $30 and top brands and footwear under $60. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Ever wonder what it's like to play for the Dallas Cowboys?
We scratch, we claw, we fight.
To sit in the same locker room as your favorite Cowboys players. To run into the end zone.
Touchdown, Cowboys!
You could do all that and more when you tour AT&T Stadium. Play on the field. See the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders' locker room and gain access to areas where fans are never allowed on game day. It's all possible with AT&T Stadium Tours. Presented by SeatGeek. Tours are available daily. Visit attstadium.com for details.
It's true. Everything's better when the Cowboys win, especially Papa John's Pizza. New this season, every time the Cowboys win, you get 50% off regular menu price pizzas the next day at papajohns.com. That's half-price pizzas with promo code CowboysWin. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Dallas Cowboys. Limited time offer, not valid with any other coupons or discounts. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
This is the Pepsi that your father drank and your grandfather drank.
When I was your age, we worked for.
And your grandmother, she drank it too before she met him.
That was quite the catch, you know.
We know. This is the Pepsi that your Uncle Ted drank when rock sounded like this. And the one he drinks now that rock sounds like this. This is the Pepsi for American pastimes. Whether you're tailgating at a speedway or courtside watching your favorite player make a breakaway.
And he scores!
It even goes well with away games. This is the Pepsi that was made for your mom's famous 5-alarm chili. You know, the one she refuses to give the recipe to?
Never gonna happen.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. This is the Pepsi that makes you say, hee, ba 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 ba, and baby. This is the Pepsi for those who are forever fun. This is the Pepsi for every generation.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. We make sure that our customers get their order hot and fresh.
I ordered the original Whataburger.
I got the number 2 Whataburger double, and I got bacon on it because everyone loves bacon.
We don't make it until you order it.
Their ingredients are so fresh, and you can taste it. Tomato, lettuce, and the onions all the time is fresh.
We cut our vegetables 3 times a day.
They gave me a hot and fresh burger the way I like it, so I'm happy.
Your hometown Whataburger, serving it hot and fresh all day, every day.
Dr. Pepper is the one you crave. But how do you explain that craving?
Imagine a surging river of ice-cold Dr. Pepper, roaring with carbonated mists of desire. You're dangling above it, upside down, like a fishing lure in the wind. 23 flavors tickle your nose, but the river is too far away to taste. Dr. Pepper calls to you. You.
Now that is a Dr. Pepper craving. Dr. Pepper, the one you crave.
Tour the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco. VIP guided tours give Cowboys fans an inside look at the place where the Dallas Cowboys train and work. Fans have the opportunity to see the Cowboys' state-of-the-art war room, grand atrium, a display of all 5 Super Bowl trophies and rings, and more. Connect with the Cowboys in ways you never imagined. VIP guided tours are available daily. Get your tour tickets now at thestarinfrisco.com. That's thestarinfrisco.com. and Frisco.com.
Located at Dallas Cowboys Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, Cowboys Fit offers a comprehensive gym experience with over 60,000 square feet of workout space, personal training, group fitness classes, a heated rooftop pool, and luxury amenities, including the same state-of-the-art equipment used in the Dallas Cowboys team facility. A dedicated recovery lounge featuring hydro massage and cryotherapy, a health and nutrition bar, and so much more. For more information or to join, visit cowboysfit.com.
Let's take a look at this clip. This is from last night. Our bud Ori at a middle school football game. This is All Saints and Prestonwood. First off, an interception. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Let's run it all the way back, right? Yeah, trying to go for 6. Not so fast. Rip it straight out of his hands. It's a strip sack. Not a strip sack, but just a straight-up strip. And he takes it to the house. What a crazy play. You got to love sub-varsity football in Texas. Is almost as entertaining as varsity football
that was fantastic.
Sometimes.
You don't see that kind of play.
No.
Even though it was funny, right after we saw that play last night on the NFL game, Devin McCourty for the Patriots did the exact same thing, except he didn't return it for a touchdown. So kudos to that guy.
Yeah, he definitely got the job done. It was pretty entertaining in terms of that. And we've had some pretty entertaining games to look at throughout the 6A level.
Games.
Oh, man, there were some really good ones. Lone Star, of course, across the hallway at the Ford Center, pulling out a big-time win against Wakeland. But, guys, let's go to the 5A scores. Eric has his finger on the pulse of everything 5A around
Geyer touchdown,
the area.
Geyer touchdown.
What?
Geyer score, they're up 27-20. I'm sorry, not
in the
interrupt.
fourth
that's
quarter.
worth it,
That's
man.
pretty incredible. So let's go through those 5A scores.
All right, Denton Ryan put it on Carrollton Newman Smith, 63-7. Congrats to Carrollton Newman Smith. They did get on the board in the final 2 minutes of that game, so kudos. Denison Lake Dallas during the fourth quarter. That is a tie ball game, 35-35. Denison just tied it up. We have a final Denton over Carrollton RL Turner, 48-7. Fourth quarter in Frisco versus Princeton. Frisco's up 33-27. We saw Lone Star beat Wakeland 14-0. Little Elm and Frisco Centennial. Centennial's up 17-10 right now with 2 minutes left in that game. Texarkana, Texas, and McKinney North is a 3-point game. Going into the fourth quarter, McKinney North is up 33-30. The Colony's up on Frisco Liberty 42-10. South Oak Cliff up 42-0 at halftime over Adamson. Aledo did take the lead 28-21 over Midlothian.
Wow.
That's in the third quarter. Man, that's a
Still tight.
Still tight. That's a fun game right there. A little bit of surprise. Let's see here. We got Arlington Seguin is losing to Cleburne 28-7 in the third quarter. Birdville Grapevine, another one of our top matchups this week. 17-17, 2 minutes left in the third quarter. We are due for an awesome fourth quarter and a little bit lower scoring of a game than we anticipated. Corsicana's up 21-0 on Terrell. And then we got Forney down by 7, 35-28 in the third quarter to Sulphur Springs. My Justin Northwest Texans are up 52-0 on Fort Worth Western Hills. Greenville is down 35-14 to North Forney. Kimball is up on Spruce 42-7, and Red Oak putting it on Thomas Jefferson 45-0.
Wow. And Zach, you mentioned the Geyer score. We've got it on the fan tag cam, ready to roll another Cobbs touchdown run. Let's take a look at this one. It's much like the one we saw just a little bit ago. Takes that low snap and then goes to the left-hand side, and he's off to the races. Throws down a stiff arm from 15 yards out, and he's going to take it all the way.
Rumble, young man, rumble.
He is rumbling.
Deal. He's a difference maker.
He's been impressive so far. He's got 158 yards and 2 touchdowns. TJ McDaniel's got 3 scores, but he's only got 92 yards total. So Geyer leading Southlake Carroll 27-20. We'll keep you updated on that as they come across. And as of right now, Hekma Harrison is going to give us some updates on those 4A rankings. Hekma, what's going on?
I got one that I think Chuck is really looking out for, and this is the Pilot Point Whitesboro game.
Yes.
Pilot Point still up 21-17.
Oh, we got a Whitesboro Bearcat touchdown. Whitesboro touchdown. Was it Scout? Was it Scout Sanders?
I won't tell you. Wilmer Hutchinson is up 61-0 over Pinkston, and Alvarado is up 51-0 over North Dallas. Kennedale is running the board 49-0 right now over Fort Worth, Western Hills. Like you said, those poor Fort Worth teams, man. Jeez. Carrollton Ranchview is up 48-7.
It was a Scout Sanders 47-yard touchdown run.
I knew it.
Don't ruin his thunder. I was looking it up myself.
I knew it. All right. Argyle is up 61-0 over Sanger. Salina is up 45-0. There are a lot of shutouts going on in 4A right now.
Yeah,
just want to let you know that. Paris and Anna, 27. Paris is up 27-0 over Anna. Wow. So those are your 4A rundown, guys.
4A rundown. Now,
I think there's some private school games, though, that we should mention.
Okay, let's mention
them. For fun.
Why not?
Taps are people, too.
They are.
38-10, Bishop Lynch is up on Fort Worth Nolan.
That's a good Bishop Lynch team,
It is. And Prestonwood Christian Academy up 49-14 right now on the Fort Worth All Saints. That was a big game. Fort Worth All Saints, not a bad squad. PCA going on the road. My guy Austin Stogner.
I was about to say.
Doing his thing, 49-14. And then Parish Episcopal, who we've got our buddy Jackson Donovan on the call there, 17-0. We talked about the offense coming into that one against Fort Worth Christian.
Mm-hmm.
How about that Parish defense? I think that's very, very surprising.
Yeah.
I thought there was going to be fireworks there. So Parish Episcopal up 17-0. And then on ESPN2, which, watch us, but Bishop Dunn and Houston St. Pius will be a national televised game today for Texas high school football. So big moment for Bishop Dunn. My guy Brian Williams getting some national showcase there at the private school level.
You got to love it. All those scores coming across the area in private school action. But there's one game, and there are a couple highlighted games that I do want to get back to. We've talked about these games at length, got in depth whenever we could on these. Let's start things off with Birdville and Grapevine. That's a little bit of a ball game here, ladies and gentlemen. 17-17 with a minute and a half left in the third quarter. Two teams we talked about, and we talked about at length, being very, very evenly matched heading into the game. And that thing, that same factor has come into this, and we've seen it even yet again.
Yeah, absolutely. And credit to both teams' defenses for only giving up at this point 17 points in the game. These are two very high-scoring teams, almost 50 points per game for both of them. So only scoring 17 right now. One of the keys to this game, as I said, was going to be turnovers. Both of these teams have done incredible with that. Both are one's +7, one's +8 in the turnover margin. Both have over 10 turnovers for the season on defense. Well, right now, Birdville has 2 turnovers in the game. Now, it's still a tie ball game, and Grapevine hasn't done a ton to capitalize on those turnovers, but 2 turnovers for Birdville. Let's see if that ends up being sort of the deciding factor in what is a very close game right now.
Yeah, Grapevine is driving currently. They stalled out 4th and 8, and they went for it on 4th down and did not get it. Birdville takes over at the Grapevine 42-yard line.
I think everybody's surprised, man. Cade Rhodes hadn't taken over this game.
And it seemed like he came out really, really hot, and then really since halftime, he's kind of faded. A couple of big plays. He had a 60-yard touchdown pass in that first half, and so far in the second, really nothing. It's been all Birdville defensively.
Yeah, besides that big touchdown, only 80 yards passing besides that play for Cade Rhodes, and that's a surprise. A guy who's top 3 in the area for 5A in terms of passing yards and touchdowns and things like that. So, man, credit to both of these teams' defenses right now.
You look at some of these other scores running down the area. Denton Ryan, Carrollton Newman Smith. That one's not very close, guys. Denton Ryan well in front on that one. What's the score for that matchup, and how are the Raiders looking?
Oh, that's a final. That was a 40-something to
63 to 7
or 63 to 7 final.
Yeah,
3rd straight blowout too, by the way.
Yeah, it is. And their offense. Look, that was the question. We talked about that just a little bit ago. Could Denton Ryan start to get some offensive production? And they didn't really have to do a ton through the air, but still 4 total touchdowns. It does look like Ian Hennigan got in the game late. He was 3 for 4, 75 yards and a touchdown. Seth, the brother, 6 of 6. 100 yards, 3 touchdowns. So, look, I think this was a get-well game for that offense. They really did whatever they wanted. Amani Bailey on the ground, 4 carries, 25 yards, a couple of scores. I mean, it was just – if anybody wanted to get into the game and get into the end zone, they pretty much did for the Ryan Raiders tonight.
Gosh, 63 to 7, and you look at this total stat line there, 384 yards, No turnovers. Another solid Denton Ryan Raider type of football game, really.
It's that defense.
They're starting to figure it out. Defensively, they've already had it figured out. Yeah. But offensively, that's what was really the question mark heading into weeks 5, 6, 7 of the season. And right now, they've looked really, really, really polished on that offensive side. 48 points last week, 38 points the week before. They haven't really struggled on offense since that Keller Fossil Ridge game. And now Keller Fossil Ridge looks like a team that's one to reckon with in the DFW area.
The Keller, this is the Keller Fossil Ridge, or which Keller game are we going to here?
Oh, well, I was talking about Keller
just
Fossil
to mention,
Ridge.
because Fossil Ridge and Denton Ryan, they went to overtime in that game. But, I mean, you look at it, 9 touchdowns by different players. If you include the quarterbacks and what they were able to do in this one, I think you had 3 different running backs, 2 of them with multiple touchdowns, 3 different ones found the end zone, and then offensively 4 different receivers with touchdowns for Ryan. So your second teamers are eating, your third teamers are eating.
Everybody's
good day to be a Ryan Raider.
Hey, I had Keller on the brain because the Keller Indians right now are just running the table.
Let's hear about it.
I'm about to tell you right now. Like I said, my guy Sloan Henry is balling out. These guys are just basically Enoch Njobo. My guy, man, he is a physical runner. He is completely taking over this game with 158 yards right now. But another guy who has it's a good name as well, Damon Smith. The receiver there for the Keller Indians. This guy's also having balling out tonight, man. He's 120 some odd yards, 2 touchdowns tonight as well on the night.
Well, as we talk about some of those other games, let's go to Coppell and Hebron. I'm on the fan tag cam, and this is going to look a little different just because I want to do it in slow motion. Coppell's trying to ice this game. They're up 16-15 with 18 seconds left. They need a couple first downs. Well, they got one. Look at this catch. My goodness. On the fan tag cam, we're going to go back and forth on it a little bit. So you start back. Look at this. Over the top of 3 defenders.
Oh, man.
Look at this. Tumbling over and making the catch to try and seal the deal. We'll play it in real time. Real-time catch. Oh, nope, that's still lagging. But
that's called where you got to have it.
You get the point. Coppell icing the game against Hebron in a very tightly contested contest, and they look like they're going to win it 16-15.
Yeah, heartbreaker for Hebron. They miss a 21-yard field goal late in this one that would have given them the win. And I know they've had issues with their place kicking and special teams, and it seems like Coppell is going to hold on and get that 1 point. It all comes down to that PAT they got blocked.
It does, yeah.
We said it when it happened. I wonder if that'll come back, and it all comes down to that 1-pointer, and the Coppell Cowboys are going to survive.
I tell you what, Jonathan McGill, he obviously had a good game tonight. The Big 12, this guy's going somewhere in the Big 12. He's Oklahoma State. I see he wants to go to either Okie State, Texas Tech, somewhere like that. But he had a big game tonight against Bridges. Bridges held to 4 catches for 60 yards. For him, that is definitely a mediocre game. But again, Coppell, you knew if it got close anywhere within the parking lot, they had Caden Davis. He was one way or another, they were going to pull this game out.
Oh, my gosh.
Don't do that.
I've got the kick.
Is it a bad one?
Oh, my.
They needed Caden Davis to all of a sudden transform.
No, this is unbelievable. Let's look at this. This might be one of the best plays I've seen in this is Texas high school football at its best. Fan tag cam, let's roll it. This is a chip shot field goal. Remind you to win. Up, blocked.
Oh, wow.
From right around the 7-yard line. They had the ball on the 1.
Jeez,
that would have won the game, and Coppell blocks it to win on the road.
You know what? And here's a question, and maybe I'm even silly for asking it, but you have the ball at the 1-yard line.
No, you're not silly for asking this question.
Do you just not say, especially when you are Hebron and you have struggled, I don't care if it's a chip shot. You got to execute it. And they've had kicks blocked, and they've had missed holds. At the 1-yard line, do you not just say, enough of this, we're going to win or die here?
You know, those are the kind of decisions that get coaches fired at the next level. So
Ryan Brazel, I think his job is safe. I don't think
we're not going to go out and say that.
No, what I'm saying is the decision not to kick versus going for it, having it stuffed, and then they say, well, what did you not believe in your kicker? 1 yard out. I mean, so 100 times you make that decision, you're gonna make it 99.
Let's look at this again. Let's go back to the fan tag cam just for a split second, and we're not going to roll it yet. We're going to just look at what is happening right now on the screen. You look off to the right-hand side, and you look at the yard marker right on about the 3-yard line.
3-yard line.
Second down. And there are 18 seconds left on the clock at this point.
I mean, you probably don't have any timeouts, but you can put the ball
still
in the
down
air.
You can
still
down it for
clock
one play.
There's options.
Yeah.
Just an unbelievable scene as Coppell gets the job done in dramatic fashion. And talk about heartbreak. Hebron.
How about Ryan Hurt getting the job done again? We'll talk with Ashley about it, but Ryan Hurt, 126 yards, a touchdown on the ground, and that's Coppell Cowboy football.
He's a performer.
And that offensive line, it helps. They've got some big dogs up front that are going to play D1 football. They are really, really good on the offensive line.
And how about Coppell coming in and playing? I mean, how many games have they come down to the wire now? They've had some wild finishes.
Yeah, they really have.
And it started week 1 with our boy Caden Davis hitting the game winner, and now it comes down to this, another a game-winning or losing kick right there to end the game. Coppell, they know how to win those close ones, man. Good for them. That you're going to need
call them the cardiac Cowboys, man. They'll do it to you.
They've won a couple close ones. Their only loss of the season right now. Coppell looking better. Lost to Allen, 21-0.
Nothing to hang your head about.
Nothing to hang your head about.
Only giving up 21 to Allen's incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Well, it was only a half of football.
Oh, that was the weather game.
Oh, that's right. That's exactly right. But we're going to call a quick break real quickly here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars. Crazy stuff to
Can
get
I get
to.
one more in before the break?
What's going on?
South Lake Carroll has tied it up.
TJ McDaniel.
1-yard touchdown run. Final answer, TJ McDaniel?
No, Will Bowers.
Yes, Will Bowers. Eric Chiofalo, the money man tonight.
He's got it.
From 1 yard out, Eric, you are correct. It was Will Bowers. It is 27-all from Dragon Stadium between the Wildcats.
4 minutes left in that game or something like that?
4:09. 4:09 and counting.
And we'll keep a close eye on that. Maybe we'll have that 1-yard touchdown run when we come back. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the final segment of hour number 3 here from Whataburger Friday Night Stars.
This is the Pepsi that your father drank and your grandfather drank.
When I was your age, we worked for
And your grandmother, she drank it too before she met him.
That was quite the catch, you know.
We know. This is the Pepsi that your Uncle Ted drank when rock sounded like this. And the one he drinks now that rock sounds like this. This is the Pepsi for American pastimes. Whether you're tailgating at a speedway or courtside watching your favorite player make a breakaway.
and he scores!
It even goes well with away games. This is the Pepsi that was made for your mom's famous 5-alarm chili. You know, the one she refuses to give the recipe to.
Never gonna happen.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. This is the Pepsi that makes you say, hee, ba 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 ba, and baby. This is the Pepsi for those who are forever fun. This is the Pepsi for every generation.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. We make sure that our customers get their order hot and fresh.
I ordered the original Whataburger.
I got the number 2 Whataburger double, and I got bacon on it because everyone loves bacon.
We don't make it until you order it.
Their ingredients are so fresh, and you can taste it. Tomato, lettuce, and the onions all the time is fresh.
We cut our vegetables 3 times a day.
They gave me a hot and fresh burger the way I like it, so I'm happy.
Your hometown Whataburger. Serving it hot and fresh all day, every day.
Tour the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco. VIP guided tours give Cowboys fans an inside look at the place where the Dallas Cowboys train and work. Fans have the opportunity to see the Cowboys' state-of-the-art war room, grand atrium, a display of all 5 Super Bowl trophies and rings, and more. Connect with the Cowboys in ways you never imagined. VIP guided tours are available daily. Get your tour tickets now at thestarinfrisco.com. That's thestarinfrisco.com.
It's true. Everything's better when the Cowboys win, especially Papa John's Pizza. New this season, every time the Cowboys win, you get 50% off regular menu price pizzas the next day at papajohns.com. That's half-price pizzas with promo code CowboysWin. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Dallas Cowboys. Limited time offer, not valid with any other coupons or discounts. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
Dr. Pepper is the one you crave. But how do you explain that craving?
Imagine a surging river of ice-cold Dr. Pepper, roaring with carbonated mists of desire. You're dangling above it, upside down, like a fishing lure in the wind. 23 flavors tickle your nose, but the river is too far away to taste. Dr. Pepper calls to you. You.
Now that is a Dr. Pepper craving. Dr. Pepper, the one you crave.
Located at Dallas Cowboys Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, Cowboys Fit offers a comprehensive gym experience with over 60,000 square feet of workout space, personal training, group fitness classes, a heated rooftop pool, and luxury amenities, including the same state-of-the-art equipment used in the Dallas Cowboys team facility. A dedicated recovery lounge featuring hydro massage and cryotherapy, a health and nutrition bar, and so much more. For more information or to join, visit cowboysfit.com.
You know those little pins you push in a map? The ones that show you all the places you've traveled to? Well, thanks to American Airlines, you're about to run out of pins. With the most destinations of any airline in the world, American brings you closer to your next trip, wherever it is on the map. So, get ready to explore some new points of interest. The most destinations of any airline in the world. That's American Airlines. Pins not included.
Hats, backpack shorts and sneakers. Helmets, shoulder pads, knee pads, and cleats. Adidas and JanSport, Under Armour and Nike. Hoodies, jerseys, leggings, and shoes.
Start your back-to-school season for less with our head-to-toe selection of sports essentials for under $30 and top brands and footwear under $60. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Ever wonder what it's like to play for the Dallas Cowboys?
We scratch, we claw, we fight.
To sit in the same locker room as your favorite Cowboys players. To run into the end zone.
Touchdown, Cowboys!
You can do all that and more when you tour AT&T Stadium. Play on the field. See the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders' locker room and gain access to areas where fans are never allowed on game day. It's all possible with AT&T Stadium Tours. Presented by SeatGeek. Tours are available daily. Visit attstadium.com for details.
Back here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars, we'll give you a little bit of Preston Stone action live from Paris. That's also on our Game On Sports networks. Of course, we've got Jackson Donovan and company at that football game, and Jackson was on the call. We'll talk to him in just a little bit, him and Saji Adam and a lot of the other Game On Sports crew. But, Preston Stone, man, he's a good one, and he fired that one in the face of some pressure, and Parrish leads that football game late in that one. Welcome back here to Whataburger Friday Night Stars. We're live from the Dallas Cowboys headquarters at the Star in Frisco. Kyle Youmans, Hekma Harrison, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiofalo. We got 15 minutes, guys, until Whataburger Friday Night Stars overtime. But before that, let's run through those scores again, because a lot of these games are starting to go final. A lot of these games are starting to shape up, and we'll talk about some of these in length with those reporters out in the field after they go final. Let's start with 6A. Zach, what's going on there?
Well, we know Coppell and Hebron is now final at 16-15. Geyer and Carroll tied at 27.
Oh, man.
South Lake Carroll's marching. They're at the 23-yard line with just under a minute and a half left. So they're trying to go down, drain this clock, and either kick a game-winning field goal or score a game-winning touchdown. So the Dragons in good position here against Denton Geyer. Flower Mound all over Irving. 62-14 in that one. Flower Mound continues to stack up wins here as they try and make the postseason. Flower Mound Marcus and Irving Nimitz is a final. The Marauders 27-23, boys.
Big time victory for Flower Mound.
They get the victory there. Yeah, well, a great game, and I'm sure we'll hear from Derek Finch all about that one. Keller and Keller Timber Creek 43-22. Keller gets the win. So their only loss of the season to South Lake Carroll. Big time Keller program there. Louisville over Irving MacArthur. 14-10 was the final. The Fighting Farmers holding on in that one. We'll hear from Lane Lewis, who was on the call in Irving MacArthur for Louisville on that one. Saxe 49-0 over Garland. 28-16. Wiley is up late in the fourth quarter on Garland Lakeview Centennial. Abilene all over Hearst LD Bell 28-7. Duncanville is putting a hurtin' on Skyline. They've just scored again, and they are up 55-6 right now. Rockwall Heath I believe, has scored some points. It is 6-4.
Thank God.
6-4. Rockwall Heath is up on Mesquite. So those two safeties, they're going to have to get one more to at least tie. 2 more safeties to win. Can they get 4 safeties in a football game? I don't know, but we'll find out. Arlington Martin 33-29 up on North Crowley. North Crowley just scored. Watch out, Warrior fans. North Crowley is on the heels. Finally, we've got the second half underway between Rockwall and Mesquite Horn. It only took about an hour. 31-28, Rockwall is up on Mesquite Horn. Tyler Lee up 27-26 on North Mesquite. And then Weatherford and Haltom all tied up at 21. A game I thought Haltom would handle Weatherford. We got a dogfight, 21-all in that one.
Okay, so I've got a 6A score update. It hasn't even refreshed on any of the pages, but we've got it from FanTag. You're going to enjoy this one. Watch this live on the FanTag cam. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Southlake Carroll, Denton Geyer. This is with 11 seconds left on the clock. I'm going to let your reaction speak for itself. Look at this. Snap back, and then it just goes nuts. Wide receiver pass.
Oh, what a gutsy call.
Southlake Carroll.
What a gutsy call.
Is going to win the football game.
Well, it's not over yet. It's not over yet.
Nope.
Geyer's going to get a chance. Let's not overlook at Wildcat.
The extra point was
blocked.
Here.
Oh.
So it's 33-27, and Denton Geyer's going to get the football back with 6 seconds.
So they're going to have to
Hail Mary.
run this one and back. Or, Hail Mary. My goodness, what a way to end it.
Man.
What a call by Coach Dodge.
Isn't that unbelievable?
Man. That's gutsy. That's a gutsy call right there, boys.
You know, you're playing against John Walsh, who is also known for making crazy play calls like that, pulling a rabbit out of the hat. Late in the game, you're driving, you call the wide receiver pass. Beautiful. Beautifully executed, too. That's the thing. You can call it, but they got executed on the field. That was beautifully executed. They had the entire defense suck in.
Yeah.
Geyer's playing the run,
That's
and then
timing.
boom, hit him
I
over
mean,
the top.
you can only call that play at a time like that because you know you're sucking the defense in. They're going to be playing aggressive. They want to get a stop, and you got to kiss the baby.
Also, by the way, let's update this a little bit. Still 6 seconds left on the clock. I mentioned how that extra point was blocked, correct?
What are you about to do?
Well, let's look at the FanTag cam here in just a
Geyer
second.
ran
It's
it back?
still low. Oh, they did.
No way.
They did.
No.
Oh, all the way back, baby.
No, you.
Let's look at this on the FanTag cam. I'm going to roll it here. Blocked.
What a game!
The field goal was blocked and returned.
Yes, the PAT was blocked and returned.
So they get 2
all
points.
the way. So they got 2 points. So it's 33-29.
Oh, I thought that was the kickoff.
I know. I thought you were
the kickoff.
I thought that's what
I
you were
wasn't that,
insinuating. I was like, my God.
Either way, that's still a big 2 points.
It is.
I mean, a touchdown still wins it
Yeah,
either way.
it does, but geez, it just kind of gives you all of a sudden you feel like
Guys,
the game's dead, and then
don't
you
you
get some
understand
momentum
how
back.
big Texas high school football is?
Oh, it's
Do you know how
unbelievable,
excited? I mean, I don't care if your grandma at the game. It's a lot of people holding on to pacemakers right now.
Oh yeah, even if you hate both these teams, you're sitting back like, man, this
What
is
a
a heck of
game.
a football game.
All right, so we've got the kickoff. I haven't looked at this, so I don't know what happens here. The FanTag cam is coming in clutch tonight. Can we just go ahead and talk about that?
Yeah,
Yes.
Adrian,
Let's
you're
roll
putting
this.
in work, sir.
Adrian is putting in some work. This is the FanTag cam. Hopefully that pause button gets out of the way. We'll see what happens. It's a short pooch kick.
I'm surprised they
Oh,
didn't
no,
split
that
that.
is not a
They kick
pooch
it out
kick.
of the
Oh,
end
my
zone.
goodness. So that's what's going to happen. That's exactly what's happening live at
Ooh,
Dragon
boy.
Stadium. So they're going to have
So
one
now
play.
what does Walsh have up his bag of tricks?
One play. We're
I mean,
going to
hook
see.
and ladder. What
That's
are you
what I was
thinking
thinking.
here?
Hook ladder.
Something.
We'll see.
The thing is, now you get in trouble because you're not a pass-happy team.
No.
And now you need a big play down the field. And you've been scoring long runs with Stowers and Cobbs. So I assume it's still going to be some type of, if it's a short pass, you're going to flip it back, try and get it into one of those players' hands. But, man, for Geyer, it seems like they're going to come up just short.
Well, like you said, they're a running team, and you can't go in your bag of tricks if you don't have one.
I know. Well, I don't doubt that Walsh doesn't have something. It's just, can his guys, if it's to force the ball down the field, will they be able to execute a play like that is the question.
Yeah, that's the biggest question. I'm waiting for this to kind of update here because I want to see how this game comes to an end. It's been that good all the way through, and we're waiting for Adrian Jagish to see how exactly this game is going to conclude. But overall, what a great football game. Two teams that we've looked at all season long and really we've put Denton Geyer in that woe is me kind of category. They had those injuries early on.
Not anymore.
No, they don't. And they look stout against a team that we kind of put up on a pedestal in South Lake Carroll. Here's the final play. I also, once again, have not looked at this. This is exactly as I've received it from Adrian Jagish in the fan tag cam. Let's see how this one ends up. Once again, one play for Geyer to try and win the football game. They've only got 3-4 wideouts. They've got the one back in the back. Rolling out, looking forward. They're going to throw it up the middle, and it looks like it's incomplete. And then the way that South Lake Carroll did not celebrate there, they may have one more play left here.
Yeah, I think that they got that one off with just enough time, but I am showing a final.
Okay.
33-29.
Way to spoil it.
South Lake Carroll has gone ahead. Well, it was just an incomplete pass.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't anything
Nothing
special.
fun.
If it was cool, if it was exciting, trust me, I wouldn't have been the spoiler.
What
there,
a football game, though.
Unbelievable game. And for South Lake Carroll, against a program that's given them trouble. We talked about that in the open. Geyer has had that. This is the 6th game between the two. The all-time series is now 3-3. These are two evenly matched programs, perennially in the playoffs, fighting for state championships. And man, I'm so happy they're in the same district now. And for Geyer, this is a big district loss. You know, they're going to have to claw their way back within district. That's a tough one that they're playing, and they've got a big game coming up down the road in this one as well. They play Keller Timber Creek, who just lost to Keller next week. So for Geyer, a tough loss, but you got to lick your wounds and get back out there. It's also, moral victories. I'm not a huge believer in that, but anytime you go on the road and you knock off a team that's state ranked, this should be one, especially for a young team like Geyer.
Yeah, getting what you say. What a difference an injury makes. Getting their quarterback back completely made a difference in the team, and you can tell the way that they executed, how explosive they were, the way that it opened up their running game. Geyer's a different team than where we were at the beginning of the season with them, man. So definitely putting everybody in the state on notice.
Man, the gutsiness of Riley Dodge, though, I still can't
was
get
about to say the same thing. That last play.
Incredible. You take it out of Will Bauer's hands. You take it out of TJ McDaniel's hands. No, we're going to do a wide receiver screen, pass for a touchdown. Incredible, man.
Yeah, and Blake Smith was the one that ended up catching that touchdown pass. We're going to go to break. When we come back, it'll be Whataburger Friday Night Stars overtime. Let's leave you with that final touchdown from South Lake, courtesy of the fan tag cam. Whataburger Friday Night Stars. We'll continue here after the break.
That's a hell of a one.
This is the Pepsi that your father drank and your grandfather drank.
When I was your age, we worked for
And your grandmother, she drank it too before she met him.
That was quite the catch, you know.
We know. This is the Pepsi that your Uncle Ted drank when rock sounded like this. And the one he drinks now that rock sounds like this. This is the Pepsi for American pastimes. Whether you're tailgating at a speedway or courtside watching your favorite player make a breakaway.
and he scores!
It even goes well with away games. This is the Pepsi that was made for your mom's famous 5-alarm chili. You know, the one she refuses to give the recipe to.
Never gonna happen.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. This is the Pepsi that makes you say, hee, ba 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 ba, and baby. This is the Pepsi for those who are forever fun. This is the Pepsi for every generation.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. We make sure that our customers get their order hot and fresh.
I ordered the original Whataburger.
I got the number 2 Whataburger double, and I got bacon on it because everyone loves bacon.
We don't make it until you order it.
Their ingredients are so fresh, and you can taste it. Tomato, lettuce, and the onions all the time is fresh.
We cut our vegetables 3 times a day.
They gave me a hot and fresh burger the way I like it, so I'm happy.
Your hometown Whataburger. Serving it hot and fresh all day, every day.
Tour the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco. VIP guided tours give Cowboys fans an inside look at the place where the Dallas Cowboys train and work. Fans have the opportunity to see the Cowboys' state-of-the-art war room, grand atrium, a display of all 5 Super Bowl trophies and rings, and more. Connect with the Cowboys in ways you never imagined. VIP guided tours are available daily. Get your tour tickets now at thestarinfrisco.com. That's thestarinfrisco.com.
It's true. Everything's better when the Cowboys win, especially Papa John's Pizza. New this season, every time the Cowboys win, you get 50% off regular menu price pizzas the next day at papajohns.com. That's half-price pizzas with promo code CowboysWin. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Dallas Cowboys. Limited time offer. Not valid with any other coupons or discounts. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
Dr. Pepper is the one you crave. But how do you explain that craving?
Imagine a surging river of ice-cold Dr. Pepper, roaring with carbonated mists of desire. You're dangling above it, upside down, like a fishing lure in the wind. 23 flavors tickle your nose, but the river is too far away to taste. Dr. Pepper calls to you. You.
Now that is a Dr. Pepper craving. Dr. Pepper, the one you crave.
Located at Dallas Cowboys Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, Cowboys Fit offers a comprehensive gym experience with over 60,000 square feet of workout space, personal training, group fitness classes, a heated rooftop pool, and luxury amenities, including the same state-of-the-art equipment used in the Dallas Cowboys team facility. A dedicated recovery lounge featuring hydro massage and cryotherapy, a health and nutrition bar, and so much more. For more information or to join, visit cowboysfit.com.
You know those little pins you push in a map? The ones that show you all the places you've traveled to? Well, thanks to American Airlines, you're about to run out of pins. With the most destinations of any airline in the world, American brings you closer to your next trip, wherever it is on the map. So, get ready to explore some new points of interest. Most destinations of any airline in the world. That's American Airlines. Pins not included.
Hats, backpack shorts and sneakers. Helmets, shoulder pads, knee pads, and cleats. Adidas and JanSport, Under Armour and Nike. Hoodies, jerseys, leggings, and shoes.
Start your back-to-school season for less with our head-to-toe selection of sports essentials for under $30 and top brands and footwear under $60. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Ever wonder what it's like to play for the Dallas Cowboys?
We scratch, we claw, we fight.
To sit in the same locker room as your favorite Cowboys players. To run into the end zone.
Touchdown, Cowboys!
You could do all that and more when you tour AT&T Stadium. Play on the field, see the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders' locker room, and gain access to areas where fans are never allowed on game day. It's all possible with AT&T Stadium Tours, presented by SeatGeek. Tours are available daily. Visit attstadium.com for details.
Whataburger Friday Night Stars overtime as we are live from the Star in Frisco, home to the Dallas Cowboys headquarters, and today it's home to Friday Night Lights like it is every Friday, 7 to 11, right here on YouTube and on Vimeo, presented by Game On Sports. I'm Kyle Youmans alongside the great, the awesome, the unbelievably legendary Hekma Harrison.
That's me.
On the other side, we've got the best beard in all of sports, Mr. Zach Wolchuk, stroking the beard, loving every second of it, loving life. And then we've got man bun himself, Mr. Eric Chiofalo. Eric.
Also the best glasses game
He does
in
have
the
some
business.
Those Ray-Bans?
These are, actually, they are Ray-Bans.
I got Ray-Ban Vision.
I like it. They look great. Well, we're going to run through some of the best high school football in the entire country. Of course, it's the Lone Star State. No surprise there. But we've also had some outstanding games that we've talked about all the way through, all the way from 7 o'clock. But now that we're in overtime, we're going to start things over. We're starting it from the top. All these games that we've talked about already tonight are starting to go final, and we're going to start things off with Birdville and Grapevine. This one's not final, Eric, correct?
It is not final. I'm waiting on it to go final. Grapevine down by 4 right now with 27 seconds left in the game. They have a 4th and 8 from the Birdville 27. Unfortunately, a field goal is not going to do it for them, so they're going to have to go for it here on 4th down. We'll see if they can convert, but Birdville looking to go 5-0 for the first time since 2012. They are 27 seconds away from doing just that, and credit to the Birdville defense containing that Grapevine offense that we've seen put up 47 points a game. We already know about quarterback Cade Rhodes. This dude's a stud, and they've slowed them down, only putting up 20 points for that Grapevine offense. And again, 24-20, 27 seconds left in this game. As soon as it goes final, I will be sure to let you know.
Well, there you go. That's another great game that we've kept an eye on all night long. One of those games that we kept an eye on, but it wasn't necessarily as great. Well, it was great for the Denton Ryan Raiders. Denton Ryan and Carrollton Newman Smith. This one was dominant from the beginning for the Raiders.
Yep, from the beginning, they never stopped. Foot on the gas from the get-go, 63-7. Ryan wins their 35th straight regular season game behind an outstanding defensive performance and really anybody that you want to name on that offense. Amani Bailey, Drew Sanders doing it on both ways, Ian Hennigan, Seth Hennigan at quarterback, both coming in throwing touchdowns. Everybody got on the stat sheet. Everybody scored for the Ryan Raiders. Really good day to be a son of Ryan.
Wow. Yeah, definitely so. And this one may be the best game we've had all day long. Coppell and Hebron.
What a game.
What a game, and I know you're on top of things, Hekma. Kind of run through what happened in this game, and we might even show a couple highlights here.
Look, guys, this was as advertised. Everybody thought that this was going to be a great matchup. I mean, just some individual matchups was Jonathan McGill versus Trajan Bridges. Hey, that didn't end up being what happened in the end. My guy Hurt, man. He went to work. Ryan Hurt ended the game with 126 yards, 1 touchdown. And this was a heavyweight matchup. 16-15. Guys, look at those yards. 207 rushing yards from Coppell and 195 rushing yards for Hebron. But the one stat that you want to just kind of try and pay attention to is that 17 yards of passing for Coppell. Wow. I don't think anyone came into this game thinking that Coppell would only be able to throw for 17 yards, but that's it for these guys. Matched up perfectly, 12 first downs for both teams. It came down to penalties. And, guys, they say football is a game of inches. It came down to
you got to claw with your fingernails.
I knew you were going to throw that in there. I know it. I teed it up so perfect you fell for it. And it came down to a block field goal.
And let's look at that block field goal, courtesy of the fan
game.
tag cam. Ashley Pickle was on the scene, and she was able to get this field goal. And really from the beginning, it looked like it was going to be a Hebron win, blocked at the end. And Coppell holds on 16-15. We've got Ashley Pickle on the line, the hardest working woman in all of Friday Night Football. Pickle, first off, do we need to send an EMT your way? Because you may have had a heart attack in the middle of that football game.
My blood pressure is through the roof right now, guys. What a game. I mean, I said that in my final report. It does not get better than Texas high school football. And tonight, I mean, I got goosebumps even talking to you right now. I didn't grow up around here. I wasn't super familiar with either of these teams before, tonight or working over the season. But oh my goodness, that was exciting.
Ashley, we know Caden Davis is the kicker, and he's a huge, huge friend, and I think he's a fan of the show as well. He's been kind of our Friday Night Star legend of the year so far with his game-winning kick early in the season. Can you confirm or deny whether or not his field goals today, he was blindfolded when he was kicking those?
Man, you would have thought so. My heart hurt for him. I saw him with his family after the game, just looked completely defeated.
Wait.
But I mean,
oh, no, this is Coppell's
This is the
kicker.
Coppell
kicker, Caden Davis. This dude, I think he kicked a couple of field
We
goals
asked about the Coppell kicker, Pickle.
47-yarder tonight.
Yes, my bad. Yes. He, on the other hand, was happy with tonight.
Okay.
Let's start with that. So yes, he had that unbelievably long field goal at the beginning of the third quarter to really kind of kick things off there. Just, I mean, he did get one of his blocks too, but it was just an unbelievable game. 4 block kicks tonight. It was insane.
Yeah, Pickle, this is Hekma. Listen, there was an matchup that everybody was talking about before this game, and it was Jonathan McGill versus Trajan Bridges. From your vantage point, what did you see? Was it as evenly matched, or one of those games did Jonathan McGill just completely dominate this matchup?
McGill had an unbelievable game. There's no doubt about it. He had that interception in the end zone at the end of the third, which really, I mean, it capped off the night for him. But I'll tell you what, Trajan is an unbelievable receiver. He had 3 catches tonight that were just, I mean, he at least had to be a half a foot jumping up above the other guys. That was like watching D1 football. Obviously, they're both going to go on and play that, but it was unbelievable. McGill really had one heck of a night though for Coppell, and that was the biggest thing for their defense, especially that interception late in the third.
What was the atmosphere like there, Pickle? I know a lot of media outlets, much like ourselves, kind of tabbed this as a game of the week. Was it packed there to the brim in terms of both sides of the stadium?
Coppell didn't show up as much as I thought they were going to, but Hebron, I mean, they were out. The stands were completely full. People standing down along the fence line as well. Yeah, from a media standpoint, I mean, it was everybody's game of the week. It was hyped up, and it 110% lived up to that hype. The energy there the entire night was unbelievable. People were chanting OU when Trajan made that final catch on that 4th and 8 to put them into range to kick the last field goal. I mean, it was unbelievable. And the moment that field goal was blocked there at the end, the stadium fell silent. I mean, other than the Coppell side, but the side from Hebron, I mean, you don't hear a football stadium that packed fall silent that quickly in normal games. And tonight it was just the energy was all over the place.
Ashley, Zach with you. Coppell comes away with the win, but I got to ask, what was going on with their quarterback situation tonight? Only 17 yards through the air. They're obviously a run-first team with that big offensive line, but should they be concerned about their quarterback position moving forward?
You know, he had an off night tonight. The receivers, they weren't connecting well. When you've got a defense as good as Hebron has, and I mean, especially with they've got some really good defensive backs too. I don't think that it's anything that they're going to worry about too much, but I will say they've got Ryan Hurt, who is the senior running back. He is so versatile, the way that he can move in the backfield and his explosiveness off the ball. The moment he gets that ball in his hands, he just explodes. And I think that the coaches go in knowing that that's their biggest point. I don't think that they're too concerned, but they definitely are going to have their work cut out for him going into next week's practice, just looking at, you know, what can we do to get those receivers more open? What can we do to get Drew moving around better in the pocket so that they don't have to rely on Ryan Hurt as much as they do?
Ashley Pickle live from what was a magnificent football game, 16-15. Coppell wins it late. Ashley, thanks so much. We finally got you a good football game with no rain, and it was a good one to be at. Thanks so much, and we'll talk to you next week.
Absolutely. Y'all have fun tonight, guys.
All righty, she goes, Ashley Pickle.
The hardest working woman.
In sports.
Better tell them.
No doubt.
No doubt at all. And we'll go through some of these other scores. Irving Nimitz and Flower Mound Marcus. Another good football game, really from the get-go. Flower Mound Marcus pulls away late. Let's go to the fan tag cam. Actually, let's look at some of the stats first. Marcus, 260 yards total offense compared to 495 for Irving Nimitz. But the scoreboard is what counts. And Marcus and the Marauders were able to get the job done. How did they pull this out having that little comparatively yard-wise?
There has to be a story to this game. Something happened.
Hey, Derek Finch was there, and I think we got him on the phone.
Yeah, he is on the phone, and we'll go to him right now to tell that story. Derek Finch. Derek, thanks so much for joining us as we talk a little bit about this Flower Mound Marcus win. What exactly happened? Because it looks like a confusing stat line and a box score from our side of things.
Well, two things. First of all, I'm not surprised at all that Irving Nimitz outgained Flower Mound Marcus by a lot.
Wow.
And I'm also not surprised at all that Flower Mound Marcus won this game. Because what you had coming into it, I think I said in the pregame, was you had one team who had just lost and was trying to regain their balance, and another team who seemingly could not be stopped after losing their first game. And it started a lot like that. Irving Nimitz was playing desperate. They had a relentless pass rush. They were gaining yards. The quarterback, Chance Hernandez, shout out to him, man. That kid's a warrior and a beast running up and down the field. But once the second half kicked off, Flower Mound Marcus scored fast, and they had some adversity, another onside kick and a long touchdown by Nimitz. But give Flower Mound a lot of credit. They hunkered down, and they just kept pounding that rock, just kept pounding Dinka inside. And what killed Irving late was just turnovers. They had a strip sack or a forced fumble late in the game that Flower Mound Marcus was able to fall on, and then a sack when they were driving when Nemitz was trying to drive down and score, take the lead again. So to me, it doesn't surprise me that there was a lot of offense on Nimitz's side, but at the same time, I was really, really impressed with Marcus's resolve overall.
Derek, Zach, with you. You mentioned Justin Dinka, the outstanding running back for Marcus. I covered Coach Atkinson when he was at Denton High, and I know if he's got a running back, he is going to feature him. Just tell us a little bit about your impressions from watching Justin Dinka, and then late in the game, if he was just the guy to carry that thing out.
Yeah, that's for sure. We had a little bit of a slow start. You could tell Nimitz, a huge part of their game plan was stop Dinka, as it should be. And second half, it's like the great coach Herman Boone says, you just give it it's like Novocaine. Just give it time. It always works. They just kept pounding Dinka. And the hole started opening. But what really impressed me about Dinka was his change of direction speed. I would compare him to LaShawn McCoy in the pros. I know that's sort of a lofty comparison to make, but there was time and time again, it looked like there was nothing. 3 guys standing right in front of him, and he can just switch and change direction on a dime and take the thing from right to left, and there's nobody anywhere near him. So it's not surprising at all that he's going to be going to San Diego State to play football.
Hey, Derek, this is Hekma Harrison here. I have a question for you about the LSU commit, Marcel Brooks, and that Flower Mound Marcus defense. How did they perform? I mean, I know there was a lot of yards from Irving Nimitz, but it seems like there at the end they pulled through. Talk about that performance by the Flower Mound defense.
Well, I think I mentioned that Marcus scored first in the second half, and Nimitz answered right back with a deep 75-yard pass touchdown. They were constantly attacking that left side of the field. And after that long pass touchdown, they had the onside kick, and I felt like Marcus is going to lose this game because of their defense, because they just can't hunker down and get a stop. But as the game went on, they just played better contained. They were stopping the run. Both teams, huge part of their game plan was just run. And Marcus just was filling the gaps later in the game, late when they needed to, if you follow. And it wasn't an overall impressive effort, but definitely late game resolve. This game was all about mental toughness and all about the fourth quarter for me.
Yeah, definitely so.
You really didn't know which way it was going to go until about 8 seconds left in the game. To be honest with you.
Okay. Hey, that's a good football game right there. You talked about the late sacks and everything that went on, and just an overall wild football game. Was this one where you look at it, is it a what-if game for Irving Nimitz? Is this game that they'll look back on later on and say, hey, we should have had this?
Well, I think so. I thought they played extremely well. My MVP of the game, even though they lost, would be their quarterback, Mr. Hernandez. Because he's listed as a quarterback linebacker. This is a big dude who's coming running at these DBs. And he played with a lot of heart and a lot of tenacity. And I thought Nimitz was going to blow them out early on. It was 14-0, and it didn't look like Marcus was going to be able to get anything going. So, yeah, it was just a terrific back and forth, and I was glad to be a part of it.
Yeah, thanks so much. Derek Finch live from that Marauder Stadium as Marcus wins it over Irving Nimitz 27-23. Derek, thanks so much. We'll talk to you again next week, buddy.
All right, have a good night.
All right, there he goes, Derek Finch. And, man, another good football game. Let's take a look at that. He talked about the late crucial sack. I have it up on the fan tag cam the way that we had it earlier as we take a look at this. This is late in the football game. You see Nimitz is driving on third down, and they just kind of crashing on in. You see how pumped up that Marauder sideline is, and they get a big-time stop at the end of that football game to win it, and they do hold off Irving Nimitz. And that one basically, it pushed them. A field goal wouldn't have won it late for Nimitz, but it pushed them out of that range of maybe trying to have a better shot at throwing it up to the end zone. Very crucial late in that football game. Let's look at Denison and Lake Dallas. Lake Dallas early in this football game, or really before this football game, we talked about and said, hey, they've got the #1 opportunity to win this. There's no chance for Denison. Denison fought hard in that first half, but despite 5 turnovers for Lake Dallas, they're able to pull ahead at the end.
Incredible to be able to overcome that. You look at all the offense they put up, 25 points in the fourth quarter for that Lake Dallas team. So that was just they blew the doors open in the fourth quarter there. And credit to Depperschmidt, that team right there putting up 395 yards passing. We know Ryan Depperschmidt's a stud. Credit to Lake Dallas.
Yeah, and credit to Deborah Schmidt as well. He threw 3 interceptions in the game, comes back late in that fourth quarter, throws 2 touchdowns to really give the Falcons that win and pull away from Denison.
Yeah, definitely. So you got to look at what Lake Dallas was able to do with those 5 turnovers. I don't know how you put up 564 total yards passing and still have 5 turnovers.
5 possessions got stolen from you.
I think that's unbelievable, the way that was able to kind of play out. And we continue with the rest of our the rest of our scores and our rundowns throughout Whataburger Friday Night Stars. We're going to take a little bit of a break here from the Star in Frisco. When we come back, we're going to look at a wild Denton Geyer South Lake Creole game, Euless Trinity and San Angelo Central, and then we'll look at the game that was at the Ford Center tonight here at the Star. We'll be back with more Whataburger Friday Night Stars Overtime presented by Game On Sports here in just a moment.
This is the Pepsi that your father drank and your grandfather drank.
When I was your age...
Yeah, he said he'll probably...
And your grandmother, she drank it too before she met him.
That was quite the catch, you know.
We know. This is the Pepsi that your Uncle Ted drank when rock sounded like this. And the one he drinks now that rock sounds like this.
Yep.
This is the Pepsi for American pastimes. Whether you're tailgating at a speedway or courtside watching your favorite player make a breakaway...
He scores!
It even goes well with away games. This is the Pepsi that was made for your mom's famous 5-alarm chili. You know, the one she refuses to give the recipe to.
Never gonna happen.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. This is the Pepsi that makes you say, hee, ba 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 ba, and baby. This is the Pepsi for those who are forever fun. This is the Pepsi for every generation.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. We make sure that our customers get their order hot and fresh.
I ordered the original Whataburger.
I got the number 2 Whataburger double, and I got bacon on it because everyone loves bacon.
We don't make it until you order it.
Their ingredients are so fresh, and you can taste it. Tomato, lettuce, and the onions all the time is fresh.
We cut our vegetables 3 times a day.
They gave me a hot and fresh burger the way I like it, so I'm happy.
Your hometown Whataburger. Serving it hot and fresh all day, every day.
Tour the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco. VIP guided tours give Cowboys fans an inside look at the place where the Dallas Cowboys train and work. Fans have the opportunity to see the Cowboys' state-of-the-art war room, grand atrium, a display of all 5 Super Bowl trophies and rings, and more. Connect with the Cowboys in ways you never imagined. VIP guided tours are available daily. Get your tour tickets now at thestarinfrisco.com. That's thestarinfrisco.com.
It's true. Everything's better when the Cowboys win, especially Papa John's Pizza. New this season, every time the Cowboys win, you get 50% off regular menu price pizzas the next day at papajohns.com. That's half-price pizzas with promo code CowboysWin. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Dallas Cowboys. Limited time offer, not valid with any other coupons or discounts. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
Dr. Pepper is the one you crave. But how do you explain that craving?
Imagine a surging river of ice-cold Dr. Pepper, roaring with carbonated mists of desire. You're dangling above it, upside down, like a fishing lure in the wind. 23 flavors tickle your nose, but the river is too far away to taste. Dr. Pepper calls to you. You.
Now that is a Dr. Pepper craving. Dr. Pepper, the one you crave.
Located at Dallas Cowboys Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, Cowboys Fit offers a comprehensive gym experience with over 60,000 square feet of workout space, personal training, group fitness classes, a heated rooftop pool, and luxury amenities, including the same state-of-the-art equipment used in the Dallas Cowboys team facility. A dedicated recovery lounge featuring hydro massage and cryotherapy, a health and nutrition bar, and so much more. For more information or to join, visit cowboysfit.com.
You know those little pins you push in a map? The ones that show you all the places you've traveled to? Well, thanks to American Airlines, you're about to run out of pins. With the most destinations of any airline in the world, American brings you closer to your next trip, wherever it is on the map. So, get ready to explore some new points of interest. The most destinations of any airline in the world. That's American Airlines. Pins not included.
So sneakers, helmets, shoulder pads, knee pads, and cleats. Adidas and JanSport, Under Armour and Nike, hoodies, jerseys, leggings, and shoes.
Start your back-to-school season for less with our head-to-toe selection of sports essentials for under $30 and top brands and footwear under $60. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Ever wonder what it's like to play for the Dallas Cowboys?
We scratch, we claw, we fight.
To sit in the same locker room as your favorite Cowboys players. To run into the end zone.
Touchdown, Cowboys!
You could do all that and more when you tour AT&T Stadium. Play on the field, see the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders' locker room, and gain access to areas where fans are never allowed on game day. It's all possible with AT&T Stadium Tours, presented by SeatGeek. Tours are available daily. Visit attstadium.com for details.
Texas high school football. Whataburger Friday Night Stars overtime live from the Star in Frisco. Zach Wolchuk's fired up. Eric Chiofalo is losing his mind. And Hekma Harrison, well, he's chill as can be because he's never gets too high, never gets too low.
That's why we love Hekma.
Cooler than the Hindu cow, guys. Let's go.
Wow, that's a first. I've never heard that one before. I thought you were going to do the other side of the pillow, little.
Nah. I got them all night, guys.
That one was better.
Heck was way too original for that.
That's true. I like that. Louisville Fighting Farmers 14, Irving MacArthur Cardinals 10 in a tight ball game all the way up until the very end. MacArthur was leading this game up until the fourth quarter, and we've got Lane Lewis on the line. He was on the call for the Louisville Fighting Farmers, who ended up on the winning side of things. Lane, first off, thanks for joining us here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars. And this is a game that it doesn't look like there was really a whole lot happening until that fourth quarter. Tell us about what went on there.
Yeah, it was sort of a sloppy game, but both teams really needing a victory in district play. They both lost games last week in which they led in the fourth quarter. But it was a sloppy game. Neither team was able to really get something consistently going on offense. In the second half, I don't think Louisville had a single first down. The only points in the winning touchdown came on a punt return, a 77-yard punt return by Dalen Clark of Louisville that gave them the lead. The defense for Louisville was unbelievable, holding an offense in MacArthur that really couldn't throw the ball. They've got a sophomore starting quarterback that couldn't consistently find guys open down the field. Anything he could complete was just short and trying to make things easy for him. The Louisville defense was unbelievable. They 3 and outs anytime they had the opportunity to. And at the end of the game, it was MacArthur. They had the ball driving, trying to cut into that lead. It was 14-10, and a really huge play. They picked up a couple of first downs, and in a little bit of a hurry up through a trick play with their backup quarterback throwing down the field and actually completed it down to the 5-yard line with about 15 seconds left. It was called back on an illegal man downfield penalty, and the game ended just 2 plays later. So almost a walk-off victory for MacArthur, but just not able to get it done at the end.
Lane, what's going on with that Louisville offense? Only 6 first downs in the game, a total of 150 yards and 3 turnovers. They still come out on top, but what's going on with that offense?
Yeah, they're not able to throw the ball consistently. It's an issue that a lot of teams in high school have. I know y'all are very aware of that. Just about every team can run the ball. It's rare that you get a high school offense that can throw the ball consistently. Louisville is no different. They've got a quarterback that's a lot more effective running the ball than he is throwing the ball. But even then, they didn't run him that much at all. Their big offensive player has been McAfee. He's the running back who's coming into today in their first 4 games had run for over 100 yards in 3 of the 4. I think he had 475 yards or so coming into today. I think he had ended with 22 carries for something like 54 yards. Just weren't able to get him going because the MacArthur defense, which was really stout up front, a huge defensive line, knew that that's really all that they had was McAfee. They keyed on him the entire game, and they were just never able to move the ball. The one touchdown that they had offensively was a little screen pass to Dalen Clark, who was the same guy who returned the punt for a touchdown on a 3rd and 5 in which the corner was playing 10 yards off of him. And by the time he got to the first down marker, he had 4 blockers in front of him, and it was an easy touchdown. Other than that, they were never able to move the ball consistently. And if it wasn't for that punt return touchdown, there's no way they would have come away with a victory today.
Lane, in District 6-6A, in my opinion, this was kind of a de facto elimination game for the playoffs. For Louisville, obviously a huge win. Looking down the line, I mean, do you think, I know this is a small sample size for you filling in for Nick calling this game, but do you think this is a Louisville Fighting Farmer team that can make the playoffs?
I think it is, and the reason why is I'm going to use some context because the team that they lost against last week, Flower Mound, was a game in which Louisville was leading in the third quarter 28-7, ended up losing that game 35-28. What did Flower Mound do today? Oh, they just put up 62 points or so. I believe it was on Nimitz. On the other side of things, MacArthur last week played Coppell, a game in which they led against Coppell 21-14 going into the fourth quarter and ended up losing that game 28-21. Coppell's in first place right now in the district with their victory over Heber tonight, but all five of those teams were so closely matched that I don't see anybody pulling away from anybody else, and I think Louisville has, if not the best defense, one of the best defenses in this district. And if they can just figure out an identity on offense, it's early in the season. If they can get an identity and figure out how to move the ball down the field, they have playmakers on offense. Guys like Dalen Clark, a freshman wide receiver who might be their best receiver in Armani Winfield. If they can just get an identity on offense, I absolutely think this team can make the playoffs.
Hey, Lane, this is Hekma Harrison. I wanted to ask you, man, the kid Gabriel Sanders, I know we don't have any injury reports or anything in high school, but he's been Mr. Everything for MacArthur. Where was he tonight? I didn't even see him on the stat sheet.
I was just going to say, I mean, this is my first time seeing MacArthur, and I don't think we called his name a single time.
Wow.
I know that the big guy kind of coming into today that we were worried about on the Louisville side was Demetrius Chairs. This is the receiver who had 2 touchdowns in their loss last week. On the last play of MacArthur's game against Coppell last week, he gets injured, has to be carted off the field with a neck injury. The coach told us this week that he was a game-time decision, was limited in practice all week. Chairs actually suited up and played this game. I think he only had 2 or 3 catches, but definitely the injury limiting him a little bit. But he was the lone guy that we were really concerned about just with the success that he had a week ago. But because of the injury, I really don't think he was able to have the impact that he normally does.
Wow. An unbelievable game defensively. The offense still trying to figure some things out on both sides, and a big district win for Louisville. Lane Lewis, thanks so much for joining us here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars. We'll talk to you again soon, man.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you, brother.
Lane Lewis, there he goes. Hey, that's pretty interesting. He gets to call a Louisville game, and his last name's Lewis.
Yeah, I was very tempted to ask him about the origins of Louisville, if his family had any involvement.
Okay, any involvement there?
Not sure.
I think that he might have been. He might have been one of the original founders, one of those fighting farmers.
The mayor of Louisville.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe that's in his
Lane
future.
Louisville.
Wow. That would be interesting. Well, let's move on to one of the best games of the entire night. Denton Guyer and South Lake Carroll. My goodness, this was a barn burner from the get-go, back and forth. Denton Guyer finally healthy. And we got to look here at Zach Wolchuk. What's going on with this Denton Guyer South Lake Carroll game? Holy cow.
Yeah, so South Lake Carroll 33-29. They get the victory, man. Big time win for South Lake Carroll. And it came down to, we showed it from the fan tag. It was a wide receiver pass to win it for South Lake Carroll. Unbelievable way to finish it. And statistically, I mean, you look at this one, obviously rushing. We knew coming into it. Denton Guyer, they want to run the football, 320 yards rushing, almost 100 yards more. An excellent tandem there now with Eli Stowers at quarterback, who went 134 yards and a couple of touchdowns, and Kadrick Cobbs, who's back toting the rock for them, 169 yards and a couple of scores for Cobbs as well. On the other side, really, there was not much going on aerial-wise for South Lake Carroll. Will Bowers through the air, only 13 of 19, 108 yards, but it was the ground game for them as well. TJ McDaniel, 154 yards, 3 scores, and Will Bowers, 68 yards and a touchdown. And the man who got to call it all for 88.1 FM, KNTU, Grayson Nolette. Grayson, this has to be one of the best games you've gotten to call in a while. And I know whenever it's Denton Guyer or South Lake Carroll, we can expect a tight one.
Grayson, you there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, there you go. Hey, we just gave you a pretty big
Grayson.
intro. How fun was that game to call, man?
Dude, that was by far the most fun I have had calling a football game so far, period. Whether it be color commentating, play-by-play, anything I've done, that was a barn burner for sure, as you guys said. That was insane. I had so much fun calling that one. Honestly, I still got some adrenaline over it.
So, Grayson, I got to ask you, because last time we talked, it was after a Geyer game, and it was not the Denton Geyer that we're accustomed to. But you look just from the stat sheet and from the highlights that we were seeing tonight with Eli Stowers and Kadrick Cobb's back, this is a Denton Geyer team that almost knocked off one of the top teams in the state. What has made the difference so far for Geyer in almost pulling off that win tonight?
Man, I'll tell you something. We haven't, the KNCU crew, we broadcasted Geyer's first game back in week 1, and we haven't seen them since. This was the second time we've called them this season. And my goodness, they looked like a completely different football team, especially quarterback Eli Stowers. Because if you're just looking for anyone that contributed, it was the combination of him and Cobbs. Because Stowers just, the amount of confidence and his play calling and his ability to read the defense as a sophomore who's never played a lick of Texas high school football, varsity football. And just through 5 games, the amount of improvement that I've seen out of him is absolutely phenomenal. And then that Denton Geyer team, having Kadrick Cobbs out on the football field, it just makes everybody better. It doesn't matter whether you're on the offensive or defensive side of the ball. Everybody knows that Kadrick Cobbs is out there doing his thing, and he had a monstrous game. Couple of touchdowns that were totally highlight worthy. I wish they could have recorded them on camera, because some of the stiff arms, some of the runs that Kadrick Cobbs made tonight, he's back, guys. He's absolutely back.
Hey, Grayson, that was exactly my question for you, man, as far as Kadrick Cobb and his physical running this game and those stiff arms. I mean, we're looking at this here yeah, man, we're looking at that here in the studio.
That touchdown run was, the stadium exploded. That was one of the meanest stiff arms I've ever seen. He was running with some tenacity, guys. He's healthy. He's ready to go. He owns this team after tonight.
Awesome, man.
Wow. Yeah, owns the team, but they didn't own the game, though. That's the only thing. You look at really, yeah, a little upset there, but you look at this game overall, Southlake Carroll, we kind of herald them as one of those teams that can make a run in the playoffs after the regular season comes to an end. Did they look like that to you in this ball game?
You know, I still have this kind of question in my head myself, because I really did come into this when I was looking at it on paper, I was like, man, I really hope Cobbs does his thing and this becomes a ball game. But I was thinking maybe it was going to be a Southlake Carroll blowout. But the Dragons, I don't know what it was. I would probably put it on the play of their quarterback, Will Bowers, and the fact that they are just trounced at wide receiver right now. They've got 2 wide receivers out tonight. One of them was injured last week, out for the season. And they called up a freshman tonight for this game, and also he caught the game-winning pass. But we were told pregame that the backup quarterback, Blake Smith, he was going to see extensive time at wide receiver for tonight's game. So they called up a freshman. They said that their backup quarterback was going to be a huge part of the wide receivers. They're just scrambling for plugins at wide receiver right now. So I think Carroll definitely are suffering in terms of their passing game right now. But thankfully, their running back, TJ McDaniel, he came in clutch when he needed to tonight.
Yeah, what a matchup of running backs. Cobb finishing with 169 yards on 28 carries, while McDaniel scored 3 touchdowns and ran for 154 yards on 17 total carries. Grayson, thanks so much for joining us. We'll talk to you again next week, man.
Absolutely, man.
Grayson Nolet on the call for what was one of the more incredible games. Of course, the wide receiver pass from
Well, that makes
Coach
sense,
Dodge.
right? I think it was Blake Smith, who's the backup quarterback, that they put out there at receiver for tonight because of the injuries. So you've got your guy who you know can throw, so you're a little bit more confident in calling that.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense now, because I'm wondering, you take the ball out of Will Bowers' hands and you're going to throw the ball. Wow, you got to know you got somebody there that can throw it. Backup quarterback. I wonder if that guy or defense had any clue, hey, personnel-wise, is this, we know this is the backup. They clearly, obviously, it didn't work because they scored on the play, but you wonder if they had any clue that he was not only even on the field, but if they knew he was on the field, do they even know that this is their backup quarterback? Yeah. We need to be paying attention to this guy.
Yeah, definitely so. And we kind of talk about the running backs and the matchup there. Well, one of the coolest things about Southlake Carroll is that for the first time in their program's history, they have a female kicker on that ball club. And one of our reporters, Adrian Jagish, was at the game. He got a chance to catch up with Madison Martin, the first ever female player on South Lake Carroll after the win. She did kick a field goal in this ball game, and he got a chance to catch up with her. Adrian, what's going on?
With Madison Martin, a kicker for the South Lake Dragons, and as well, she's the first female player for the team. How do you feel about that?
It's a lot of fun. It's a different situation, new opportunity, but I've had a lot of fun with it, yeah.
So did you just fall into this, or did you just try out, or what inspired you to join the team?
So I actually played throughout my middle school, and then my freshman year. I stopped for my sophomore and junior year, and then decided to come back. But I originally started in middle school because I had a neighbor who was a kicker, and so he just really inspired me going out to trainings and stuff with him.
Awesome. So you are setting an example for young girls everywhere. Does that make you nervous, or are you proud of that? Or
I'm really proud of that. It's really such a blessing to be able to have that platform, and just getting the opportunity. Yeah, it is nerve-wracking because I have such a large role to fill, especially for young girls. But for me, I'm so blessed to have this opportunity. Yeah.
What would you say to women in male-dominated sports, hobbies, or jobs? Do you have any advice for them?
Just that if you work hard and you believe you can do it, don't let anyone tell you that you can't, because you can, especially if you work hard. And I feel like that's something that I'm here to prove. Yeah.
And lastly, how do you feel about tonight's win?
It was incredible, especially the final drive, John Monero with that throw. It's a great way to win. Maybe not the way we wanted it to, but a win's a win. And we finished out strong, and we fought for the whole game.
Awesome. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Definitely
That's
really,
awesome.
really cool moment.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's worth the clap from everybody.
Absolutely.
But Madison Martin, and she kicked a field goal, had a couple extra points as well. And she talked about that last drive. And for one final time, we've showed it a couple times, but it's worth another look. This is the game-winning touchdown on the fan tag cam for South Lake Carroll. And we get to look at it again, now with a little bit of sound involved as well. Let's look at this. This is with 6 seconds left in the ball game. Wide receiver pass over the top of everybody. Oh, man. Just chaos.
Crazy.
At Dragon Stadium, an unbelievable game. Final score 33.
What a night of football, guys. I'm telling you, man. I mean, not only that game, but probably 10, 12 other games.
Well, let's get to the rest of those games as we go at it. One of those games that wasn't necessarily as close as we thought it was going to be, but it may have been one of the more impressive wins of the entire season. Euless Trinity and San Angelo Central on the road at San Angelo Central. Zach, tell me, what was that final score?
Yeah, the final of that one was 70-28.
Wow.
Euless Trinity gets the victory over San Angelo Central. Again, Brandon Theus, I'm sure, did his thing. The Euless Trinity Trojans just came out. They got up big, and they never looked back. Big win on the road against a Bobcat team that we've talked about. Very proud tradition. Perennial playoff power. Starting quarterback out for the year due to an ACL, and clearly they missed him tonight.
Yeah, his name's Maverick, by the way. So you know he's a stud
I was
player.
just setting that up. Yeah. Maverick is a heck of a name.
I mean, and you see what a difference an injury makes to a team like Denton Geyer. Obviously, they are reeling from losing their quarterback, because if they had him, definitely would have been a different game.
No question, especially a San Angelo team that is trying to spread the ball out.
Yeah.
That dude, Maverick, for them is really everything. So that was a huge loss for them, but a great victory for Trinity.
Yeah, definitely. So moving on from that one to the game that was at the Ford Center for Frisco Wakeland and Frisco Lone Star. Another impressive win, but maybe in a different fashion. The defense showing up for Lone Star, guys.
Yeah, the defense shows up for Lone Star every week, okay? It was the one thing about this game was all about Julian Larry showing up. Although these numbers are not impressive, 99 yards, but those two TDs, the one TD pass that he threw and the one running that they had was all they needed to ice the game for Frisco Lone Star. As you can see, 245 total yards, most of that on the ground, 146 yards rushing. Both teams had a turnover, but look at those first downs, guys. Lone Star 16 first downs to Wakeland being held to only 6 first downs in the whole game. Guys, 98 total yards for Wakeland.
We know how that defense is.
Lone Star
lethal.
defense is for real.
Yeah, definitely so.
And a clean game, only 2 penalties. They didn't beat themselves, and their big-time players made plays. Darren Smith with the touchdown, and Julian Larry making that 1 touchdown throw. So they got what they needed to from their star players in order to pull that one out.
That's a Lone Star team that doesn't beat themselves. They play good defense. You don't beat themselves. They're a very disciplined football team, and whenever you see games like this, it works out in their favor. Now, it'll be interesting playoff-wise. We've seen how they were able to shut down a team like Highland Park with that high-powered offense, but playoff-wise, you're going to see some more offenses that can kind of make some things happen and maybe shake some things up. Moving on from that one at the Ford Center, how about Keller, Timber Creek, and Keller? This one at Keller ISD in the athletic complex there. Overall, Keller may have come in the favorite, and they come out on top as well.
Look, Sloan Henry had a baller game today. I mean, this guy showed up and showed out. I mean, 206 yards passing today. And my man, Enoch Njobo, I can't say that name enough. Another guy had a monster game tonight. I think he had like 158 yards on the ground, and someone else got in on it. But still, Keller definitely dominated this game from start to finish.
Yeah, they definitely did. You look at the balanced attack from Keller. 210, 206, about as balanced as you can get it.
And it sets up a big game against Eaton on Thursday Night Football. Keller versus Northwest Eaton, big-time district implications in that one, and a big win for Keller coming off that loss to South Lake Carroll. Always a question, how does a team bounce back after a tough loss? Big game last week, Battle of Unbeatens. They get that first loss, and they played pretty well tonight.
Yeah, definitely did. How about Paris and Anna? This is a game earlier that Paris was dominating. How did that one end up turning out? A little bit of the shedding the light on those 4A ranks as we look at the final score from District 7 4A, and no surprise, Paris up 27-0. They win it against Anna. And that's an impressive Paris football team. They had a big win last week as well.
Yeah, and coming into that one, this game was pretty close on paper. Both undefeated teams, both of them have been battle-tested in 3A, and it was all Paris tonight. I mean, Kobe Savage didn't have to do much, 2 for 2, 100 yards and a score. His night was done after that, but it was really all about the running game. Dorian Williams, 162 yards and a touchdown. Katie Washington joined the action with 70 yards and a touchdown. So that was Paris's calling card. Dominate, time of possession, run the football effectively, and clearly their defense with a big shutout.
Baby.
Yeah,
Absolutely. That Paris defense played a great game.
Yeah, I mean, you can look just from the numbers and see that is definitely the truth. How about Texarkana, Texas High, and McKinney North? Wow, this was a barn burner of a football game. Let's talk about it.
That is the definition of a barn burner right here. 47-44.
Wow.
McKinney North pulls out a squeaker. Guys, Hunter Che rushed for 196 yards in this game, 3 touchdowns.
Hunter Che, another cool name.
A complete monster game. Look at the domination there on the ground. McKinney North runs for 370 yards, while the Texas High School only runs for 46 yards. Now on the passing side of that, that's where all of it came from for Texas High. Colton Clark, guys, that's a name you better recognize. 6'3", 220 pounds, 20 pounds. This kid is Mr. Everything for these guys, but also has an arm. This 370 yards and the
5
turnovers.
touchdowns. No picks, though, for him.
Yeah, 5.
So he did everything he could to win this game. And Hekma, can I get a little bit of an apology from you here? You're like, why'd you put Texarkana, Texas
my bad.
on this game? Well, I'll tell you why, because Texas High plays good football.
Yeah,
they really took it to McKinney North today and almost pulled it out. But a big win for the Bulldogs to be able to survive. And they did so without Cam Constantine, who I believe is their most electrifying offensive player.
I'm also impressed that McKinney North had so many rushing yards, 370 rushing yards. They were under 100 passing yards. And then on the other side, it was over 300 yards passing and under 100 yards rushing for Texarkana, Texas High. So very differing, really, strategies from both of these programs. But McKinney North does ultimately end up on top. Guys, if we look at the private school level here for just a moment, who's the best quarterback in the private school level in the area right now?
Preston Stone.
It's Preston Stone.
And it might not just be private school.
It might not just be private school. He's one of the best, and we saw a touchdown pass from him earlier. Preston Stone, 308 yards, 2 touchdowns, And Parish Episcopal wins 31-7 over Fort Worth Christian and the Cardinals. We've got Jackson Donovan on the phone. Jackson was on the call for Parish Episcopal. And another big win for the Panthers. They're now 5-0, Jackson, and moving on to play Bishop Dunn next week. A huge matchup in the private school ranks. But first, tell us about what happened here in this matchup tonight.
Honestly, for the first half, it was all defense by both teams. Preston Stone, look forward to watching him play all week long. Came out a little bit slow in that first half, but to start the second half, 2 touchdowns in the first 6 minutes completely flipped the story in this game.
Jackson, Zach with you. Coming into this one, it looked like on paper offensively, like you said, both offenses came in hot. Fort Worth Christian especially. Talk about that Parish defense and what they were able to do to nullify that.
The secondary for the Panthers was completely off the charts today. When you look at, on the defensive side, Logan Rayborn really stuck out for me on the corner, was able to completely shut down the right side of the field, and there was absolutely no rushing attack coming out of the Cardinals' backfield.
Jackson, I don't know if this is a correct statistic here, but I'm looking at the stat line on the box score. Parker Stone was the leading receiver in the game tonight, had 93 yards. Is there any relation? I'm guessing there is a relation there to Preston Stone, correct?
Yeah,
okay. What was that kind of connection like, seeing the brother-to-brother connection tonight?
It was absolutely brilliant. I will put out there, he ended up being the leading receiver on the team, mostly because he was the best leader on the team. Early in that second half, Khalil Overton went down, and he had been getting most of the targets for the first half. And when he went down, Parker Stone, the senior, stepped in, said, "I've got this," and completely took over the passing game.
Jackson Donovan on the call for Parish Episcopal and the Panthers as they take down the Fort Worth Christian Cardinals 31-7. Jackson, thanks so much. We'll talk to you again next week, buddy.
Thanks for having me.
There he goes, Jackson Donovan, and another good game at the Prestonwood or the Parish Episcopal level. They're 5-0.
Sets up Goliath matchup with Bishop Dunn. What is it, Kyle?
It's done.
It's done?
It's always been done, baby.
Okay.
Always done,
Except for last week.
Just double checking with you.
Aledo and Midlothian. This is a game early on that was closer than we thought it was really going to be. And Midlothian kind of hanging around until that second half. And finally, Aledo able to pull away. What happened here, guys?
Hekma, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I want to apologize to Chase McClendon.
Okay.
Right now, I want to just say I'm sorry.
Chase McClellan?
McClellan. I'm sorry.
McClellan.
Baller. I made a mistake.
We knew that.
He is.
Oh, my God.
First play of the second half, he took a 62-yarder to the house.
Well, so he goes into halftime. He pulls up on YouTube, Friday Night Stars. And he hears Hekma. Oh, well, then I'm not doing much. I've got 2 first-half touchdowns.
Mediocre is what I said.
I'm not mediocre. Woo. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and show Hekma Harrison what mediocre is. Boop. Adios, and the Aledo Bearcats. They just don't lose. Rarely ever. Perennial state title champions, and they look well on their way again.
I don't know how we've talked about Jace McClellan so long without saying his stat line. 168 yards, 7.5 yards per carry, 5. Count them 5.
Hey, you know what? Hekma,
touchdown scores.
I'm going to do you a favor.
What's that?
I'm going to make this easy for you.
Okay.
Your Friday night star is going to be Chase McClellan.
Thank you.
It needs to be a thing.
There you go. That'll make up for
5 TDs and an unbelievable
heck of a game, man. That dude is a savage.
Wow. Yeah, that's unbelievable. He's all over the place. How about this game? Rockwall and Mesquite Horn. I'm excited to see this final score because I haven't even looked at it yet. Rockwall, they were trailing earlier, but they pull it out. Mesquite Horn is 0-6, guys.
Man, and that's a heartbreaker.
They played well.
They played well enough to win, but just not well enough.
Those 3 turnovers hurt.
Really quiet second half. And it really came down to the third quarter. You know, Horn gets shut out in the third quarter. Rockwall kicks a field goal. And after an explosive first half that seemingly took 3 hours to play, the defense has settled into things in the second half. And unfortunately, Horn unable to get it done against the Rockwall Yellow Jackets. A game they really had to have. I think you can safely say it's probably over for them now.
Well, those 3 turnovers right there for Horn, that's probably what they're going to look back at and think, man, this is kind of where we lost the game. Not to mention 13 penalties. I mean, those are 2 easy ways to lose football games. They still hang in there, but man, what a shame. And wasn't this a pick'em game? Weren't we picking them?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we picked them.
Did you pick Horn?
Oh yeah, we did not pick that one.
Oh, we didn't.
No,
I didn't do that.
No, we definitely
Rockwall,
definitely did that.
It was a close game.
You backed off on your
it
Horn
was.
pick and last second and decided to
Horn.
go with
This
Rockwall.
is just a sad season for Horn,
It is,
man.
it's
Like they
tough.
just can't seem
Is
to
it
get
safe
it going.
to say that there's a very good chance that Mesquite Horn might be the best 0-6 team in the history of Texas high school football, or at least on the list?
Couldn't be understated.
I mean, coming
That's
into the
definitely what
season,
it is.
they were a team that a lot of people probably thought could win this district with Jermaine Givens returning at quarterback. And Givens did his thing on the ground, I think over 120 yards and a touchdown, but those 3 interceptions, super costly. And Rockwall, you can't do that. You can't give them added possessions when you have Jacob Clark at quarterback who had 4 touchdowns tonight, and Jackson, Smith, and Jiba doing his thing again, 3 receiving touchdowns.
This kid is so explosive.
Unbelievable. 159 yards, 13 catches. I mean, good luck slowing him down.
And it's safe to say that this is a schedule for Mesquite Horn that's not going to get any easier. They play Longview next week.
They're in a very tough district. I mean, they're done, man.
They play.
And I hate
there's
to
a
say
very
that.
good chance that they could be 0-7. Then they'll play Rockwall Heath. That's a Rockwall Heath team that I think we could look at and say, hey, Mesquite
Hopefully
Horn's
that's
gonna win that
homecoming
game.
for the
Yeah, maybe
Jags.
they can get the Rockwall Heath game.
Yeah, it goes Rockwall Heath, North Mesquite, Tyler Lee. I think you can win all 3 of those games if you're Mesquite Horn, but you would start 0-7.
Finish 3-7.
This is when, man.
But you have those 3 wins at the end of the year. You feel good about next
They
year.
need a big time upset win. They've got to win out. If they're even going to have a smidgen of a chance, they got to win out.
Yeah, they have to.
No
they
question.
4-2 in district. That's gonna have to do it.
But guys, I want to tell you a couple teams in the state. I think we've recognized as second half teams. Rockwall is one of those teams. They have a slow start, but in the second half they just explode. Same for Aledo. Same for the South. The Dragons,
South Lake.
South Lake, they're the same second half team. They start off slow, but they will explode on you in the second half.
Well, let's go through some of these other games. Weatherford at Haltom. What goes on at Haltom? This is a game that we picked earlier as well. And really, overall, you looked at Haltom coming into the game, and they were the favorite. We all picked them, I believe, across the board, and we all were correct.
Did we all pick them?
39-29.
I feel like somebody was into Weatherford.
I think I was kind of into Weatherford, but I still picked Haltom.
Okay. Nobody wanted to go with the Kangaroos.
Nope, not this week.
Yeah, well, Haltom got it done, 39-29. They did their thing, and look, it's just a special year for the Haltom Buffaloes. They're undefeated. Things are clicking, and we featured Michael Black, their outstanding quarterback, coming into this one. Black through the air, relatively pedestrian stat line, 10 of 15, 2 touchdowns and a pick. On the ground, though, 2 rushing scores, only 33 yards. So, he was held statistically by the Weatherford defense. They limited him, but still couldn't keep him out of the end zone, and Haltom did what they did. Just a special year. I mean, there's certain teams. Birdville's another one of those teams. Things just kind of seem to fall into place. Haltom's one of those teams this year.
And credit to Weatherford, though, for playing good defense. That's a Haltom team that puts up 55 points a game, 600 yards of offense, and you can see they didn't do really anywhere near that.
Yeah, not even close. Now let's look at another game that we looked at and predicted earlier. Pilot Point and Whitesboro. This was a good football game, guys. And Pilot Point pulls it out by 3.
Man, thanks a lot, Sparkman.
Yep. Pilot Point wins it. Hekma and I. Heckman's increasing his lead a little bit over here.
Is this thing on?
Oh, it's on.
Okay. 28-25. Not a surprise for any of us over here on this side of the table.
You're darn right.
3-point game, not a surprise.
Not a surprise for
Not
any
a
of
surprise,
us on
baby.
this
We knew
side.
it the whole time.
We knew the whole time. We
The
picked it-
flip-flopper himself.
We picked it with confidence.
We did.
Jacob Pitts went off tonight, guys. I mean, he did it on the ground.
Hits for Pilot Point,
He did
baby.
it in the air. I mean, he did it everywhere. It rhymes.
Scout Sanders, where were you tonight, brother?
He
I don't
tried.
know, man.
Scout tried. He had a good game on the ground, 139 yards and a
Scout
touchdown.
Sanders did his thing too, man.
But
He's
it just-
awesome on the ground.
And that interception. The interception did it for him.
Not enough for the mighty Pilot Point Bearcats.
Come on,
baby.
Whitesboro. Really breaking our heart over here.
Wow, just unbelievable. But one more game of a highlighted standpoint, then we'll get through the 6A, 5A, and 4A scores. Duncanville and Skyline, and really this is not the game that Skyline had envisioned. Safe to say.
It was.
I don't think they wanted to envision this by any means.
Well, I mean, look at this. Everything that the Panthers did was.
I mean, look at this. Hekma's like, look, I thought this would happen, but Skyline was thinking maybe we got a shot. My guy Velton came in here ready to rock.
Velton had a few yards passing, but listen, the guy Velton with the cat quit feet and all that stuff, 8 yards rushing. 9 yards rushing. They shut it. The Panthers defense, guys, I'm telling you, is the answer in the state to all of the problems that you're looking forward to, right? And I'm telling you, the Panthers are for real. 420 yards rushing. They completely dominated this game from start to finish. The penalties is worrying me a little bit. 13 for 113.
Both teams had some. I wonder if there were some personal fouls.
It had to have been.
There's got to be some
Against the old chippy. You get two DISD schools. They don't like each other.
Right. Had to have been. But 19 first downs to the Raiders, 11 first downs. A dominant game by the Duncanville Panthers.
Yeah, definitely dominant. And that's a team that a lot of people, including Hekma Harrison, have their eye on to potentially win a state championship.
Hey,
Zach called it from the beginning.
From the start.
Zach called it from the beginning. He definitely did. So that's it for our highlighted games. Zach, we've got some 6A scores. Let's run down the remaining scores throughout the 6A level here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars.
Well, 62-14, the Flower Mound Jaguars are still alive in their district. We talked about Keller. We talked about Louisville Saxey, 49-0 over Garland. Wiley got a big 28-16 win over Garland Lakeview Centennial. That's back-to-back wins for the Wiley Pirates. Abilene. Amo, yep.
Yeah, Amo.
Abilene coming into town against Hearst LD Bell. They take care of business 28-7. Mesquite and Rockwall Heath, the game of safeties. 6-4 is your final.
No way.
And Rockwall Heath, despite giving up 2 safeties, was able to score once, and that's all they needed.
Wow.
They get the victory. Arlington Martin wins their first of the year, 54-43. They defeat North Crowley. Tyler Lee loses to North Mesquite. North Mesquite with the 41-34 win over Tyler Lee, and W.T. White with the 40-7 win over Molina. Those are the rest of your 6A scores.
And then moving on to 5A, Eric's got the pulse of 5A's level.
That's right. Denton 48 over Carrollton R.L. Turner 7. And then we had Frisco over Princeton 47-34. Lone Star 14-0 over Frisco Wakeland. Frisco Centennial 17-10 over Little Elm. Colony beats Frisco Liberty 42-10. Tyler John Tyler 51-3 over Wiley East. South Oak Cliff 63-0 over Adamson. And Cleburne over Arlington Seguin 44-25. Birdville ended up taking that Grapevine game 24-20. So 5-0 for Birdville for the first time since 2012. Seagoville over Conrad 56-6. Corsicana 28-0 over Terrell. Sulphur Springs 56-47 over Forney. North Forney 49-21 over Greenville, and Kimball over Spruce 55-7.
And really, really quickly, Hekma, what are your final 4A and underscores?
All right, Paris 27-0 over Anna. Salina 45-0 over Paris North Lamar. Argyle completely dominated Sanger 75-6. Carrollton Ranchview 62-7 over Hillcrest. Kennedale 49-0 over Fort Worth Western Hills. Alvarado 58-6 over North Dallas. Wilma Hutchins beat my Uncle Meatless's Pinkston Vikings.
Yeah, unbelievable week of Whataburger Friday Night Stars. Be sure to follow us on Twitter at Friday_stars, and we will give our stars of the weeks, the teams of the weeks, coach of the week there, as well as the student section of the week. Thank you so much for joining us on what was an unbelievable week 6 of Friday Night Lights. Until next time, for Hekma Harrison, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiofalo, I'm Kyle Youmans. God bless.